Chapter 708. Even though Gu Hai said a lot and instigated a lot of discord, Tai Yi and the others remained wary of him. They did not trust Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai did not want them to trust him. He had said so much just to tie their hands, so that they would not have an excuse to kill him, so that he could continue to stir up trouble. At this time, Tai Chu and Kong Xian wanted to kill Gu Hai immediately. However, Long Zhongguo was not dead yet. If they killed him now, wouldn't they be silencing him? Wouldn't they be admitting that they were spies? They would not kill Gu Hai easily. The Immortal of the Six Paths in the Sky also looked at Gu Hai coldly. Although he allowed Gu Hai to stand in front of him, it did not erase the fact that Gu Hai was second on the treason list because he had not done anything. It's useless even if you talk. Treason is treason. It's not that easy to make up for your mistakes. Besides, your mistake is too big. Tai Chu sneered. Gu Hai ignored him and looked at Taiwa, who was in pain. Speaking of which, Taiwa's misfortune today is partly because of me. Without me, Taiwa would not have taken out the cauldron of heaven and earth, right? Without me, he could not have completed the cauldron of heaven and earth, right? Gu Hai seemed to be fighting for himself. Are you trying to find excuses to clear your name? The cauldron of heaven and earth? Humph! Because of you, the cauldron of heaven and earth was exposed by Taiwa. However, Dong Wang has been plotting for 800,000 years. Do you think he can't force Taiwa to take out the cauldron of heaven and earth? Ha ha! Tai Chu sneered. Tai Chu's expression said, I've seen through you. The surrounding people showed some disdain at Gu Hai's continuous quibbling for himself. It turned out that Gu Hai was also so afraid of death. The cauldron of heaven and earth requires Taiwa's blood to be fully activated. Isn't it a little too slow to use the 10-direction annihilation nail to extract the blood? Gu Hai suddenly looked at Taiwa. Tai's expression suddenly turned cold as he looked at Gu Hai. Not far away, Taiwa said with a ferocious expression, they just don't want to push me too far. If they push me too far, I'll just self-destruct. No one will have an easy time. At worst, we'll all die together. Taiwa, don't you dare. Tai glared at him. Taiwa looked at Tai ferociously. Ha! 800,000 years. Tai, I've long had a feeling that you had ill intentions towards me, but you didn't know that it was to use me as a blood sacrifice. Ha! I don't dare. Do you think I don't dare? Who can stop me? I'm begging for death. You can't stop me. Taiwa's eyes flashed with deep hatred. Taiwa, your blood will be used to refine the Long Zhongguo. As long as the Long Zhongguo dies, I'll let you go and never target you again. I'll set you free. I beg the heavens not to pursue you. Tai said grimly. That's right, Taiwa. Although you'll be sacrificed, you won't die. As long as the Long Zhongguo is refined, we'll let you go. Don't do anything stupid. Alpha Primordium shouted, his expression changing. Taiwa glared at Tai and Alpha Primordium. If you die together, you'll be destroyed in both body and soul. The heavens won't spare your 3 souls. Tai said coldly. We only want her blood, not all of it. Don't mess around. Alpha Primordium said worriedly. So, you're worried that Taiwa will choose to self-destruct and destroy himself with her blood? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, they saw Gu Hai slowly flying toward Taiwa. No one dared to get close to Taiwa, worried that they would force Taiwa into a corner. Even though Alpha Primordium nailed Taiwa to the cross, he still did not dare to push too hard. This was because Taiwa could make a final counterattack and self-destruct before dying. Taiwa no longer had a good impression of anyone here. He was extremely wary and hateful. However, he did not hate Gu Hai as much as he did Taiwa. Perhaps Xiaoro's memories and her crush played a huge role in Xiao Chen's mind. As Gu Hai flew toward Taiwa, the others watched with narrowed eyes. Taiwa. Gu Hai looked at Taiwa. Why did you come out? Taiwa looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Even though Taiwa was nailed to the cross, he still cared about Gu Hai. Gu Hai is very grateful to Xiaoro for thinking so highly of me in the past. Gu Hai said solemnly. Huh? Ha ha ha. Xiaoro? My reincarnated body, Xiaoro? Yes, she is indeed very foolish. I thought that she was insignificant. After all, I have reincarnated more than once in the past 800,000 years. However, I have never felt so emotional before. Xiaoro. When you first met Xiaoro, she was nailed to the wall like this, right? For Xiaoro, you could give up the most precious century lifespan immortality peach in the innate puzzle world. Xiaoro could give up her life for you. Although she could not say anything in the end, she changed me into someone else, Taiwa said with an extremely complicated expression as he looked at Gu Hai. I understand one thing now. You are Taiwa, but you are also Xiaoro, Gu Hai said solemnly. Taiwa looked at Gu Hai with a conflicted expression. Xiaoro owes me a life. Right now, you are Xiaoro. I would like to borrow something from you. Gu Hai said seriously. What is it? Taiwa said with a frown. Your head, Gu Hai said solemnly. You. Taiwa's eyes suddenly widened as a monstrous, killing intent shot out from her eyes. What? Kong Xian also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Kong Xian knew about Gu Hai and Xiaoro the best. Why would Gu Hai say something like that? Does he want to kill Taiwa? Taiyi's expression also changed. At first, he thought that Gu Hai wanted Taiwa to self-destruct to destroy the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. However, Gu Hai wanted Taiwa's head, not her self-destruction. Gu Hai wanted Taiwa to die. What did you say? Taiwa said with a frosty expression. I said, you owe me a life. Now, I hope you can return it to me. Let me kill you and use all of your blood as a sacrifice to the furnace. Gu Hai confirmed again. In the distance, Dragon Sheniying, Long Shenwan, Sima Zongheng, and the others were shocked. Gu Hai is currying favor with the heavens. Gu Hai is too ruthless in order to survive. He wants to beg the heavens for Taiwa's death. How shameless. Long Zhonghua actually likes such trash. Countless people looked at Gu Hai with disdain in their eyes. Gu Hai, however, stared at Taiwa. At this moment, Gu Hai did not beg or cower. He was very calm. This calmness made the murderous Taiwa feel suffocated. Gu Hai wants me dead? For some reason, Taiwa suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Perhaps it was because of Xiaoro's personality. At this moment, Taiwa suddenly felt very wronged. Extremely wronged. Wants me dead? Everyone could say it. He could say it. Tai Chu could say it. Immortal Six Paths could say it. And Long Zhonghua could say it. However, Gu Hai cannot say it. Why do you want to kill me? Taiwa looked at Gu Hai with a lump in his throat, as if he wanted to see the reason from Gu Hai's eyes. However, there was nothing but calmness. Ha ha ha! Taiwa suddenly laughed bleakly. As he laughed, Taiwa's eyes welled up with tears. After Big Brother Fushi died, Taiwa had been in a state of despair for a while. Then, he saw the world as gray. Only when Xiaoro met Gu Hai did the world slowly become colorful. Now, Gu Hai wants my life. That colorful world collapsed again, as if he had nothing left to live for. Taiwa, I'll borrow your head. Gu Hai said again. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Gu Hai and Taiwa. Ha ha, you kill me. I told you to kill me, so you kill me. Taiwa looked at Gu Hai, sadness flashing in his eyes. Gu Hai reached out and took out the life-killing saber. He really did slash at Taiwa. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Kong Xian, Dragon Sheniying, Long Shenwan, Sima Zongheng, and even Zhang Yulian in the distance widened their eyes. Everyone looked at this strange scene. The saber was getting closer and closer to Taiwa. He didn't stop him because if Gu Hai could kill Taiwa, he could instantly extract all of Taiwa's blood. Long Zhonghua would definitely die. He didn't stop him, and Tai Chu was also looking forward to it. Only Kong Xian looked confused. He was like a fool. In the past, to protect Tai Yi, he fought to the death with Gu Hai. Was there something wrong with his brain? He thought that Tai Yi liked Taiwa, so he wanted to help him get rid of his love rival, Gu Hai. Now he realized that Tai Yi wanted to kill Taiwa, and Gu Hai wanted to kill Taiwa. This wasn't right. This was different for what he thought. Wasn't this change too fast? Gu Hai's saber slashed at Taiwa. Taiwa stared at Gu Hai with red eyes. At this moment, Gu Hai saw Xiaoro in Taiwa's eyes. Those were definitely Xiaoro's eyes. Xiaoro's eyes were filled with despair. Gu Hai, did you know? Before Xiaoro died, she fused with me. Before she was swallowed by me, she said something. Did you know? Taiwa stared at Gu Hai with red eyes. Gu Hai's saber was getting closer and closer. It didn't stop. Xiaorou said, I once loved you too. Taiwa said sadly. Buzz. The life-killing saber stopped between Taiwa's eyebrows. The moment the life-punishing saber stopped, a glimmer of light flashed across Taiwa's eyes. The moment the glimmer of light flashed, Gu Hai slashed at Taiwa's head. Boom! It was as if he had instantly crushed Taiwa's Niwen palace. Splash! 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 Blood spurted out of Taiwa's body. The blood was quickly absorbed by the cauldron of the universe. The surrounding people seemed to be suffocating as they widened their eyes. Kill, kill! Taiyi's face stiffened. Did Gu Hai really kill Taiwa? Tai Chu was also shocked. How could this be? Kong Xian was even more confused. The life-ender saber was pulled out from between Taiwa's eyebrows. Taiwa had a bloody wound between his eyebrows. His face immediately turned pale due to the severe blood loss. His eyes were still open, but they were no longer flowing with tears. Instead, there were two streams of blood. Two streams of blood tears. Buzz! Taiwa's immortal power surged into Gu Hai's body. The six-color glow on Gu Hai's body suddenly soared into the sky. The terrifying power made Gu Hai's body swell. Taiwa was dead. He was killed by the man Xiaorou loved the most. Before he died, his eyes were filled with despair and sadness. Two streams of blood tears flowed down his face. Everything was so sad. The great Taiwa died at the hands of a weak Gu Hai. He was hurt by love and died for love. Chapter 709. Taiwa was dead. She died in the hands of someone no one expected. Taiwa's blood was sucked dry in an instant, and Taiwa's body shriveled up. Gu Hai gently pulled Taiwa's body out of the cross. There was no blood, only a body full of holes. Buzz! After absorbing all of Taiwa's blood, the cauldron of heaven and earth shone with a dazzling light. The 8 trigrams diagram on the outside shone even brighter. The cauldron of heaven and earth became even sturdier. Although the sound of long zhonghua chopping could be heard, it was no longer able to shake the cauldron of heaven and earth. Gu Hai carefully placed Taiwa's body in a coffin and put it away. Only then did the surrounding people wake up from their daze. He really killed Taiwa? Taiwa had fallen out with everyone because of him. To clear his name, he even sacrificed the woman he loved? Shameless. Sure enough, the emperor is the most heartless. Countless voices of disdain rang out as countless gazes of disdain looked at Gu Hai. Tai looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Tai Chu was also frowning at this moment. He had a bad feeling about this. Kong Xian clenched his fists, a blank look in his eyes. For some reason, he feared Gu Hai's ruthlessness. In the distance, Long Shunwen and Sima Zongheng stared. They didn't expect Gu Hai to be so ruthless. Only Long Shenying's pupil shrank. He stared at Gu Hai's immortal energy. After killing Taiwa, all of Taiwa's immortal energy was taken by Gu Hai. No one noticed that only Gu Hai had more immortal energy than Gu Hai. Even Tai Chu wasn't as good. Unknowingly, Gu Hai had already become the second strongest person among all the people here. Gu Hai. Dragon God Ying's eyelids twitched. Dragon Shinying looked at the chaos furnace of heaven and earth, then looked at immortal 6 paths in the sky. Suddenly, he exhaled. Suddenly, Long Shinying bit his finger and drew a circle between his eyebrows with his blood. Then, he chanted, Immortal of the 6 paths. With a single chant, a large amount of immortal energy appeared out of nowhere and filled Dragon Shinying's body. The Crown Prince? The Daqin officials all stared and exclaimed, Betrayal? The Crown Prince also betrayed his holiness? No. Boundless despair enveloped the heavenly court. Everyone had betrayed the Long Zhonghua. Was the Long Zhonghua doomed? You. Long Shunwen raised an eyebrow. Second brother, are you the only one allowed to serve the immortal of 6 paths? Dragon Shinying sneered. So what if I'm loyal? Your name on the traitor's ranking list hasn't been removed. You won't have a chance to make up for your mistakes. Long Shanwan said in a low voice. Everyone looked at the stone tablet. On the stone tablet, Dragon Shinning's name was still in 4th place. However, Guhai's name was still on the stone tablet. He was still in 2nd place, but his name was much more blurred. Guhai killed Taiwa? You're really willing to do such a shameless thing to survive. However, it's not enough. Although your name is blurred, you're still in 2nd place. That's not enough to make up for your mistakes. Tai Chu sneered. Yeah, it's not enough, but there's still a chance. Guhai sneered. Everyone looked at Guhai. At this time, what other way was there to make a contribution? Reporting to the heavens, Guhai feels that Long Zhonghua is not dead. He's still in the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. He might break the seal at any time. Everything is still possible. Guhai suddenly looked at the sky. The eye of heaven stared at Guhai. Guhai had indeed made a contribution by killing Taiwa, but the eye of heaven was still on guard against him, preventing him from saving Long Zhonghua. If Guhai dared to make a move on the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, the heavens would kill Guhai instantly. Now, Guhai said that the dust had not settled yet. Indeed, the dust had not settled yet. However, the heavens did not want to talk to Guhai. On the side, Tai spoke on behalf of the heavens. Guhai, what are you trying to say? I'm saying that anything is possible before Long Zhonghua dies. If he breaks the seal, you alone are not enough. Guhai said solemnly. Then what do you want? Tai said solemnly. The immortal power we borrowed from the heavens is too scattered. If this large amount of immortal power can be gathered in the hands of a few, solemnly Guhai said Guhai. Gathered in the hands of a few? Tai narrowed his eyes. Yeah. For example, if I kill Tai Chu, his power will be added to me, and I'll be stronger. If Long Zhonghua breaks the seal, I can help you deal with him. Guhai smiled. How dare you? Don't you dare. Absolute Beginning suddenly exclaimed. Tai's pupils constricted. You want to kill Tai Chu? Isn't that right? If the immortal power is too scattered, it won't be effective. Why not let it merge? If the power is divided between 2 people, it'll be too scattered. If it's concentrated on one person, the effect will be multiplied. Guhai smiled. Guhai, you're a spy. You did this on purpose. You want to disrupt our cooperation. You want to destroy our unity. You're helping Long Zhonghua. Tai Chu said coldly. I'm helping Long Zhonghua? Heh, Absolute Beginning. I won't mention who framed me. Firstly, I'm innocent. Secondly, I have immortal energy. If I wasn't truly loyal to the heavens, then the heavens could destroy my soul with a single thought and make me explode. Why would I do this? I'm afraid of death. Guhai said coldly. The heavens can destroy me at any time. How can I resist? You, Tai Chu glared. Before we kill the dragon warring states, everything else is not important, is it? Tai is in charge of trapping and killing the dragon battle kingdom, and we are borrowing immortal power to assist from the side. But you have seen how strong the dragon battle kingdom is. Even if we help from the side, it's not enough, right? We can only strengthen ourselves, like this. As Guhai spoke, he raised the life terminator. He swung the saber. A massive energy saber slashed at one of the black angels. Boom! Purple light illuminated the world. Before the black angel could cry out, he exploded. The black angel's immortal power surged into Guhai's body. Guhai's immortal power shone even brighter. How dare you? How dare you? Bastard! The angels, demon kings, Tai Chu, and the others widened their eyes and roared. They grabbed their sabers, wary of Guhai. Guhai attacked. Tai's expression also changed. However, the heavens did not stop him. They only watched coldly. To the heavens, everyone here was an ant. They could all die. As long as Long Zhonghua was killed, the lives of the others were not important. As long as it was beneficial to killing Long Zhonghua, it was fine. Before Guhai killed Taiwa, the heavens still did not trust Guhai. However, after Guhai's achievements, the heavens let down their guard. Dong Wang, Guhai is too presumptuous. I'm going to kill him. Tai Chu said coldly. Tai activated the chaos furnace of heaven and earth with all his might, but he did not interfere. It was as if he had silently approved of Tai Chu's actions. Tai Chu stepped forward, his body shrouded in black pillars. A powerful aura spread out, mobilizing the power of samsara to kill Guhai. The power of samsara? Huh. Tai Chu, are you really Longzhongwa's spy? Guhai sneered. Your flowery words are useless. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Tai Chu stepped forward. I'm saying that every bit of power used against Longzhongwa is extremely precious. Immortal power? Immortal power can be taken away and transferred. It doesn't matter if it's transferred to another person. However, the power of samsara is used against Longzhongwa, not for you to waste. If you use the power of samsara to fight me, won't you be wasting the power used against Longzhongwa? Guhai shouted. Tai Chu did not understand what Guhai meant. Suddenly, his body trembled, and the power of samsara was taken away. The heavens removed the power of samsara from Tai Chu, and the black pillars appeared behind Tai. Not only Tai Chu, but the black pillar on Kong Xian's body was also stripped away and instantly appeared behind Tai. Guhai was right. The power of samsara is not for you to waste. What? Tai Chu's expression changed. At this moment, Guhai's saber slashed at him. Tai Chu hastily took out a huge sword and clashed with Guhai's life-extinguishing saber. With a super loud sound, the huge sword in Tai Chu's hand exploded. Alpha Primordium was sent flying in an instant. Poof! Tai Chu spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Guhai in shock. Without the power of samsara, his power was not as strong as Guhai's. Guhai was so strong. Was it Taiwa's power? He did it on purpose? Dong Wang, Tai Chu yelled. Guhai is going to destroy Solar Divine Palace. Tai narrowed his eyes at Guhai in the distance, but ignored Tai Chu. Immortal Six Paths was heartless, and Tai was also very cold. Guhai was right. Tai even thought of something deeper from Guhai's words. Kill everyone? Gather all the power in one body? That's right. What if everyone dies and I'm the only one left? Help? Tai did not need help. If Tai wanted everyone to die and gather all the power in his body, wouldn't he have a higher chance of killing Longzhongwa? He would do everything possible to kill Longzhongwa, even if he had to sacrifice everyone. Otherwise, if Longzhongwa could counterattack, he would be finished. Killing each other was a good thing. Guhai, no matter how he jumped around, it was useless. Immortal Six Paths' power could control him, but Tai could control him too. Hibernating spirit soup? In the past, he'd sent Bingheim to Guhai's side to think of a way to make Guhai drink the soup. Originally, it was just to control Guhai and use it to threaten and trick Taiwa. Now, it seemed that it was better to use it here. Even if Guhai killed until the end, Tai could control him with the soup and make him come to die in front of Tai himself. He was supposed to drink 2 bowls, but Bingheim only gave Guhai 1 bowl. 1 bowl is enough. I don't need to control him for many years. A short while is enough. Tai Chu was loyal to Tai, but he might not be willing to let Tai take his life. But Guhai was different. What Guhai said makes sense. Gathering immortal power is better than scattering it. Tai suddenly narrowed his eyes. What? Tai Chu's expression changed. Tai agreed to kill each other? The heavens let Tai take charge of the situation. Tai's words represented the heavens. Chapter 710. Tai agreed with Guhai's theory, which was equivalent to the heavens agreeing with Guhai's theory as well. Just as Tai was in disbelief, a miserable scream came from the heavenly court. In the distance, Dragon Shinning grabbed Sima Zongheng's head with one hand and pierced through Sima Zongheng's chest with the other. His bloody hand came out from his back, and he was holding Sima Zongheng's crushed heart. Dragon Shinning had just pledged his loyalty to Immortal Six Paths and obtained immortal power. He had been waiting for this moment. When the battle royale started, Dragon Shinning instantly attacked. He instantly pierced through Sima Zongheng's body and crushed it. You. Sima Zongheng spat out blood and looked at Dragon Shinning's hand in disbelief. Sima Zongheng betrayed Longzhongwa and was rejoicing when he saw that everything was about to be settled. How could he have thought that he would suddenly die? He betrayed Longzhongwa and was killed by Longzhongwa's son? Was this retribution? Grand Preceptor Sima, when I was young, you taught me. Unfortunately, what you taught and what you did were 2 different things. Don't worry, this time, you sacrificed yourself to kill Longzhongwa. Later, I will take care of all your Sima family members. Dragon Shining revealed a faint smile. The smile was very gentle, but this gentle gaze made Sima Zongheng suddenly tremble. All the hair on his body stood on end, and his face was filled with infinite horror. No! Boom! Sima Zongheng's head was crushed by Dragon Shennying. In an instant, a large amount of immortal power surged towards Dragon Shennying. Dragon Shennying, you dare? Long Shenwen's expression changed. Dragon Shennying coldly smiled. Why wouldn't I dare? I have already pledged my loyalty to the heavens. I want to redeem myself. I want to become stronger. I want to kill Long Zhonghua. What wrong did I do? My second brother. Dragon Shennying looked at Long Shenwen and revealed a friendly smile. However, this smile made Long Shenwen's heart turn cold. No, your loyalty is fake. You are a spy. You are deceiving the heavens. Long Shenwen cried out and retreated. Deceive? Ha ha, you think too much. Do you remember A.O. Tianwang? If I were to lie, then I would have self-detonated like A.O. Tianwang. My body and soul would be destroyed, and I would be consigned to eternal damnation. How could I lie? I'm just like Gu Hai, eager to gain merit, my second brother. Long Shenning stepped closer to Long Shenwen. Long Shenwen immediately panicked. Long Shenwen had immortal power, and his strength had increased tremendously. But no matter how much it increased, it was still not as good as Long Shenwen. Dragon Shenning was stronger than Long Shenwen. The stronger one was, the more immortal power one had. More importantly, Dragon Shenning had just killed Sima Zongheng and robbed him of his immortal power. For a moment, Long Shenning was much stronger than Long Shenwen. Now, Long Shenning looked like he wanted to kill Long Shenwen. Seeing this, Long Shenwen was inexplicably terrified. All of a sudden, regret filled his heart. He had betrayed his father and pledged his loyalty to the heavens. Now, was he going to be killed in front of the heavens? No, it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Long Shenwen cried out in alarm. Dragon Shenning punched out. Boom! Long Shenwen hastily dodged, but was sent flying by Dragon Shenning. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Dragon Shenning closed in again, killing intent shooting out from his eyes, as if he wanted to avenge Long Zhonghua. That killing intent made Long Shenwen tremble in fear. No, no, don't, big brother, I'm your second brother, big brother, I'm your second brother, big brother. Long Shenwen cried out in fear. Big brother? Ha ha! Dragon Shenning laughed sinisterly. When you betrayed your father, why didn't you think that he was your father and I was your big brother? When you betrayed your father and wanted to kill me, why didn't you think that I was your big brother? Dragon Shenning ignored Long Shenwen and continued his pursuit. On the other side, Tai Chu's heart raced when he heard Tai Yi's words. In the next moment, Tai Chu's expression turned ruthless as he slashed his sword at Kong Xian. Damn you, Tai Chu! Kong Xian's expression changed. With a swish, a wave of peacock feathers slammed into Tai Chu. Boom! Kong Xian was sent flying, his face flushed red. A wound appeared on his body. Tai Yi narrowed his eyes, but didn't stop him. Kong Xian glared at him and roared, Tai Chu, you old thing, Gu Hai hurt you. So you went to kill Gu Hai. Why did you hurt me? You're a spy. Long Zhang was spy. Of course, I have to kill you first. Tai Chu glared at him. Spy, are you crazy? Kong Xian glared at him. You killed my son, Yi Hua. You were the one who asked Luya to take away Gu Hai. That day, when Taiwo was fighting against the Cosmic Star Formation, Gu Hai let it slip that you were Long Zhang's spy, right? You've been hiding in Solar Divine Shrine. Tai Chu roared. Kong Xian glared at him with bloodshot eyes. You're slandering me? You believe Gu Hai's nonsense? I've never been to Heavenly City. Who killed your son? It's you. Tai Chu stared at Kong Xian. Boom! In the distance, Gu Hai killed a Monster King with a single slash. Be careful of Gu Hai, the Monster Kings exclaimed. In the midst of Gu Hai's slaughter, a large amount of immortal power was quickly plundered by Gu Hai. In the distance, Tai Chu, who was arguing with Kong Xian, suddenly changed his expression. All angels, come over and follow me to kill the spy, Kong Xian, Tai Chu said anxiously. Tai Chu could feel Gu Hai's determination to kill him. Gu Hai was already slightly stronger than him. If he allowed him to obtain more immortal power, wouldn't he? He didn't know what Dong Wang was thinking, but he actually allowed Gu Hai to wreak havoc in Solar Divine Palace. He had to be quick and obtain more immortal power as soon as possible. Yes, true lord. 50 black angels instantly flew in front of Tai Chu. They seemed to want to surround Kong Xian. Tai Chu, you lunatic! Kong Xian glared and tried to escape. After all, Kong Xian's strength was slightly weaker than Tai Chu's. Now there were still 50 black angels. He had to escape quickly. Get ready, kill! Tai Chu roared. Yes. The group of black angels glared and pounced. The moment the black angels pounced on Kong Xian, Tai Chu suddenly attacked. He didn't attack Kong Xian, but the black angels. Tai Chu stretched out his hand, and 50 thin threads suddenly rushed into the heads of the black angels. Explode! Tai Chu roared. Boom! The 50 black angels exploded almost instantly. The moment they exploded, rolling immortal power rushed towards Tai Chu. What? Kong Xian's expression changed. At that moment, Kong Xian suddenly realized that he was too naive before. Originally, he thought that he was already a great demon, a great fiend king. However, today, he discovered that this great demon was nothing before Gu Hai. Gu Hai did not hesitate to kill the women who liked him. In front of Tai Chu, he was nothing. He killed the angels who were loyal to him without hesitation. Was he too merciful? Rumble! The power of Tai Chu's body rose rapidly. The power of the 50 black angels suddenly more than doubled Tai Chu's power. On the other side, Gu Hai was also quickly chasing after the Monster Kings. His immortal power was also increasing. After killing the 50 angels, Tai Chu's power suddenly rose to the peak. The immortal power around him was even stronger than Gu Hai's. Tai Chu turned his head and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai killed another 3 Monster Kings. His immortal power was rising, but it was still a little weaker than Tai Chu's. Gu Hai? Huh? Tai Chu snorted and took a step forward, charging straight at Gu Hai. Boom! In an instant, Tai Chu's sword collided with Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber. This time, Tai Chu didn't retreat, and Gu Hai took 3 steps back. However, Tai Chu's sword was still a little weaker. It instantly exploded under the life-extinguishing saber. Tai Chu, Gu Hai's face turned cold. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on. Tai Chu said coldly. Treasure, please. Gu Hai suddenly shouted, and 3 bottle gourds flew out from beside him. Rumble! Rolling vines suddenly wrapped around him and Tai Chu. At this moment, the power of the gourds was much stronger than before. Flames followed. In the flames, a golden immortal slaying flying saber instantly shot toward Tai Chu. Gu Hai and Tai Chu fought fiercely. The surrounding Monster Kings also quickly killed each other. Kong Xian. Tai Chi shouted. Yes, master. Kong Xian immediately answered. Kill them all. You're the person I trust the most. I hope you can get the most immortal power. Tai Chi shouted. Yes. Kong Xian answered and instantly pounced on the Monster Kings. Boom, boom, boom. In the heavenly realm, it was chaos. Battles broke out everywhere. Tai Chi was refining the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth while looking at 2 people, Gu Hai and Kong Xian. Fu Xin soup. Gu Hai drank a bowl. Kong Xian also drank a bowl. Tai Chi's eyes flashed with anticipation. Boom, boom, boom. The battles were extremely intense. Gu Hai's treasures were also endless, making Tai Chu depressed for a while. When Kong Xian appeared, green light filled the sky. Peacock plume tore in all directions, and a large number of Monster Kings were killed. My lord, we're loyal to you. Kong Xian, don't kill me. My lord, save me. This subordinate is loyal to my lord. For a moment, the Monster Kings were shouting, but Tai Chi ignored them. He allowed Kong Xian to harvest the Monster King's immortal power one after another. The Monster Kings looked at Tai Chi in despair and immediately fled in all directions. Where do you think you're going? Kong Xian immediately chased after them. There was only one battlefield left not far from Tai Chi. It was the battle between Gu Hai and Tai Chu. Zhou Tianlu. Honk! With a super loud sound, the saber slashed down, but Tai Chu caught it in his hands, strenuously blocking the life-extinguishing saber. Life-extinguishing saber? Good saber. The three gourds can only disturb me. Your life-extinguishing saber is the biggest threat. When I take out a treasure, it explodes. When I take out a treasure, it explodes a treasure. Life-extinguishing saber? Heaven's retribution stone? Tai Chu looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Although Tai Chu caught the saber, Gu Hai still used the Zhou Tian Lu's saber aura to slash down. Good saber technique. Unfortunately, your immortal power is not as good as mine now. You can only hold the saber hilt with both hands. If you withdraw your power, I can destroy you instantly, Tai Chu said with a ferocious expression. The two of them stared at each other ferociously. Gu Hai suddenly said in a cold voice, "Who said I only have two hands?" As he spoke, Gu Hai's chest suddenly tore open. Two bones suddenly pierced out of Gu Hai's skin. The two bones emerged from Gu Hai's chest and slowly turned into two bony palms and two bony hands. The bony hands held a blood-red saber. When the saber appeared, a bloody light shot into the sky. What? Tai Chu's expression changed. Slash! The two bony hands held the life-extinguishing saber and brazenly stabbed into Tai Chu's chest. Chapter 711. A pair of bony hands suddenly emerged from Gu Hai's chest, grabbing the Life Slayer blade and stabbing it into Tai Chu's chest. Blood splattered everywhere as the Life Slayer blade absorbed it. The Life Slayer blade sucked up half of Tai Chu's blood in an instant. Tai Chu's eyes widened as he watched this scene in disbelief. Pull back and save himself? No. Absolute Beginning's hands were holding Gu Hai's life-slaying saber. If he withdrew his hands, the life-slaying saber would be able to cut him. If he didn't withdraw his hands, the life-slaying saber would tear him apart and drain his blood. When the Life Slayer blade entered his body, Tai Chu seemed to see endless blood. A murderous illusion suddenly enveloped Tai Chu. Holy light! Tai Chu shouted. The rolling holy light kept expelling the illusion, but the Life Slayer blade was about to tear him apart. Crack! He barely used his muscles to lock the Life Slayer blade, but he knew that he couldn't hold on for long. Did this mean that he was about to die? Dong Wang, save me. Tai, save me. Tai Chu screamed in horror. Tai Chu's eyes were filled with regret. Why do you have to kill all the Black Angels? If he had the Black Angels now, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Tai Chu and Gu Hai had both done their best. If someone had saved him, Gu Hai would have been finished. Unfortunately, there was no one. In the distance, near the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. Rumble! The chaos furnace of heaven and earth trembled. Oh no! Tai's expression changed. Long Zhonghua seemed to be about to break free. At this time, Tai Chu's roar came from afar. Tai looked over and saw Gu Hai's two blades. It seemed that he was about to put Tai Chu in a desperate situation. However, to Tai, how could Tai Chu's life compare to his? He only wanted Long Zhonghua to die. Tai, I know what you mean. Ha ha ha, spirit-fusing soup? You want to give me up for it? Tai, if you don't save me, I'll die with Gu Hai. Do you believe me? I'll self-destruct. Do you believe me? I'll die with Gu Hai. Do you believe me? You won't be able to get all of it. Tai Chu roared with a ferocious expression. How dare you? Tai roared, glaring. Did Tai Chu guess what he was thinking? I'm going to die. Worst comes to worst, we'll die together. Tai Chu roared. Wait, Tai said anxiously. In the sky, the eye of heaven was watching the battlefield, and when it heard Absolute Beginning's words, its eyes became gloomy. Don't worry. In this battle, as long as you're loyal to me, even if you die, I will resurrect all of you. Immortal of the Six Paths suddenly said. The promise of the Immortal of the Six Paths. It doesn't matter if you die. I can revive you. Do not fear death. Tai Chu's expression froze. Did you hear that? Tai roared. Tai, you won't die. Later, Taiwa, you, and the other angels and demon kings will all be revived. Don't do anything stupid. Resurrection? Tai Chu's expression changed. The Immortal of the Six Paths would definitely fulfill his promise. It was easy for him to find the three souls of the dead. All he needed to do was to rebuild his body. He could be resurrected after death. Really? Tai Chu looked up at the sky. What a pity. Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! In an instant, the Life Slayer's saber slashed from Tai Chu's chest to his shoulder, as if cutting him in half. No! Tai Chu screamed weakly. The Life Slayer's saber slashed down. Purple light illuminated the world. Boom! Grand Primordium's body suddenly exploded. His body was shattered into pieces, but there was no blood. No one can revive the people I killed, Gu Hai said coldly. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and Solar Divine Palace's Grand Primordium died. Surging celestial energy immediately surged towards Gu Hai. However, there was no joy in Gu Hai's eyes when he obtained Grand Primordium's celestial energy. Instead, he showed some sorrow. Qiner, father took revenge for you. With reddened eyes, Gu Hai looked elsewhere. Dragon Shinnying dragged Long Shunwan to the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace. The officials watched in horror as Dragon Shinnying forced Long Shunwan to his knees. He stepped on Long Shunwan's shoulder and forced him to face the chaotic universal furnace in the distance. Big brother, let me go. Let me go. I was wrong. I was wrong. Long Shunwan screamed in horror. Dragon Shinnying sneered and ignored him. He faced the chaotic universal furnace as if he was facing the Long Zhanghua in the furnace. He wanted him to be executed in front of his father. Oomph! Dragon Shinnying snorted. The saber slashed at Long Shunwan's head. Father, I was wrong. Long Shunwan screamed in despair. Boom! Long Shunwan's head flew, and blood splattered 100 feet high. Around them, Dragon Shinnying killed all the officials and soldiers who had betrayed the Long Zhanghua. On the other side, Kong Xian killed a large number of monster kings, and the immortal power around him surged. Rumble! Loud sounds came from the furnace. Tai couldn't hold it in any longer. Fu Shun, be subdued by me. Suppress Shun. Tai suddenly roared. Boom! In the distance, Kong Xian trembled. He emitted a dazzling blue light and turned into a towering peacock. Gu Hai hadn't been far from Tai when he killed Tai Chu, so he could still hear Tai's incantation. He suddenly remembered Tai Chu's words. Fushin soup? He seemed to have drunk a bowl too. Was Tai going to use the effect of the soup? Gu Hai didn't know what effect it had, but when he saw Kong Xian turn to a peacock and his eyes glowing red, Gu Hai guessed that Kong Xian had also drunk a bowl of Fushin soup. After drinking the soup, one's mind and what would be controlled? Ambush. Concealment? The curse hidden in one's body? Back then, Bing Ji had given it to him to drink. However, because of the Life Ender Saber's resistance, he didn't drink it. The second time, Bing Ji had taken the initiative to throw away the spirit-fusing soup. If he also drank the Fushin soup, would he? Buzz! Gu Hai immediately released his aura and condensed some red light in his eyes. In the distance, Tai looked at the two of them and sneered. Okay, come to me now. Quick! Whoosh! Gu Hai pretended to be muddle-headed and flew to Tai. On the other side, Kong Xian flapped his wings and approached at an even faster speed. Rumble! The chaotic universe furnace under their feet shook more and more violently. Tai's expression changed. Quick, come here. The moment Gu Hai and Kong Xian got close, Tai's eyes turned vicious. He spat out 2 fire blades from his mouth and aimed at Gu Hai and Kong Xian's foreheads. The fire blades were sharp and seemed to be made of the Grand Sun, primordial fire. They seemed to be able to split Kong Xian and Gu Hai in an instant. At that moment, Gu Hai felt a great threat looming over him. Gu Hai swayed his body and dodged. Gu Hai didn't attack Tai in the chaotic universe furnace because he knew that the deity of the 6 paths was watching. If he acted strangely, Gu Hai could kill him instantly. However, dodging Tai's grandson primordial fireblade was nothing. Tai's expression changed. He looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai dodged, but didn't stay out of the way. Instead, he reached out and hit Kong Xian. Boom! Kong Xian's body was sent flying by Gu Hai. Kong Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and regained consciousness. What? You weren't controlled by the spirit-fusing soup? Tai looked at Gu Hai in shock. I didn't drink it at all, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Bingheim lied to me? Bitch. Tai roared with a ferocious expression. On the other side, Kong Xian regained consciousness. Although he was injured by Gu Hai, he didn't care about Gu Hai's sneak attack. On the contrary, it was Gu Hai who saved him. And master, you fed me the spirit-fusing soup. You want to kill me? Kong Xian looked at Tai in disbelief. You only drank one bowl. Quick, Long Zhonghua is coming out. Give me your immortal power, and the heavens will resurrect you. Tai said anxiously. Kong Xian has been in Solar God Shrine since I can remember. My Peacock clan, my parents, my grandfather, and my grandfather have all pledged their loyalty to you. They fought for you and gave you everything they had. My Peacock clan has been loyal to you for generations. I even did everything I could to protect you, my master. All I got in return is that my master wants to kill me. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Kong Xian's eyes turned red again. This time, it wasn't because he was being controlled, but because he was sad and desperate. Give me your immortal power. You could be resurrected. Tai roared. Resurrected? It's too late. My immortal dome. I'm very sorry. I want to destroy your world. I need the power of the entire immortal dome. The power of the entire world. Long Zhonghua's voice came from the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Tai's expression changed when he heard Long Zhonghua's voice. The pupils of the 10,000 eyes in the sky suddenly shrank. The dragon warring state is out. Seal him. Seal him. Immortal of the Six Paths seemed to have guessed something, and he suddenly screamed. Tai activated the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth with all his might. Chaos contains Pangu, split the heavens and earth, and break the primordial chaos. A loud roar came from the furnace. Hong! A loud noise came from the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, and a huge shockwave sent Gu Hai and Kong Xian flying. Even though they had a lot of immortal power, they couldn't stop the shockwave. Poof! Tai, who had activated the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth with all his might, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai and Kong Xian, who were far away from the shockwave, saw a crack appear on the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. With that crack as the center, web-like cracks suddenly appeared. More and more cracks appeared, densely packed. It was as if the entire chaotic furnace of heaven and earth had shattered. Countless cries of grief came from within. Gu Hai knew that it was the cries of the people in the Warring State's immortal dome. No, no, no. Immortal Six Paths' terrified voice came from the sky. For the first time, Immortal Six Paths showed such despair. Huh! It exploded. The chaotic furnace of heaven and earth exploded into countless fragments that shot in all directions. The fragments even soared into the sky. Hong, hong, hong. Countless fragments soared into the sky and instantly shattered the eyes in the sky. In an instant, the 10,000 eyes in the sky were pierced by the fragments. Some exploded, and some are blinded. Almost all the eyes were blinded in an instant. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. Immortal Six Paths' screams echoed in the world. Chapter 712. Chaotic Furnace of Heaven and Earth. The combination of the Bell of Chaos, the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, and the Apocalypse, which represented the second, third, and 10th treasures in the world, was instantly blasted apart by Long Zhonghua. Even though Tai Yi was infused with the power of life and the hungry ghost Dao reincarnation, he was still blasted 1,000 feet away by this huge explosion. The recoil was so strong that Tai Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. In the sky, the Eye of Heaven was almost instantly shattered by the Bell of Chaos, the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, and the fragments of the Apocalypse. Those that were not shattered were instantly covered in blood. Oh, my eyes, my eyes. Immortal Six Paths screams reverberated throughout the heaven realm. Screams of agony reverberated throughout the heaven domain. Not only in the heaven domain, but throughout the divine continent, the cries of the immortals of the Six Paths could be heard as well. Under the Fusang tree, the Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, and the Buddha of Three Worlds all stared at the sky with wide eyes. Rumble! The dark clouds that covered the divine continent turned blood red, as though the sky had been dyed red by the blood of Immortal Six Paths amidst the rolling blood clouds. There seemed to be a smell of blood. Immortal Six Paths screams? Blood dyed the sky red? Jiang Lianshan's eyes lit up. De Qian? Blood dyed the sky. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes, as though he was shocked by the battle. Long Zhang's battle could actually injure Immortal Six Paths so badly? No one was willing to leave for a moment. Looking at the blood-dyed sky, everyone was extremely tense. In the heaven realm, it's His Holiness. His Holiness is out of the seal. Countless De Qian officials shouted excitedly, "Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness!" Cheers sounded. In the black hole formed by the rolling explosions, Long Zhang's figure slowly appeared. Behind Long Zhangwa, the three black pillars of reincarnation were erected once again. Long Zhangwa's long hair had turned pale and withered. There were countless wrinkles on Long Zhangwa's face, as if he was about to reach the end of his life. His body was badly mutilated. Some places were charred, and some places looked like they had been bitten by evil spirits. They were extremely deformed. Clearly, he had suffered a great deal of damage in the primal chaos universal furnace. His left hand grabbed the shattered war kingdom Immortal Dome. The bubble that had been there before had already been torn apart and shriveled up. Within the war kingdom Immortal Dome, a series of loud booms rang out, followed by countless cries of grief. The warring state's Immortal Dome seemed to be about to be destroyed. Behind him, the three paths of reincarnation wobbled as if it was about to break free from Long Zhang's control. He held the heaven-splitting axe in his right hand. However, the heaven-splitting axe was heavily damaged. However, no matter how damaged it was still the #1 magic treasure in the world. His Holiness? Countless De Qian officials looked at Long Zhangwa in shock. Although the 10,000 eyes of the heavens were all open now, almost all of them were crippled. Only one eye was still bleeding, and its pupils seemed to be slightly open. The eye of the heavens isn't completely blind. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Tai, are you dead? Hurry up and do it. He's at the end of his rope. I'll lend you all of the three paths of reincarnation's power. Immortal Six Paths roared anxiously. Why? Tai transformed into a three-legged golden crow and pounced on Long Zhangwa. The dragon warring state had just left the seal and seemed to have regained his senses before death. However, his face was fierce as he rushed toward Tai. The calamity of the common people lies in the Six Paths. The center of the common people is you, Tai. Die for me. Long Zhangwa roared and swung the heaven-splitting axe at Tai. The powerful aura forced Gu Hai and Kong Xin away. Tai's expression was ferocious as he grabbed at Long Zhangwa with his two giant claws. Home. The heaven-splitting axe struck the path of hungry ghosts, reincarnation, and embedded itself in it. Tai's two giant claws grabbed the heaven-splitting axe as well. With the two of them at the center, a huge storm tore apart the surrounding black holes, making them bigger and bigger. Immortal Six Paths stared at them from the sky. No one could get close. Boom! More cracks appeared on Long Zhangwa's withered palm. All that was left was a shriveled layer of skin. Rumble! Long Zhangwa's three paths of reincarnation broke free of his control and disappeared. Three paths of reincarnation returned to heaven and earth. Long Zhangwa, you're dead for sure. Ha ha ha. Human path reincarnation, Azura path reincarnation, animal path reincarnation. Follow my command and assist Tai. Six Paths' voice rang through the celestial world. Three paths of reincarnation appeared behind Tai. Tai emerged with the path of hungry ghosts reincarnation. The other 5 black reincarnation pillars behind him pressed against him. Surging power surged toward Tai and fought Long Zhangwa. Puffed. Long Zhangwa spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. His expression twisted. At this moment, Long Zhangwa had indeed reached his limit. Long Zhangwa, you've lost. Tai snarled. Tai felt that the scales of victory were tipping in his favor. His current strength had completely surpassed Long Zhangwa's. Long Zhonghua was dead for sure. Sky-splitting axe, old friend, it's the last moment. I want to kill him. Kill him for me. Long Zhonghua's expression turned vicious. Surging power surged into sky-splitting axe. Puffed, puffed. Long Zhonghua kept spitting out blood. When the power surged into sky-splitting axe, it shook violently, as if grieving for Long Zhonghua's fate. Cracks appeared on sky-splitting axe, as if it was about to shatter completely. Despite the cracks, the power grew stronger and stronger. It hacked the black path of hungry ghosts' reincarnation pillars deeper and deeper. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Long Zhonghua spat out blood as his body quickly shriveled. Was this the final radiance of the setting sun? Was this the end of the line? In the distance, Gu Hai, Dragon God Ing, Kong Xian, and Zhang Yulian all widened their eyes. Long Zhonghua was giving it his all, while Tai Yi was shocked. Sky-splitting axe was getting closer and closer to him. His two golden crow claws were desperately holding on, but the axe was still getting closer and closer to his forehead. No, no, no. Tai Yi roared in shock. Long Zhonghua's desperate counterattack had cut open the path of hungry ghosts' reincarnation pillars. No, even the 6 paths of reincarnation pillars combined couldn't stop Long Zhonghua. Even he and the life pillar couldn't stop him. Long Zhonghua was on his last legs. Was he going to die with him? Tai Yi, you're dead. I'll revive you. Don't be afraid of death. Fight for me. Immortal 6 Paths' voice was filled with fear. Long Zhonghua's was so strong. He was on his last legs, but he could still kill Tai Yi. With Immortal 6 Paths' promise, Tai Yi's expression twisted. Die. Even if I die, I'll drag Long Zhonghua down with me. Immortal 6 Paths will revive me. Boom. Tai Yi's third golden crow claw suddenly reached out of the black pillar and went straight for Long Zhonghua's forehead. Millions of wraiths of the path of hungry ghost, follow my command. Attack Long Zhonghua's will. Go. Tai Yi roared. Boom. Under Tai Yi's desperate attack, the claw cut open Long Zhonghua's forehead. Kaka. Woo. Roar. Black smoke rushed toward Long Zhonghua's forehead. Countless wraiths followed it and rushed into Long Zhonghua's forehead. Kill. Long Zhonghua roared. Explode. Tai Yi roared. When Tai Yi was split open by Long Zhonghua's axe, he knew that he was going to die. With a roar, he activated all the power in his body. The power of life, immortal power, and 6 paths of reincarnation. With a super loud sound, the huge black hole seemed to have torn the entire heaven realm apart. The huge explosion caused countless black lines to appear in the void. In the distance, the 33 cities of the heavenly court were all torn apart. Countless officials and civilians were killed. Dragon Godding reached out and waved his hand, saving some of them. Kong Xian and the surviving Fei kings quickly flew away. However, they were still hit by the aftershock of the explosion and spat out blood. Gu Hai flew to Zhang Yulian and shielded her. He carried Zhang Yulian and fled into the distance, blood spurting out of his mouth. Zhang Yulian hid in Gu Hai's arms. Seeing Gu Hai spit out blood, she was touched. The black pillar of the 6 paths of reincarnation disappeared. The heavenly realm was torn apart, even under the Fusang tree. There were also aftershocks of the explosion where the Tongtian sect master, Matriarch Ji, Zhonglian Shan, and the 3 worlds Buddha were. Cracks appeared in the heavenly realm. The powerful impact caused all the cities on the Fusang tree to collapse rapidly, causing the seawater in the 4 seas to surge. The Tongtian sect master and the others looked inside in shock. At this moment, no one entered. They could vaguely see that there was only one eye of heaven left in the sky of the heavenly realm. Even though there was only one left, it was filled with cracks and blood. Is he dead? Immortal 6 Paths' voice came from the heavenly realm. At the center of the black hole, Tai Yi exploded into pieces. Everything turned into nothingness. No, Long Zhonghua, he's not dead yet. Kong Xian shouted in shock. Such a powerful explosion. How much vitality did Long Zhonghua have? But at the center of the explosion, on Long Zhonghua's body, one could almost see his bones. The sky-splitting axe in his hand had shattered and exploded. His head was completely deformed. His left hand was holding the warring Immortal dome, which had been reduced to skin. His entire body was convulsing. Countless black gas emerged from the glabella of Long Zhongguo's head. Evil spirits roared between his eyebrows. Ah! Long Zhongguo roared in pain. He's not dead. He's not dead. Kong Xian, Gu Hai, Dragon God Ing, Zhang Yulian, and the other monster kings who were still alive were all shocked. Immortal Six Paths also stared at Long Zhongguo. Long Zhongguo's aura was extremely weak now. It was as if everything had been destroyed. However, none of the monster kings dared to approach. The will of endless evil spirits? Ha ha ha! Long Zhongguo has gone mad. He has gone mad. Now go and kill him. His strength is all gone. Kill him quickly. Immortal Six Paths roared again. As expected, Long Zhongguo laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha, who am I? Ha 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 ha, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to eat you. Ha ha. Long Zhongguo has gone mad. Gu Hai's face darkened in the distance. Long Zhongguo has gone mad. His strength is all gone. Quick, kill him. Go. Immortal Six Paths roared. However, in the immortal world, no one dared to approach. All the monster kings and Kong Xian avoided Long Zhongguo. Long Zhongguo was an unkillable monster. Who dared to approach? Immortal Six Paths was furious when he saw that no one dared to approach. Trash! Amidst his rage, rays of light suddenly appeared in the void. It was the celestial energy condensing once more. Within the immortal power, there seemed to be three souls gathering. They slowly took the shape of Tai. Wow! Apart from Tai, the monster kings and angels who had died earlier all gathered their three souls and were wrapped in immortal power. Thank the heavens for reviving me. Tai was overjoyed. Kill Long Zhongguo. He is now useless. Go and kill him. Immortal Six Paths roared. Yes, all the resurrected demon kings roared in unison. Gu Hai's expression changed, but he immediately pounced on Long Zhongguo. Gu Hai was the closest. Although Tai was surrounded by immortal power, he did not have a physical body. He was not as fast as Gu Hai. Gu Hai arrived in front of Long Zhongguo. Looking at the crazy Long Zhongguo, he smiled bitterly. Long Zhongguo is not going to make it. Sigh. As he spoke, Gu Hai suddenly raised the life-extinguishing saber. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Dragon God Ing shouted in the distance. Gu Hai, are you going to kill Long Zhongguo? Tai's spirit was shocked. All the monster kings were also shocked. Rather than die at their hands, he would rather die at my hands. Long Zhongguo, I hope you don't blame me. Gu Hai sighed softly. Zhang Yulian hung from Gu Hai's neck. Her eyes widened as she watched Gu Hai slash at Long Zhongguo. Long Zhongguo had indeed gone crazy. He did not resist at all. Perhaps he was already at the end of his rope and could not resist at all. When Gu Hai slashed at him, he suddenly looked at Gu Hai for some reason. When he looked at Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian, who was hanging from the side, looked terrified. Long Zhongguo was awake? No, there were billions of evil spirits in his mind. Long Zhongguo seemed to be in great pain. When Gu Hai slashed, Long Zhongguo seemed to be relieved. For some reason, Zhang Yulian saw a trace of gratitude in his eyes. In his gratitude, Long Zhongguo looked at Gu Hai with a smile of relief. He extended his left hand. He handed over the shattered Warring States Immortal Dome. Slash! Gu Hai roared. Boom! Long Zhong's body exploded with a loud boom. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. In the heaven realm, everyone's eyes widened as they watched this scene that was within their expectations, but they also didn't believe it. Long Zhong's body exploded into pieces. He was killed by Gu Hai with a single slash. Not only in the heavenly realm, but through the crack in the heavenly realm, the Tongtian sect master, Matriarch Ji, Jiang Lianshan, and the Buddha in the outside world all widened their eyes. There was dead silence. Long Zhongguo was dead? He died under Gu Hai's saber? Chapter 713. The Long Zhongguo was smashed into pieces by the life-extinguishing saber. There was complete silence in all directions. The Tai spirit, Kong Xian, Zhang Yulian, the Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, the Buddha of three worlds, and even the Immortal of six paths were all silent. It was not that Gu Hai was very capable, but that no one expected Gu Hai to be the culprit. Wasn't he the person Long Zhonghua trusted the most? How could he die in the hands of the person he trusted the most? Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. Everyone was stunned. Boom! At this moment, in a land of the divine continent that was covered by blood clouds, there was a loud clap of thunder in the Deqian celestial empire. The people of the Deqian celestial empire who had fainted suddenly woke up. When they woke up, their bodies were still weak, but their hearts were suddenly empty. It was as if something that was controlling their hearts was suddenly gone. The empty heart was scarier than the weak body. Although they did not see the death of the Long Zhonghua, they felt it all at this moment. The Deqian celestial empire had collapsed. His Holiness! Someone suddenly cried out. His Holiness! Woo 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 woo! Oh, His Holiness has boundless longevity. His Holiness will live for 10,000 years. His Holiness will live for 10,000 years. His Holiness woo! The cries came one after another. All the people in the 16 continents of the Deqian celestial empire started to cry. Many people knelt down with difficulty. Without the guidance of the sea of fate clouds, these cries could not reach the Long Zhonghua. However, even so, the cries of the countless people still seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth, reaching the heavenly realm. Wicked people! The Immortal of 6 Paths suddenly shouted. In the sky, only the last eye of the Immortal of 6 Paths was left. This eye had a lot of cracks, and blood was flowing out of it. As time passed, the crack in the heaven realm slowly recovered. From the outside, the Tontian sect master could no longer see what was going on inside. The Tontian sect master, Matriarch Ji, and the Three Worlds Buddha all had serious expressions on their faces. They didn't expect the battle to be so intense today. Only Jiang Lianshan revealed a bitter smile at this moment, as if he was feeling sorry for Long Zhonghua. In the heaven realm, the lacerations were completely healed. However, Gu Hai looked at the eye of heaven and said, reporting to the heavens, Gu Hai has shown his sincerity by killing Long Zhonghua. I ask for merit to atone for my sins. With Gu Hai's loud shout, everyone in the surroundings quivered and understood everything. Plotting against the rankings? Gu Hai was the second. No wonder he wanted to kill Long Zhonghua. In order to survive, he killed Taiwa and Long Zhonghua. This Gu Hai was really ruthless. Buzz! However, they saw that the stone tablet in the distance was still there. On the stone tablet, Gu Hai was ranked second. Suddenly, Gu Hai's name disappeared. Long Zhonghua was dead, but the hatred of the Immortal of the 6 Paths did not decrease. The stone tablet enlarged again, as if it would continue to pursue the matter. Reporting to the heavens, I am Dragon God Ing. I ask for merit to atone for my sins. Dragon God Ing suddenly shouted. Huh? Just you? You killed a group of people who betrayed the Deqian celestial empire, and you want to atone for your sins? Tai sneered in the distance. Reporting to the heavens, Long Zhonghua left a backup plan before this battle. If he failed, he could focus and be reborn. Therefore, he left a divine will that only I know. I am willing to offer Long Zhonghua's divine will to atone for my sins. Dragon God Ing shouted. What? Tai's expression changed. Tai remembered how terrifying Long Zhonghua was. He didn't want to see Long Zhonghua again in his life. He still had a backup plan? The eye of heaven's pupils contracted. He saw Dragon God Ing take out a jade box. The jade box opened. Buzz! A blue light suddenly came out of the jade box, and the unique energy of Long Zhonghua spread out. Long Zhonghua, the Immortal of the 6 Paths, shouted. Boom! Dragon God Ing reached out and exploded the box in his hand. Together with the blue light inside and Long Zhonghua's divine will, it exploded and turned into dust. I am Dragon God Ing. I ask for merit to atone for my sins. Dragon God Ing shouted again. Buzz! However, Dragon God Ying's name suddenly disappeared from steel, destroying Long Zhonghua's chance of resurrection. That was indeed a great contribution. Regardless of whether Long Zhonghua could return to his current height after his resurrection, the Immortal of the 6 Paths was still afraid. Thank the heavens! Dragon God Ing shouted. Reporting to the heavens, Solar Divine Palace has suffered countless losses this time. Countless monster kings and monster beasts have all died. Please go to the heavens and revive them all. The Tai spirit cried. Taiwa hadn't been resurrected. Tai Chu hadn't been resurrected. The 300 monster kings in the heavenly star array hadn't been resurrected, and his 10 golden crow princes hadn't been resurrected. The power of Solar Divine Palace couldn't be lost just like that. The Immortal of the Six Paths looked at the traitor list in the distance. Countless people had died on the list, and there were only 3,000 left. Listen to me. All living beings, listen to my orders. The names on the list of rebels will be hunted down by the whole world. Anyone who kills one of them will be granted a lifespan by me. From top to bottom, the lifespan will decrease by 3,000 years. The first person killed will be granted a lifespan of 3,000 years. The second person killed will be granted a lifespan of 2,999 years. Solar Divine Palace, Wansho Taoist Sect, and Spiritual Mountain's Holy Land will hunt them down with all their might. Kill, kill, kill. The Immortal of the Six Paths roared. The giant tablet suddenly enlarged 10,000 times and suddenly flew out of the heaven realm into the divine continent and landed on the sea outside the Fusong tree. A bounty from the heavens. The Tongtian sect master, the Buddha, Zhang Lianshan, and matriarch Ji all stared. At the same time, in the heaven realm, whoosh! Suddenly, a huge fog rolled up. In an instant, one soul after another appeared in the fog. I'm not dead. Wasn't I killed by Long Zhonghua? I'm resurrected. And the Golden Crow Princes, they're also resurrected. Greetings, Master. Under the envelopment of immortal power, the souls of Solar Divine Palace were all resurrected. When they were resurrected, they were extremely excited. Although they didn't have physical bodies, the 3 souls were enough. They could possess, reincarnate, and use energy to rebuild their bodies. Anything was possible. Countless demons were excited. The fog covered the surroundings. Everything in the heaven realm was moved to the outside world. The heavens send us out of the heaven realm. Is this where the heaven realm is going to move? That's right. The location of the heaven realm is completely exposed. The Immortal of the Six Paths must be extremely cautious. It's a pity that my bell of chaos is gone. Where's Taiwa? Where's Tai Chu? Where are their souls? Tai Yi's eyes widened as he looked around the fog in shock. However, the fog was rather thick, and he couldn't see the people around him clearly. In the fog, Gu Hai hugged Zhang Yulian and said, "Play the Taishang sound of longevity, and I'll take you out of here." Didn't the heavens remove your crimes? Zhang Yulian took out her zither and looked puzzled. Yes, I removed my crimes. However, the entire world wants to kill me now. Tai Yi wants to kill me, Dragon Godding wants to kill me, and Zhang Lianshan wants to kill me. Even the 3 Buddhas want to kill me. Perhaps the Tongtian sect master wants to kill me too. Once I leave the heaven realm, my immortal power will disappear. I'm no match for them. It's time to leave for a while. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Ding, 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 ding. The Taishang sound of longevity rang out again. Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing divine seal and activated the black chess piece on it. Immediately, the finger-sized black hole grew bigger and bigger. It grew bigger and bigger, and gradually, it formed a passage that people could enter. What is this? Zhang Yulian exclaimed. With Zhang Yulian in his arms, Gu Hai's figure darted into the black hole. Buzz! The black hole suddenly disappeared. Where's Gu Hai? Search! Find Gu Hai! Tai Yi suddenly roared furiously while glaring. Gu Hai and Taishang are together. I just heard the Taishang sound of longevity. Over there. Kill him for me. Rumble. In an instant, chaos broke out in the fog. Unfortunately, Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian had already disappeared into the black hole tunnel. The black hole also disappeared. In the black hole, Zhang Yulian kept playing the Taishang sound of longevity while Gu Hai activated the heaven-suppressing divine seal. The 2 of them moved quickly in the hole. Where is this? What does it lead to? Zhang Yulian asked worriedly. Don't worry. You know when we get there. The place you dream of going is also the real secret of the Taishang sound of longevity. Gu Hai said with a smile. Zhang Yulian was confused. Playing with her hands had become a habit. Although Zhang Yulian did not know what Gu Hai meant, she did not ask too much because she would see it soon. Gu Hai, there's something I don't understand. Why? Why did you kill Taiwa? And why did you kill Long Zhangwa in the end? Are you really so afraid of death that you want to clear your name? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai blankly. Kill Taiwa? Huh. I just didn't want her to suffer too much. Long Zhangwa? That's right, Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. What excuse is that? They died in your hands, and you still have a nerve to say that you don't want them to suffer too much? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai and felt uncomfortable. He was obviously trying to clear his name, but he made it sound so dignified. Did she misjudge Gu Hai? Was he a despicable person? At this thought, Zhang Yulian became even more irritated. Who said they are dead? Gu Hai suddenly laughed. You can't quibble. Oh wait, what did you say? Zhang Yulian stared in shock. Suddenly, the tunnel shook. Don't stop playing the zither, or we will all die in this tunnel. Gu Hai was shocked and shouted. Oh. Zhang Yulian quickly played the zither, and the tunnel stabilized again. What did you just say? They're not dead? Didn't you kill them? How could they not be dead? Zhang Yulian was surprised. If they were killed by others, their 3 souls would be crushed by the 6 Tao, or even destroyed on the spot. However, I am different. The 3 spiritual souls of the people I killed are with me. With the 3 spiritual souls, they will be with me. When we reach Earth, we will think of a way to reconstruct their physical bodies and revive them. Gu Hai said seriously. You stole the 3 souls of Taiwa and Long Zhangwa in front of the 6 Tao? Zhang Yulian suddenly opened her eyes wide. In my mind, the definition of death is the destruction of both body and soul. So, Taiwa and Long Zhangwa are not dead yet, Gu Hai said with a smile. Huh? Zhang Yulian was stunned. The next moment, Zhang Yulian paused again. You just said when we reach Earth. Earth? Where? Chapter 714. The stone tablet of the rebellion ranking board was enlarged 10,000 times and was inserted into the sea. The Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, matriarch Ji, and the 3 worlds Buddha all looked at the 3,000 names on the stone tablet. Looking at these names, Jiang Lianshan sighed slightly. Rumble! Suddenly, the fog rolled, and the remnants of the heavenly realm were all exposed. There seemed to be many things falling in the thick fog. A commotion came from the fog. Almost all the monster kings of the Solar Divine Palace had been revived. Oh, it's over? The heavenly realm has also escaped to another place? The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. The Tongtian sect master waved his sleeve, and a black-purple gale suddenly appeared. Boom! The gale blew past, and the fog in all directions was swept up into the sky in the rolling storm. The fog rushed into the sky, revealing everything inside. Tai Yi, the 10 golden crows, the monster kings, and all those who were killed by Long Zhangwa were all revived. The black wind swept up the countless fragments. Those fragments? The aura of the sky splitting axe? The aura of the chaos bell? The aura of the cauldron of the universe? The aura of the 10 directions destruction? Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Sky-splitting axe? The chaos bell? The cauldron of the universe? The 10 directions destruction? Coincidentally, I still lack some materials for the 7 immortal slaying swords. Come! The Tongtian sect master suddenly shouted. Rumble! The black wind instantly swept up the fragments and rushed towards the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master waved his hand. Boom! Above the sea, boundless sword Qi suddenly appeared. The sword Qi wreaked havoc in all directions as if it was setting up a super huge sword formation. 7 gigantic swords that reached the heavens and penetrated the earth stood vertically above the 4 seas, emitting a soul-stirring aura. Immortal slaying sword formation? Jiang Lianshan's face darkened. Under the immortal slaying sword formation, a powerful killing intent rushed towards everyone. Immortal slaying sword formation, the number 1 sword formation in the world? Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes and retreated slightly. Rumble! At the center of the celestial slaying sword formation, countless sword Qis condensed into a sword Qi furnace. The fragments of the heaven-splitting axe, the cauldron of heaven and earth, the bell of chaos, and the apocalypse were instantly blown into the sword chi furnace by the black wind. Buzz! In the sword furnace, all the magic treasure fragments were stirred up by the sword chi, and then turned into streams of light that rushed towards the 7 Tongtian giant swords. Boom! The immortal slaying sword formation exuded a monstrous aura. The 7 immortal slaying swords, which were formed from the fusion of the heaven-splitting axe, the chaos bell, the cauldron of Chinquin, and the Armageddon fragment, immediately caused the surrounding seawater to surge with monstrous waves. In the distance, Unity Supreme grimaced. Tongtian, what are you doing? That's my treasure. Tai flapped his wings, and in the sky, the true sun fire suddenly surged down from the sun and entered Tai's soul. Instantly, Tai turned into a sun-like fireball and glared at Tongtian. Now it's mine, Tongtian said coldly. How dare you snatch Solar God Sek's treasure? Unity Supreme glared. As Unity Supreme cried out, more and more flames rushed down from the sun, as if to mold the bodies of the monster kings. It's not just your Solar God Sek's treasure. I want all of you too, Tongtian said coldly. What? Unity Supreme was stunned. As he spoke, Tongtian suddenly opened his mouth. Roar! Tongtian roared and blew out a gust of purple gas. Once the purple gas appeared, it instantly surged towards all the monster kings in Solar God Sect. Ah, Dongwang, save me, save me. As a monster king screamed, they saw that the purple gas in Tongtian's mouth had a suction force. Once the strong suction force appeared, all the monster kings immediately flew towards Tongtian's mouth. This suction force was so strong that it suddenly covered all directions. All the monster kings were sucked in. Tongtian, in the distance, Kong Xian flapped his wings and flew out of the range of the suction force. He looked at the Tongtian sect master in shock. Tongtian, Kong Xian barely managed to escape the suction force of the purple gas because he had a corporeal body. How could the other spirits and demon monarchs escape? They were quickly swallowed. Even Unity Supreme's expression changed drastically at this moment. He was being sucked in by this suction force. Tongtian, you want to eat me? You dare to eat me? Unity Supreme roared ferociously. In the past, during the Wanshou Taoism, there were many Tongtian sect masters. Didn't you tear them apart? Have you eaten them? Today it's my turn to eat you. Tongtian sneered. That's not me. That's your inheritance. Not you. You're the first Tongtian sect master. I've never offended you. Why do you want to eat me? Refine my soul? How dare you? Unity Supreme shouted. So what if I want to refine your soul? There's no need for Apollo Palace to exist anymore. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. No, no. You want to refine me before you get rid of the rebellion? The Immortal of the 6 Paths won't let you go. Ah, he won't let you go? Unity Supreme shouted in horror. It's just a rebellion. Without Apollo Palace, there's still Wanshou Taoism and the spiritual mountain. Do you really think you're indispensable? Primordial fire of the sun. Ha ha, roar. The Tongtian sect master roared ferociously. Boom! Unity Supreme was suddenly swallowed into the Tongtian sect master's mouth and stomach. It wasn't just Unity Supreme. The Golden Crow Prince, the monster kings of more than 300 monster planets, the souls of angels and monsters, as long as they were resurrected by the Immortal of the 6 Paths, they all entered the Tongtian stomach. The fairy slaying sword formation absorbed the fragments of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 10th Dharma treasures in the world to refine itself and become stronger. The Tongtian sect master swallowed the entire Apollo Palace. Bingheim, who was not far away, gasped. Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji narrowed their eyes, but did not interfere. On the other side, Dragon God Ing swept up some Deqian officials and immediately flew into the distance. Dragon God Ying's name was not on the giant monument. Dragon God Ing left, but no one cared. Kong Xian and the 12 monster kings also wanted to fly out. But at this moment, the present Buddha made a move. The present Buddha waved his sleeve. A huge kasaya flew out. As soon as the monastic robe appeared, it covered the sky like a huge net. It instantly enveloped the 13 demon kings. The monastic robe immediately wrapped around Kong Xian and the 12 demon kings. "Present Buddha, why did you capture us?" Roar. Kong Xian glared in the Kasaya and roared. The present Buddha rolled and pulled him back. In the Kasaya, the 13 monster kings tore the Kasaya violently. The future Buddha suddenly said, "Monster kings, the Buddha saw that all of you are fated with the spiritual mountain. Why don't you follow us back to the spiritual mountain?" "I'm not going. Let me go," Kong Xian said in grief and indignation. The Apollo Palace was completely destroyed. All the monster kings in the Tai sect were eaten by the Tongtian sect master. Even the powerful monster kings who were alive couldn't escape. Were they all captured by the spiritual mountain? "Let you go? It's not up to you now. You are fated with the spiritual mountain, so don't resist. You will still have your status in the spiritual mountain. Great Myojin, the Buddha is merciful and can confer you the title of Mahamayuri. Why resist?" The future Buddha said with a smile. The present Buddha captured the monsters and handed them to the future Buddha. The future Buddha respectfully received them and held them in his hand. On the other side, the past Buddha walked to the Fusang tree. "Rise!" the past Buddha shouted. A strong force moved the Fusang tree. It was as if the Fusang tree was going to be uprooted. Rumble. The surrounding seawater shook violently, and the waves of tsunamis collided with the tsunamis caused by the celestial slaying sword formation. Boom, boom, boom. With loud sounds, the Fusang tree was slowly uprooted. The future Buddha waved his hand. Hum! The Fusang tree slowly shrank until it was 1 foot tall and landed in the past Buddha's palm. The past Buddha handed the shrunken Fusang tree to the future Buddha. The future Buddha received it respectfully. He held the 13 monsters in his left hand and the Fusang tree in his right hand as he stood beside the present Buddha. Boom! On the other side, the Tongtian sect master swallowed all the monster king's souls in one gulp, and black gas was emitted from his body. The heaven-splitting axe, chaos bell, cauldron of heaven and earth, and the fragments of apocalypse were completely melted by the sword furnace and integrated into the 7 celestial slaying swords. The present Buddha looked at the Tongtian sect master and narrowed his eyes. In the end, he smiled slightly. He nodded at the Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, and Matriarch Ji. The present Buddha flicked his sleeve and turned into a golden stream of light, shooting towards the west. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the 3 Buddhas left this sea area. The Tongtian sect master put away the 7 celestial slaying swords and looked at Matriarch Ji and Jiang Lianshan. "It seems like the 2 of you have come for nothing." Ha ha ha! The Tongtian sect master laughed loudly and flicked his sleeve, instantly shooting into the distance. The others from the Wanshou Taoism also quickly turned into streams of light and left. Only Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, and Bingheim were left. Matriarch Ji looked at Jiang Lianshan. "Dian, His Holiness? Why didn't you fight for it just now? Why didn't you fight for it?" Jiang Lianshan looked at Matriarch Ji with narrowed eyes. "You didn't fight for it, so I didn't fight for it." Matriarch Ji smiled slightly. Jiang Lianshan stared at Matriarch Ji for a while and revealed a cold smile. "You are more shrewd than Long Zhonghua, much more shrewd. Dian, His Holiness is too kind." Matriarch Ji was not angry. Instead, she smiled slightly. "Too kind? Ha ha ha! Everyone has their own way of doing things. I don't know if you are right or wrong, but I hope that you will not forget your original intention. My daughter, Jiang Yin, hates you to the core. She has already come out, so be careful," Jiang Lianshan said coldly. As he spoke, Jiang Lianshan flicked his sleeves and instantly shot towards the south, disappearing into the distance. When Matriarch Ji saw Jiang Lianshan leaving, her face turned gloomy. "Jiang Yin? Ha! Jiang Lianshan, you really have a lot of schemes. Which part of the world doesn't have you? This time, Long Zhonghua's heaven-defying actions might be your doing, right? I hope that I am not your chess piece." "All right, time to go," Matriarch Ji said in a low voice. As she spoke, she flicked her sleeves and brought the puzzled Bingheim with her, instantly shooting into the distance. What was left behind was a mess. After the turbulent sea calmed down, the surrounding islands were all destroyed. The Solar Divine Palace was completely reduced to history. Everything was gone, and only a huge Tontian monument was left behind. On it were the names of 3,000 rebels. Chapter 7:15. Thousand Islands Sea, Heavenly Essence Island. As the Immortal Six Paths used the power of life and the power of the outside world, the dark clouds above Heavenly Essence Island vanished. The Immortal Six Paths drained the power of life and fainted. At this moment, a large fog appeared in the center of Heavenly Essence Island. On the other side of the fog was the innate puzzle world that Gu Hai entered in the past. The innate puzzle world, which opened only once every 2 centuries, opened once more. A group of black-robed people stood at the entrance to the innate puzzle world. The one leading them was the Sky Chest Pavilion's first elder. The first elder stood with his hands behind his back as he looked at the distant sky. After a moment of silence, he said, "The Pavilion Master's divination was right. The clouds parted to reveal the blue sky." First elder, do you think that the Longjangwa can win? Another black-robed person asked, feeling puzzled. The first elder shook his head. The Longjangwa? If he cannot win, he used the power of life. It should be for Unity Supreme. The Longjangwa and Unity Supreme will end up severely injured at best. Even if the Longjangwa manages to kill Unity Supreme after being severely injured, it will not be enough. The Immortal Six Paths might go all out to wake up his slumbering body. The Immortal Six Paths can wake up on his own, an elder asked, feeling puzzled. The Pavilion Master divined that the Immortal Six Paths can wake up immediately after falling into slumber. However, the price is very high, so high that the Immortal Six Paths body will only have half of its power left. Half of its power? That is not something that the severely injured Longjangwa can compare to. However, the Immortal Six Paths is not willing to do that. If he loses half of his power, the Longjangwa will lose. The other powerful experts in the world might deal him a fatal blow, the first elder said. Oh, the first elder means that there will be Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, the Tontian Sect Master, and the 3 generations of Buddha waiting outside the heavenly realm? If the Longjangwa forces the Immortal Six Paths to injure half of his body, will they make a move? A group of heroes slaughtering the heavens? An elder exclaimed. The first elder narrowed his eyes. That is just our guess. Then, nothing. The dark clouds above Sky Essence Island disappeared. That means that the Immortal Six Paths needs to find a place to treat his injuries. Even if the Longjangwa did not injure half of his body's body, he should have injured Immortal Six Paths. Maybe the Six Paths' Immortal's eyes were injured. The great elder said in a low voice, "It's really the right time. It's exactly the same as what the Pavilion Master predicted back then." Another elder frowned. Indeed, the Pavilion Master's predictions all came true. The only time was when Gu Hai entered the innate puzzle world and disrupted the Pavilion Master's predictions. However, everything else was the same. The first elder nodded. There are already 2 souls in the body solidifying pool. An elder said softly, "They have obtained the Pavilion Master's legacy and have the Pavilion Master's brand. After they died, their 3 souls instantly came to the body solidifying pool, which can be considered as giving them another life." The Grand Elder said solemnly, 2 souls. Although we can't read their memories, we can deduce their identities from the thoughts they leaked. One is the Qing Emperor, and the other is Gu Qin. The elder said, "Qing Emperor?" "The Emperor Baron of the Dian Imperial Dynasty." "Oh, Gu Qin? What a familiar name." The great elder said doubtfully, "He's Gu Hai's adopted son." The elder explained, "Gu Hai? Ha, what a coincidence. Gu Qin, Qing Emperor? In another 1 or 2 years, they would be able to reform their bodies and be resurrected. At that time, their thoughts would only be loyal to the Pavilion Master. Only loyal to the Pavilion Master? Any feelings he had for others would be gone. Gu Hai, Gu Qin, I wonder what kind of scene it would be when father and his son kill each other. Ha 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 ha. The great elder laughed out loud. After the power of the common people was lent. A day later, the common people woke up one after another. In the sea where the solar divine palace was located, demons emerged from the bottom of the sea in an instant, including Chongming. Chongming came out of the sea and saw a large number of demons looking around in fear. What happened? Where's the solar divine palace? Why is the Fusang tree gone? A demon shouted in shock. I can't feel the solar divine palace's fate energy. I can't feel it. Is Dongwang dead? What happened? Why did I faint? The demon cultivators were confused. Like the Deqian people, they suddenly felt empty in their hearts. They looked at the huge stone tablet in the distance. Although the Immortal of the Six Paths had issued a reward a day ago, as long as the common people woke up, they suddenly seemed to hear that voice again. Common people, listen to my order. The names on the rebellion ranking list will be hunted down by the whole world. Whoever kills one will be rewarded with a lifespan of 3,000 years from top to bottom. The first person killed will be rewarded with 3,000 years of lifespan. The second person killed will be rewarded with 2,999 years of lifespan. The Solar Divine Palace, the Wansho, Taoism, and the Holy Lands of the Spirited Mountain will hunt them down. If they do not die within 20 years, they will receive the blessings of the three holy lands. Kill, kill, kill. The voice of the Immortal of the Six Paths rang in everyone's ears. All the demons trembled and looked at the stone tablet in the distance. In the crowd of demons, Chongming's eyes widened and his eyelids twitched. Longzhang was lost. After looking at the rebellion ranking list, but not seeing Gu Hai's name, Chongming secretly sighed. Your Majesty, Longzhang was lost. How are you now? A hint of worry flashed in Chongming's eyes. Han Dynasty, infinite celestial capital. Buzz. One by one, the common people slowly woke up. In a daze, they rubbed their sleepy eyes and seemed to have no strength in their bodies. What's wrong with me? Destiny? Where's the destiny of the infinite celestial capital? Suddenly, a scream broke the drowsy infinite celestial capital. Everyone looked up at the sky and suddenly trembled. The sea of destiny clouds above the infinite celestial capital disappeared. Destiny? Not a trace was left. Everything was gone. What happened? Where's the sea of destiny clouds of the Han Dynasty? The sea of destiny clouds is gone? There are only two possibilities. One is that it was seized, and the other is that the emperor passed away. The territory is still there. It hasn't been seized. Could it be? The destiny disappeared? The emperor passed away? Your Majesty? For a moment, the infinite celestial capital was in a panic. Countless subjects cried out in alarm. In the chaos, more and more people were woken up. The moment they woke up, they were frightened by the disappearance of the destiny clouds in the sky. It was utter chaos. Chen Tianshan looked up at the sea of destiny in the sky. Gone? Not even a trace. His Majesty passed away? No, impossible. How could His Majesty pass away? His Majesty said that he would come back. He told me to guard the country until His Majesty came back. How? Chen Tianshan widened his eyes, revealing a look of horror. In all directions, there were endless cries and sorrowful cries. The officials and the common people were all immersed in the grief of His Majesty's death. In the formation above, Dongfang Bubi, Dugu Qiubai, Shimen Shueishue, and Zhang Sanfo were all shocked. Your Majesty, why did you leave? Chen Tianshan suddenly panicked. He stretched out his hand and took out the imperial edict. On it were the words, ordained by the heavens, long live and prosperous. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees that Chen Tianshan is extremely loyal and will be conferred the title of King of Tianshan. When I am not in the Dahan, the King of Tianshan will supervise the country and govern the country. No official is allowed to interfere for any reason. Those who disobey will be punished for treason. By the emperor. This was the last imperial edict issued by Gu Hai. Looking at the imperial edict, Chen Tianshan knelt down with tears in his eyes. Your Majesty, I, Chen Tianshan, have been following Your Majesty since 9-5 Island. Although I am incompetent, Your Majesty has never despised me. I am so grateful for your Majesty's appreciation that I can't even break my bones to repay your Majesty's kindness. Why did your Majesty pass away so early for me? King of Tian Shan, when your Majesty conferred the title, I swore that I would protect the Han dynasty with my life. But, as Chun Tianshan cried, he suddenly gritted his teeth. How many times has it been? Why has the emperor died? Even if he died, this official would protect the Han dynasty for your Majesty and wait for you to return. Even if your Majesty reincarnates, this official would still wait. I would protect it a hand for you. No one can think of taking away your Majesty's things. Your Majesty, this official, Chun Tianshan, will definitely protect the Han dynasty for you. I will not regret it even if I die. Chun Tianshan wiped his tears. Suddenly, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Your Highness, it's not good. His Majesty passed away. The Emperor passed away. My lord, the Han dynasty is finished. Suddenly, a large number of officials rushed into Chun Tianshan's residence. All of them cried and complained, grief-stricken. Chun Tianshan's tears were already dry. He had already hidden his grief. He stood up and looked at the crying officials. Then, he glared and said, "How presumptuous! Who said that the emperor passed away?" The grief-stricken officials showed confused expressions. The emperor is blessed. How could something happen to him? It is just that his luck disappeared. Is there a corpse of the emperor? You all have not seen the emperor's corpse, yet you are already spouting nonsense. Are you trying to disrespect the emperor? Why are you crying? Chun Tianshan glared. But, an official said worriedly, "Everyone, return to your posts. At the same time, reassure the people. Just say that the emperor temporarily shifted his luck. When the emperor returns, the luck will return to the infinite celestial capital. There is nothing to be surprised about. This is not the first time. Didn't the Thousand Islands Sea already shift the luck? Why are you shouting?" Chun Tianshan shouted while glaring. Oh. Many officials nodded in confusion. But, where did the emperor shift to? An official asked worriedly. What's wrong? Does the emperor need to report to you when he shifts his luck? Chun Tianshan retorted coldly. This subordinate does not dare. That official immediately lowered his head. Inform a city guard to monitor the infinite celestial capital. If anyone dares to spread rumors or incite chaos, punish them for treason. If anyone dares to start rumors, capture them and parade them through the streets before being executed by 1,000 cuts. Chun Tianshan said with a cold expression. Yes, Your Highness. All the officials shouted in response. The infinite celestial capital was in chaos. Now that Chun Tianshan was the Tianshan king, he was everyone's backbone. If the backbone did not fall, no one would panic. Chapter 716. In the Great Hall of the former Day One Imperial Dynasty, although Chun Tianshan did his best to appease and suppress the news still quickly reached Mo Yike and Gao Xinji. When the two heard the zither figurine's description, their expressions changed. The luck disappeared? No, nothing will happen to His Majesty. Gao Xinji said anxiously. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes and said, We need to figure out what happened to His Majesty. Lord Mo, let's return to the limitless celestial capital immediately and take over the Day One Imperial Dynasty. Let's talk about it later. Gao Xinji said anxiously. Report. Suddenly, an official rushed into the hall. The two looked at that official. The limitless celestial capital's king of Tianshan has sent a letter. The official said respectfully. Read it. Mo Yike said seriously. To receive Day One Marshal Mo Yike and Deputy Marshal Gao Xinji. The Day One's heaven-defying battle is over. The result is already known to the world. Long Zhonghua is already defeated, and the Qian Imperial Dynasty collapsed. His Majesty has not returned yet. The Emperor had not returned yet. Although the boundless heavenly capital's Fate Qi had disappeared, this could not determine the Emperor's result. The two of you are the backbone of the Han Dynasty, and the Emperor trusts the two of you. He hopes that the two of you will guard the army for the Emperor during this time of chaos and pacify the army to stabilize their morale. If the morale of the army is stable, the Han dynasty will be stable. Furthermore, he hopes that the two marshals will remember their original intentions. When the emperor arranges tasks for you, the emperor's orders are the priority. Tianshan awaits the two of you at the limitless celestial capital. That official said. This was Chun Tianshan's tone. When Mo Yike and Gao Xinji heard this, they both frowned. The two guessed that something might have happened. However, Chun Tianshan already made it clear. What can you do even if you return? The ruler's decree is right in front of you. Are you going to betray his majesty without knowing the result? After a moment of silence, Gao Xinji looked at Mo Yike. There's still half of the Day One Imperial Dynasty's cities left. Gao Xinji will have to work harder from now on. Hurry up and conquer all of the Day One cities as soon as possible and return to the Imperial Dynasty. Mo Yike clenched his fists and said, Yes. Gao Xinji nodded. Liu Yacheng was still flying towards the limitless celestial capital. Montez also received the news, and his expression changed drastically. How could this be? How could this be? The emperor will be fine. Montez immediately became anxious. Montez had already tasted the taste of authority. With the Han dynasty around, he was a commander of the embroidered uniform guards, and his authority was monstrous. Montez was afraid of losing his current authority, and he was even more worried about Gu Hai's safety. His providence was gone? Did something happen to the emperor? Montez couldn't be sure, and his expression turned gloomy. Sir, the emperor won't. An embroidered uniform guard said worriedly. Shut up, the emperor is blessed. How could anything happen to him? Do what you're supposed to do. If I see anyone spouting nonsense, I'll cut off their tongues and feed them to the dogs. Montez glared and shouted. Yes. The embroidered uniform guard replied. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian shuttled through the tunnel for a long time, and their speed became faster and faster. 3 days and 3 nights later. Look, there's light in front. Zhang Yulian's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Yulian had been extremely worried for the past 3 days because the tunnel entrance disappeared as soon as they passed through it. They could only go forward and couldn't go back. When would there be an end to this? Finally, there was light in front. We're here. Gu Hai's eyes lit up, and there was a flash of anticipation in his eyes. Whoosh! The two rushed out of the tunnel, and the moment they rushed out, the tunnel entrance disappeared. Zhang Yulian's expression changed. Boom! The two seemed to have collided with a wall. In the outside world, under a scorching sun, a mountain suddenly shook. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian climbed out a human-shaped hole in the wall. This place was like a cellar, and it was pitch black. Pa! With a crisp sound, the surroundings suddenly became bright. This is... Zhang Yulian was surprised. She didn't see any spiritual power fluctuations. This is an electric light, Gu Hai explained. Zhang Yulian and Gu Hai stopped at the same time. Gu Hai looked at his surroundings. Where is this? Gu Hai was too familiar with this place. When he was 30 years old, Gu Hai had transmigrated from here to the Divine Continent. The black chess piece had brought him to the Divine Continent, and he had used the black chess piece to return. He had returned to his original place. We're back. We're back. Gu Hai's eyes were slightly red. Zhang Yulian looked around. There were many shelves around. On the shelves, there were many paintings, many Buddha statues, and many swords and seals. There was also a bookshelf, densely packed with chess manuals. The chess manuals were in a mess. There was a leather sofa at the side and a tea set on the coffee table. This is... Zhang Yulian asked blankly. This is my treasure trove. The treasure trove of the past. I collected the old items left behind by my ancestors from various countries. Gu Hai said with a nostalgic smile. He touched an imperial seal and some calligraphy and paintings. Gu Hai reached out. Instantly, the large number of items in the cellar were all stored in his storage bracelet. In the blink of an eye, the interior was empty. These things? There are no spiritual power fluctuations, right? Zhang Yulian asked blankly. Yes, there are no spiritual power fluctuations, but they have culture and history. They were left behind by our ancestors for their descendants, but they were snatched away by outsiders. I'm just trying to find a way to bring them back to our country. Unfortunately, I didn't make it in time last time. Gu Hai shook his head. Zhang Yulian felt that she did not understand Gu Hai's words. Also, it's not that my artifacts don't have spiritual power fluctuations. It's that this world has no spiritual energy. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, it was the same as in a dream. When he returned from the dream last time, there was no spiritual energy. It seemed that it was not a dream. Earth really had no spiritual energy. How can that be? Zhang Yulian's expression changed. Without spiritual energy, you have to use the vital qi and vital qi in your body sparingly. No, don't expose yourself if you can. Gu Hai said solemnly. What do you mean? Zhang Yulian was puzzled. Conceal your aura, because someone might not want to see spiritual energy on us. Gu Hai said solemnly. Zhang Yulian looked confused. The place that you dream of coming to might not be a good place. All right, we should go out. Come to my house and have a seat. Gu Hai invited. As he said that, Gu Hai reached out and opened the door of the cellar. When the door to the cellar opened, a gust of wind and sand rushed in. Whoosh! The wind and sand blew on Zhang Yulian's face with a scorching heat. Zhang Yulian frowned in discomfort. The two of them stepped out of the cellar. This is a cave? You made it into a secret room? But there's nothing around here. It's a barren, rocky, mountainous area? Zhang Yulian was puzzled. Is it because this place is hidden? Let's go. Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai jumped with Zhang Yulian and immediately jumped onto a road in the distance. The scorching sun was high in the sky, and there were no clouds in sight. It was scorching hot. Of course, this heat was nothing to the two of them. It was just that the surroundings were like a desert. Your secret room is really far. Zhang Yulian frowned. You don't know how precious this batch of treasures is. Gu Hai laughed self-deprecatingly. Rumble. Suddenly, on the road, dust flew, and an off-road car drove over. Oh, is that my car? Could it be that the two spaces are not symmetrical? I've been in the Divine Continent for nearly 50 years, and my car hasn't been scrapped yet? Gu Hai was puzzled. He saw that the car was speeding over. When it got close, it suddenly braked and stopped. What's this iron box? It can move on its own? There's no spiritual energy. Zhang Yulian was surprised. This is called a car, oh? It's Tom. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The door of the car opened, and a muscular man walked out. The man had blonde hair and green eyes. He carried a long katana on his back. He had a pistol at his waist, and he stared at Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian with wide eyes. Tom? What kind of weird name is that? Zhang Yulian was surprised. He's a mercenary. He used to be my personal bodyguard. I paid him 10 years of salary. Gu Hai laughed. Zhang Yulian did not understand many of the words Gu Hai said, but it did not stop her from sizing up the man in front of her. The lowest level of muscle. He walks unsteadily, and his eyes are dull. He doesn't seem to be very capable. This is your personal bodyguard? You hire this kind of person? Zhang Yulian was surprised. It's nothing to you, but he was the strongest mercenary I found at that time. His katana can even split neutron bullets. His nickname is Hell Swordsman, Gu Hai explained. Hell? Swordsman? Zhang Yulian was puzzled. Oh, boss, you're still alive? I just heard a loud sound here, so I came to take a look. Boss, why are you still alive? Tom suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Tom looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai was wearing very strange clothes. They looked like China's ancient costumes. Oh, there was a woman beside him. Could it be that they just... Oh, this woman is too smelly. I want her. When Tom saw Zhang Yulian's beautiful face and perfect figure, lust flashed in his eyes. The difference in aesthetic standards between the East and the West was because there was no such beauty as Zhang Yulian. Tom walked over step by step and looked at Zhang Yulian greedily. Then he looked at Gu Hai. Boss, you're still alive. It's been 5 years since you disappeared. We have been looking for you for a long time. Tom walked over with a smile. 5 years? Not 50 years. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Just as Gu Hai frowned, a cold light flashed in Tom's eyes. Shing! With the fastest speed in his life, Tom instantly pulled out his katana and slashed at Gu Hai's head. At that moment, Tom swung with all his strength. His face revealed a ferocious expression, because no one had ever received such a strike. All those who received this strike had gone to hell, including a mercenary king not long ago. The moment the katana slashed, Guhai did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. The speed of the katana was very fast, but in front of Guhai, it seemed to be in slow motion, approaching him bit by bit. Guhai stretched out his right thumb and index finger. He reached out and gently squeezed. Ding! Wong! The blade of the katana was pinched by Guhai's fingertips. The part that was pinched did not move, but the blade trembled violently and stopped in front of Guhai. Crack! The strength of the katana was too great. Tom's right arm was suddenly fractured by the katana. Hiss! Tom cried out in pain, but he relied on his strong endurance to not cry out. However, the katana that Guhai casually pinched with his index finger and thumb made Tom's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. The woman beside him said with disdain and confusion, "This is the hell swordsman you were talking about?" Chapter 717. The woman beside him said with disdain and confusion, "This is the hell swordsman you were talking about?" Tom exerted all his strength, but the katana in his hand didn't move at all. Yet, Guhai was able to pinch it with just 2 fingers? No! Tom shouted excitedly. This doesn't make sense. I am the hell swordsman. Although Guhai works out frequently, how can he compare to me? You caught my death god's edge with just 2 fingers? This doesn't make sense. Even though Tom looked like he had seen a ghost, Guhai's fingers were still holding the katana tightly. Tom, you said I disappeared for 5 years? I paid you 10 years of salary and bought you out for 10 years. Huh, this is how you welcome me? Guhai narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Tom suddenly shivered because he had seen Guhai's eyes many times 5 years ago. Is he going to kill me? Phew. He let go of the katana and reached for the pistol at his waist. You're a demon. Before Tom could aim his gun at Guhai, the katana's hilt appeared in Guhai's hand at some point in time. Guhai grabbed the katana's hilt and pointed it at Tom's throat. Have you played enough? Guhai said in a deep voice. The coldness at his throat made Tom's hair stand on end again. Is it Guhai in front of me? No, it's all an illusion. Tom shouted in disbelief. He moved the pistol again and pointed it at Guhai. Tis, Along with a scream, Tom's left arm, which was holding the gun, was suddenly sent flying. After the scream, Tom endured the pain with great willpower and looked at Guhai in horror. Okay, now it's time to talk. I was gone for 5 years. What happened? Why do you want to kill me when you see me? Guhai looked at Tom coldly. Sorry, boss. Tom shouted in fear. Speak human language. Guhai said coldly. So sorry, boss. A lot of things happened after you left. Mr. C betrayed you and teamed up with Hassan. Mr. C gave me double the reward, so... Tom begged for mercy. 4th Master? Hassan? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Little 4... His older brother sacrificed himself to protect me. That's why I made him my follower. Little thing, you're really a wolf that can't be tamed. As for Hassan, there's a pirate leader here. I beat him up once before and destroyed 2 of his pirate ships. He can't beat me on land, so he's not allowed to come near my spice manor. Did Little 4 collude with him? Guhai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Boss, please spare my life. I was wrong. I'm going to die. I'm still bleeding. Tom screamed in horror. Guhai was in a huge manor in the distance. There were some huge buildings in the manor. Above a building, a man in red was looking at Guhai with a pair of binoculars. 4th Master, look, isn't that Guhai? A subordinate next to him said in horror. 4th Master held the binoculars, his eyes uncertain. It's really him. Come back. So what if he's back? Now all of this is mine. Go. Invite the 2 sniper kings in the manor. Yes. Soon, 2 sniper kings crawled beside 4th Master. It's the one in black. Shoot him to death. 4th Master said coldly. 4th Master, don't worry. With a range of 1,200 meters, he'll definitely die. A sniper sneered. Oh, that girl is really good. 4th Master, that girl is mine. The sniper next to him suddenly said excitedly. Whoever kills Guhai will get that girl. 4th Master said coldly. Okay, the 2 of them said excitedly. Suddenly, one of the snipers pulled the trigger. Shio! Suddenly, a sniper bullet was shot at Gu Hai in the distance. Gu Hai was interrogating Tom when he suddenly turned his head and stretched out his left hand. His hand was extremely fast. That extremely fast speed made Tom's expression change. Although it wasn't a knife, Tom could see that Gu Hai's hand speed was terrifying. It was even faster than his own knife. It was almost like an afterimage. How could Gu Hai become so strong in these 5 years? Also, why was Gu Hai waving his left hand? Pooh! A muffled sound was heard. Tom saw clearly that there was a bullet between Gu Hai's left index finger and thumb. There was even red paint on the bullet. This is a sniper bullet? Gu Hai caught a sniper bullet? It can't be. Tom's eyes also opened wide. What? The first sniper in the distance also changed his expression. The sniper next to him also opened his eyes wide. No! What's wrong? Fourth Master stared blankly. The two snipers didn't know what to say for a moment. This is impossible. Did I see a ghost? I don't believe it. Let's shoot again. The sniper who shot first suddenly panicked. He grabbed the scope and stared at Gu Hai. However, he saw that Gu Hai in the distance was looking at him coldly. It's 1,200 meters. It's impossible to see me clearly, right? The sniper didn't believe it. Aimed at Gu Hai. When he was about to shoot, he saw that Gu Hai in the distance gently flicked his finger and the bullet in his hand was ejected. The sniper suddenly had a bad feeling. Shio! Boom! In an instant, the sniper's head was blown up by Gu Hai's sniper bullet. Oh no! Gu Hai is back with the sniper. Fourth Master's expression changed, and he immediately hid. One sniper died, but the other sniper next to him had a look of despair. This was because he had seen the entire process through the scope. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. Fourth Master, who had lowered his head, shouted, Quick, quick, shoot Gu Hai. Shoot him to death. That girl is yours. Quick, aren't you the Amazon Sniper King? No. The living Sniper King immediately refused, his eyes flashing with fear. What? Didn't you fight 10 snipers in the Middle East? Gu Hai has a sniper, but he's not your match. Quickly get rid of him, and I'll double your salary. No, 10 times. Fourth Master glared and shouted. No, 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 he's the devil. I want to go home. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. The sniper threw down his gun in fear and fled into the distance. Humph! Pa! Fourth Master killed the sniper with one shot. Humph! Isn't it just Gu Hai? Everyone, load your guns. Kill Gu Hai for me later. Fourth Master glared and roared. Yes. Around the manor, there were a large number of people who looked like mercenaries. At this moment, they quickly set up an ambush. In the distance, Gu Hai ejected the sniper bullet and turned to look at Tom. He's so scared that he's bleeding from all 7 orifices? Zhang Yulian asked blankly. Poison. There's poison on my knife, boss. Save me. Save me. I need the serum. Inject the serum into me. I'm going to die. Quick. This is the King Cobra's poison. Save me. Save me. Tom suddenly remembered something and screamed in horror. Let's go. I'll take you to try the car. Gu Hai laughed. No, boss. Don't leave me behind. Save me. Tom screamed in fear. Gu Hai ignored him. If it wasn't for his extraordinary ability, the person who would be dead now would be him. With a trace of curiosity, Zhang Yulian followed Gu Hai into the car. The road here was very rugged, and there were many twists and turns. The two slowly drove the car toward the manor in the distance. So slow. Zhang Yulian frowned. It's very slow, but I haven't driven in a long time. I really miss it. All right, the manor is in front. We're within their firing range. Let's get out of the car and go. Gu Hai smiled and got out of the car. Everything here was very novel. Zhang Yulian listened to Gu Hai. The two walked towards the manor in the distance. At this moment, the manor was surrounded by a sea of beautiful flowers. What flowers are these? There's so many, so beautiful. Zhang Yulian exclaimed. This is called poppy flower. It's not a good thing. When I planted spices here, I gave a death order. Whoever dares to participate in the drug trade behind my back will all die. Gu Hai said coldly. Huh? Drugs? This is poison? Where is this? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai. The poorest and most chaotic country on earth, Somalia, Gu Hai explained. At this moment, in the distant building, Mr. C's eyes widened. They're in range. Quick, launch the rocket launcher. Beside Mr. C, a mercenary carried a rocket launcher and aimed at Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian. Boom! A rocket launcher was instantly fired at Gu Hai. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Gu Hai. Ah, die! Mr. C laughed. Mr. C is too nervous. These two people, do they want us to be fully armed? They're dead. The rocket launcher will definitely kill them. Even if they have 4 legs, they won't be able to escape. The group of mercenaries was in a happy mood. Huh? Everyone's laughter stopped abruptly. They saw Gu Hai in the distance, grabbing the shaft of the rocket launcher. The rocket launcher's front collision detonator didn't touch anything, and the rocket launcher didn't explode. At this moment, it was in Gu Hai's hand. This rocket launcher, is it fake? Mr. C questioned. In the distance, Gu Hai turned the rocket launcher and threw it at the building. Whoosh! The rocket launcher was instantly fired at the group of mercenaries. No! Instantly, screams filled the air. A large group of mercenaries was killed by the explosion. Mr. C's eyes were about to pop out. Release more, release more, release more. Fourth master roared. Zhang Yulian was slightly stunned. These things can explode? That's right. They're called firearms. Gu Hai nodded. I don't like being passive. I'll help them. Zhang Yulian shouted. As she spoke, she stepped on a rock and crushed it. Then, she lightly kicked it. Swish, 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 swish. A large amount of gravel instantly shot out like bullets towards the arrowheads and bombs in the mercenaries' hands in the distance. It was extremely accurate and instantly ignited countless firearms. Nanny? Mr. C's eyes widened. Boom, 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 boom. All the rocket launchers, bombs, and gasoline barrels exploded. The sound of the explosion soared into the sky, and flames shot out in all directions. The huge buildings of the manor instantly exploded in a thick fire. Chapter 718. Zhang Yulian kicked out, and the entire manor was blown up. All the mercenaries died in the fire. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. After the explosion, Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian stepped into the manor. 90% of the buildings were destroyed. After all, there was too much gunpowder stored here. Mr. C was also burned by a barrel of gasoline and turned into a charred corpse. All of them were wiped out. Gu Hai was speechless. What's in the ruins? Are you looking for it? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. I found it. A phone. Gu Hai found a phone and smiled. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai blankly. Soon, a voice came from the phone. Who is this? 1,000-mile telepathy? You can do that without Reiki? What kind of treasure is this? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Gu Hai didn't care. He took a deep breath and said, Director Zhang, it's me, Gu Hai. Oh, Gu Hai, you're still alive? A surprised voice came from the other side of the phone. I'm in my Somalia spice manor. The things I gathered last time are all with me. Kangshi's imperial seal, Wu Daozi's painting, Suit Dompa's manuscripts. I won't go into details. I need to bring them back to China immediately. The sooner the better. It's best if there's a flight today. Gu Hai said. Ah, they're all with you? Okay. But the flight to Beijing today might be a little. Director Zhang was in a dilemma. Get 2 fighter jets from the military. That's fine. I need to go back to China today. Time is of the essence. Gu Hai said solemnly. Fighter jets? Brother, do you really think I'm the National Security Bureau? Director Zhang suddenly felt bitter. I don't want these treasures back to China. I'll give them to the Forbidden City Museum, Gu Hai said lightly. Huh? You don't want them? But I don't have the ability to get fighter jets. How about this? I'll inform the Somalia embassy and try to get helicopters for you. I'll also delay the flight to Beijing. That's all I can do. Director Zhang said. Okay, as soon as possible. Gu Hai nodded. While Gu Hai was speaking, he heard Superintendent Zhang's subordinate report from the other side. Chief, we've locked onto the position, but this spice manor seems to have just experienced a big explosion. The subordinate beside him said strangely. Director Zhang was silent. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, All right, stop looking. I'm in this pile of ruins. Ah, not good. It seems that an armed force is heading in the direction of the manor. Chief Zhang, they will arrive at the manor in at most half an hour. The subordinate said anxiously. Director Zhang opened his mouth and was about to say something when Gu Hai said from the other side, "It's Harson's men. Don't worry. Hurry up and inform the helicopter to come over." Director Zhang was slightly taken aback and then smiled bitterly. "Okay, be careful." After hanging up the phone, Director Zhang quickly made arrangements. Gu Hai also hung up and looked around at the poppy flowers. "Is such a beautiful flower really poisonous?" Zhang Yulian said, in surprise. "Burn this thing that harms people." Gu Hai shook his head. In a hall full of precision instruments, there was a large number of display screens inside. A man in military uniform was looking at a display screen. There were men and women in military uniforms wandering around the hall, constantly busy. "Chief, we've already notified. In 2 hours, the helicopter will arrive at the manor in the image." A man in military uniform said respectfully. The chief was Director Zhang, in Gu Hai's words. "Scholar Gu Hai, 5 years ago, who was responsible for searching for Gu Hai? Didn't they say he was dead?" Director Zhang said in a deep voice. I don't know. Gu Hai has been missing for 5 years. There's been no news." A subordinate said bitterly. "Chief, Harson's army must have seen the explosion in the manor, so they rushed over. There's also an armored car. Although the image is not clear, it's very sure that there are only 2 of them. Can they do it?" A subordinate frowned. "Shaoli, what was your position when you were 30 years old?" Director Zhang said lightly. "I just entered this intelligence agency. How many elites were there to pick you out? You only entered our agency when you were 30 years old. Do you know what Gu Hai was like when he was 30 years old? When he was 30 years old, his business had already spread to 30 countries, all from scratch. He loved to play chess and collected chess manuals from all over the world. His business plan was to play chess. He would travel to the Middle East, Europe, the United States, and Africa several times a year. Every time he went out, he could magically double the scale of his business. Harson? Gu Hai had fought with him a few times. It was not that he couldn't kill Harson, but he wanted to use Harson to block the harassment of other small forces. Harson saw him as an enemy, but he only used Harson as a watchdog to guard his spice manor. "Do you think we still have to worry?" Director Zhang said lightly. Yes, I think too much." Director Zhang nodded, but he still stared at the image. Even though Director Zhang believed in Gu Hai's ability, but there were only 2 people in the image. "Chief, only the 2 of them are alive. There is no one else." The man in charge of the satellite video said respectfully. "Zoom in. The image can only be zoomed in to this extent. The satellite image there is not enough." "Is there a record of the previous explosion?" Director Zhang asked. "No, that place is not a recording area. There is no record." Director Zhang's expression was weird. Half an hour passed in a flash. "Chief, look, Harson's equipment is here." Looking at the surrounding fire, he seems to be angry. "Go hide and hide?" The previous subordinate was shocked. "Also, the surrounding poppy sea is burning. Isn't the fire too intense?" "It's not normal. Why is it burning so fast?" Another subordinate was curious. "What are they doing?" In the hall, everyone stopped what they were doing and opened their eyes wide, looking at the satellite image in disbelief. "That woman, she lifted the armored car?" "Armored car? You lifted it?" A soldier's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She was thrown away." In the hall, almost everyone rubbed their eyes. That was not a few meters, but at least 1,000 meters. "Is this a monster?" Harson's men are all dead? Why did they all suddenly die?" Someone was surprised. Zoom in. I want to see Gu Hai clearly." Director Zhang said anxiously. "Chief, this is the biggest. I really can't see clearly. Everyone is dead. It seems like Gu Hai is saying something to that woman." A subordinate said bitterly. The image slowly returned to normal, but everyone in the hall didn't know what to say for a long time. The scene just now was simply inhuman. "Replay the image just now," Director Zhang said in a deep voice. "Yes, Shaoli, you are an expert in behavioral psychology. Analyze what was the attitude of Gu Hai and that woman just now." Director Zhang scratched his head and frowned. "Yes." Shaoli nodded. After a while, Shaoli said, "The image is too blurry. I can't see the expression of Gu Hai in that woman, but from the position they were standing, they should be very relaxed and disdainful of Harson's army. Harson seemed to have said something in the armored car, which angered the woman. The woman was angry and lifted the armored car and threw it out. Gu Hai stretched out his hand as if he wanted to stop the woman, but it was all too late. Ah, look! Gu Hai picked up a stone and sprinkled it in his hand. All the militants are dead. That stone should be crushed. And then, after Xiao Li finished his analysis, everyone was silent. This matter is sealed. Everything you saw just now, no one is allowed to speak of it. It is a national secret. I will report it to the higher-ups immediately. Director Zhang said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone replied in shock. Continue recording. Director Zhang said in a deep voice. Yes. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Very soon, 2 planes came to pick up Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian. Gu Hai handed the antiques to the person in charge of the plane and then boarded the other plane with Zhang Yulian. The plane took off. Zhang Yulian was curious, but Gu Hai lowered his head and looked at the manor again. The destruction of Harson's army, the destruction of Little Four's army, and Tom's death should be investigated soon. However, Gu Hai didn't care. He wouldn't stay on Earth for long this time. After helping Long Zhanghua and Taiwa revive, he would find Laozi for a chat. Gu Hai was ready to go back. On the helicopter, a soldier and the co-pilot had received orders to observe and inquire about Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian. However, he did not dare to say anything from the start to the end. This was because the doors of the helicopter were not closed. The strong winds from the propellers outside were very strong. However, Zhang Yulian and Gu Hai's hair seemed to be very heavy. They did not move at all under the strong wind. The plane was flying fast enough. Zhang Yulian frowned and said, "This plane? It's too noisy and slow. It can only seat a few people. It's not a good thing. It's not even as good as a crane car. Just put up with it. If you're bored, listen to some music." The one in front, do you have music? Gu Hai asked. Music? Zither? Zhang Yulian's expression changed. The co-pilot in front suddenly shouted, Yes, yes, I have music here." As he spoke, he quickly handed over his phone and a pair of earphones to Zhang Yulian. "Do you have classical music?" Gu Hai asked. "Huh, classical music? I didn't download it. I only have some rock music stored in my phone." The co-pilot said blankly. "Rock music?" Zhang Yulian was slightly surprised. "Rock music? Maybe she can't stand the stimulation. Do you have something else?" Gu Hai asked. "Who said I can't stand it? There's nothing in Zither that I can't stand. Give it to me," Zhang Yulian shouted. The co-pilot immediately switched to rock music. Zhang Yulian learned to put on the earphones and listened. As she listened, Zhang Yulian's face stiffened. "How is it?" The co-pilot smiled. It seemed that secretly downloading music was very useful. Previously, when the bureau chief called him, he almost peed in his pants. If not for the fact that the number was correct, he would have thrown the phone away and scolded him for being a liar. The bureau chief gave him a task to receive the 2 of them, but he didn't do anything. Finally, there was music as an entry point. "What are you singing?" Zhang Yulian frowned. "Kacha." Zhang Yulian crushed the phone. "My triple-proof phone." The co-pilot was in despair. Before the co-pilot could recover from the sadness of his phone being crushed, Gu Hai handed a shiny yellow object to the co-pilot. "Your phone is broken. This is for you." "Io." The shiny yellow object was too heavy. The co-pilot almost couldn't hold it. It flashed, and his hand almost cramped. He looked down. "Is this a gold brick? So heavy, so big. Is it fake? Yellow gold?" The co-pilot glanced at it, and his eyes almost popped out. The co-pilot hugged the gold and took a bite. Is it real?" The co-pilot was in a daze of happiness. I have a phone too. Why don't you help me crush it too?" The co-pilot said with a hint of envy. Chapter 719. Somalia, Gu Hai Spice Manor. Not long after Gu Hai left, a large number of helicopters landed on the ruined manor. All the corpses were gathered on a square. A group of forensic doctors carefully examined the corpses. When they were examining the corpses, they were all shocked. "Sir, these people's eyebrows are all broken stones. They were killed in one hit." A forensic doctor reported to a man in a military uniform. "Sir, that's right. The armored vehicle flew over. There were no tracks on the way. The armored vehicle is a BVS-10 armored all-terrain vehicle. It weighs 14.5 tons and can carry 4 people. A soldier beside him said respectfully, 15 tons? Threw it 1,000 meters away? The officer's eyelids twitched. All the forensic doctors and soldiers around them were at a loss. It was hard for them to accept this result. Record everything and report to the higher-ups immediately. The officer shouted. Yes. Everyone answered. Sir, your phone. A soldier beside him handed over a satellite phone respectfully. Hello. Commander. Yes, we are investigating the matter. Yes, there is no report yet. Yes, someone is here to take over. We should cooperate fully. But Commander, the chief asked me to. Yes. The officer answered the phone. After a while, the officer said bitterly, Yes. Commander, but they are not here yet. Who's there? Suddenly, the soldiers all around shouted loudly. They saw 3 men in black windbreakers standing in the middle of the corpses. The 3 of them were wearing sunglasses and seemed to be inspecting the corpses. Suddenly, a large number of guns were pointed at the 3 men in black windbreakers. The 3 men were not afraid at all and continued to inspect the corpses. Who are you? The officer stared at them. You said it on the phone. I'm here to take over your mission. Please gather here. The leader, a man in a trench coat, said solemnly. At this moment, the officer also confirmed what the man in black said on the phone. Yes, Commander, I will cooperate fully. The officer hung up the phone blankly. How should I address you 3? The officer frowned. My name is Leo, but you won't remember it. The leading man in a windbreaker said lightly. The officer frowned slightly. This man in a windbreaker was very rude. Where did you get your information from? Leo looked at the officer and asked. It's an order from the higher-ups. I don't know the details. The officer shook his head. All right, then please stand here for a moment. Leo pointed at an empty space. Everyone walked over to him. The commander asked me to cooperate with you. What do you want us to do? The officer asked curiously. Look at the pen in my hand. Look carefully. Leo laughed. All the soldiers looked at him. Bang! The pen in Leo's hand suddenly flashed like a flashlight. When it flashed, the pupils of all the soldiers suddenly shrank. Then, as if they were hit by a spell, they stood there stiffly. Clean it up, Leo said calmly. Yes. The 2 men in black behind him waved their hands. Buzz. In the sky above the villa, the light suddenly dimmed, revealing a huge flying saucer. Looking down from above the flying saucer, it was covered in white fog. Even if there were satellites, they couldn't see anything clearly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Immediately, the armored vehicles, corpses, and evidence on the ground were sucked into a large hole in the center of the UFO. In the blink of an eye, all the evidence below was gone. Leo walked to the front of the soldiers and said softly, Forget today's mission. You didn't see anything today. Today, the military asked you to do an emergency training. After the training, go back and report immediately. We are doing an emergency training, the previous officer said in a muddle-headed manner. Leo smiled faintly. Together with his 2 subordinates, they were sucked into the flying saucer. In the flying saucer, there was a group of people in black trench coats. One by one, they were constantly clicking on the precision instruments. My lord, among these clues, there is a phone that made a call 3 hours ago. According to our investigation, the call should have been made to this person 3 hours ago. A man in black tapped on the keyboard and pointed to the big screen. On the big screen, Director Zhang's face slowly appeared. Oh, Director Zhang? Leo narrowed his eyes slightly. On the side, there was Director Zhang's resume. In the sky above, there's only an old China satellite that can't record the image. It seems that Director Zhang has all the records. Go and find him, Leo said in a deep voice. Yes, this group of rats finally showed up again? Huh, Leo sneered. Shio. The flying saucer instantly shot into the distance and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. After Director Zhang sent the news, he had been staring at the satellite image. Guhai's manor had been locked on by the satellite. The military sent someone to check. But soon, a white cloud covered everything. Can't see it, a subordinate said. This cloud is too strange. Everyone nodded one after another. Director Zhang's face changed. You all stay here and watch. I will go out for a while. Half an hour later, in a hall, Director Zhang looked at an old man in front of him. Little Zhang, is what you said true? The old man frowned. Yes, I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Chief, who are they? Will they really target me? Director Zhang said blankly. When the immortals fight, we mortals suffer. That Gu Hai may have obtained an immortal fate. The old man sighed slightly. Ah, immortal fate? I don't understand. Director Zhang said blankly. Do you think that the ancient myths are all fake? The old man said in a deep voice. Myths? That's right. Those mythical characters are still alive. All right, don't worry too much. When the time comes, it's only a part of your memory that's sealed. Swallow this spirit protection pill. After 3 days of amnesia, you'll recover your memory. Remember, keep it a secret. The old man said in a deep voice. Director Zhang swallowed the pill handed by the old man. Chief, they are so powerful. Director Zhang was shocked. In your memory, they are as powerful as the immortals. To put it bluntly, at this time, the whole world is under their surveillance. The old man smiled bitterly. It can't be. Director Zhang seemed to be listening to a book. Just pretend that you don't know about this. Deal with it as you should. After this, if you are safe, I will let you enter an organization. As for Gu Hai, he obtained an immortal fate and is very familiar with you. In the future, you will be in charge of Gu Hai's line. The old man said in a deep voice. Yes. Director Zhang responded. Go back quickly. I will erase all the records of you coming out. Go back immediately. They may be here. The old man said in a deep voice. Yes. An hour later, in the hall where Director Zhang was, everyone was still there. At this moment, there was a group of uninvited guests in the hall. A group of people in black windbreakers. They pointed their guns at Director Zhang and the others. The group of people in black quickly operated the machine in the hall. Soon, the image of Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian was exposed. Sir, the image is not clear. Only 2 people can be seen. It shouldn't be wrong. It has been deleted. At the same time, all the emails have been recovered. A person in black said respectfully. Leo looked at Director Zhang. Director Zhang, it seems that what you said is true. Who are you? Impersonating the chief's orders and lying to me? Director Zhang stared. Look at my pen. Leo laughed. Punk. The pen shone brightly like a flashlight. Everyone was stunned. Okay, let's go, Leo said in a deep voice. A group of people in black followed Leo out. Director Zhang and all his subordinates were still in a daze. Sir, all the electronic devices along the way are controlled. There won't be any images of us. A subordinate said respectfully. Leo narrowed his eyes and said, Investigate this Gu Hai immediately. Find out who he is. Yes. Also, immediately return to Somalia and intercept Gu Hai. Leo said coldly. Yes. Shio. Everyone stepped on the UFO and instantly shot into the distance. An hour later, Somalia's capital, Mogadishu International Airport. In a hall of the airport, Leo looked at the image on the big screen. Gu Hai and that woman have already boarded the plane? Leo narrowed his eyes at the image. Yes, the plane took off an hour ago. A subordinate said respectfully. Transfer all the satellites in the sky and quickly lock onto this plane. Let's go, Leo said in a deep voice. Yes. An hour later, over the Indian Ocean, a plane was flying in the clouds. However, at this moment, there was a UFO floating above the plane. At the same time, a blue light shone down and enveloped the plane. A group of people in black flew down and strangely opened the cabin door of the plane. They entered. In the plane, there was a sudden scream. However, perhaps because of the blue light from the UFO, the things in the plane did not fly out due to the difference in air pressure. Leo led a group of people in black to check. Nothing? Didn't Gu Hai board the plane? Leo stared. I don't know. The stewardess and the captain both opened their eyes wide. So we have checked the black box and some recorded videos. Gu Hai did not board the plane. A man in black quickly stepped forward. Oh no, Gu Hai is still at Mogadishu airport. Let's go back. Leo's face changed. A group of people in black swarmed out. Look at the pen in my hand, Leo shouted. Pum. Everyone forgot everything that happened just now. All the data records were all changed by the people in black. Shio. The UFO turned around and flew towards Mogadishu. The plane continued to fly. When Fei Dai was far away, two figures appeared at the bottom tail of the plane. What was that just now? Zhang Yulian was surprised. The investigation is really fast. They have already found my whereabouts? Oomph. Gu Hai looked at the UFO in the distance and snorted. Do you want to chase after it and see? Zhang Yulian frowned. No need. I will return to China immediately. I have to meet someone. Earth? After all, there is no need to stay too long. The time here is different from the time in the Divine Continent. I have to return to the Divine Continent as soon as possible. Gu Hai shook his head. Chapter 720. The plane landed at Beijing Airport. Gu Hai didn't contact his old friends and quietly left the airport with Zhang Yulian. He didn't use his old account. Gu Hai had a house in Beijing. Gu Hai drove a car and quietly left Beijing with Zhang Yulian. Gu Hai disappeared into the crowd. Leo, on the other hand, was extremely gloomy. Lost? Gu Hai was lost just like that? Inform all departments to strictly guard Gu Hai's information. Planes, trains, hotels, as long as there is a record, reported immediately. Leo said gloomily. Yes. A group of men in black responded. 3 days later, Director Zhang suddenly trembled. When he woke up, his mind suddenly recalled the previous scene. In a hall. Leader, I remember now. Is it true? They all lost their memories? Director Zhang said worriedly. It's okay. They just had a part of their memories sealed. The old man nodded. Then Gu Hai. Director Zhang said worriedly. Gu Hai's records have all been erased. He really knows how to hide. It's been 3 days, and there's still no news. Those people must be anxious. The old man laughed. Gu Hai is gone. He just went into hiding. From now on, you'll be in charge of Gu Hai. Later, I'll bring you to a place, a secret organization, an organization that only targets these immortals. Solemnly, the old man said to Leo, Yes, I've already transferred your phone. If Gu Hai calls you, it will be transferred to this phone. After all, your phone may be monitored. The old man handed over a phone. Yes. Director Zhang nodded. Chengdu City, outside Qingyang Palace. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian wore hats, sunglasses, masks, and casual clothes as they stepped into Qingyang Palace. The person you're looking for is here? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Qingyang Palace? Yes, the last time I came back, it was Qingyang Palace. Gu Hai nodded. The surrounding tour guides kept explaining the culture of Qingyang Palace. Gu Hai looked at the statue of Laozi. Many people were saluting him. Gu Hai, please meet Mr. Lier. Gu Hai bowed slightly to the statue of Laozi. This is just a sculpture? Zhang Yulian frowned. Gu Hai waited for a while, but there was no response. After walking around the Qingyang Palace, Gu Hai walked out of the Qingyang Palace in confusion. I didn't come out? The moment Gu Hai stepped out of the Qingyang Palace with Zhang Yulian, a little Taoist child suddenly said to the two of them, The two of you, is this considered marriage? My family's Taoist priest is very accurate in his calculations. Not far away, the security guard's face darkened. There was a fortune teller soliciting customers at the entrance of Qingyang Palace. It would affect the reputation of the Qingyang Palace. He was about to stop them. Then please lead the way. Gu Hai smiled. The little Taoist immediately led the two of them away. Don't let me see you again. The security guard glared angrily. The three of them walked away. After 7 or 8 twists and turns, they arrived at a quiet and secluded house. The two of you, please, the little Taoist child said respectfully. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian stepped into the small courtyard. The little Taoist child immediately closed the door. In the hall of the courtyard, a white-haired old man was standing. He looked at Gu Hai with surprise. Honorable guests, please excuse me for not going out to meet you. However, since you left last time, the Qingyang Palace has been under surveillance, so I can only meet you here. Please forgive me. The white-haired old man immediately adjusted his attitude and smiled. Isn't this the sculpture just now? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. Gu Hai recognized it at a glance. It was Lao Tzu, whom he saw last time. Gu Hai greets Mr. Lier. Gu Hai bowed solemnly to Lier. You actually returned with your physical body? Good, good, good. Lier's eyes flashed with joy. I am indebted to you for imparting the complete Tao Te Ching to me. I'm very grateful. Gu Hai smiled. Tao Te Ching? He imparted it to you? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. Zhang Yulian looked at Lao Tzu and suddenly found that there was a strange aura on Lao Tzu. This aura was very similar to that of Wansho Taoism. Lao Tzu transformed into 3 pure ones. He was the one who imparted the complete Tao Te Ching to me. Gu Hai nodded. Lao Tzu also looked at Zhang Yulian in surprise. Little girl, your cultivation method is very strange. It is somewhat similar to mine. 6 immortal firmament, Taishang. Gu Hai introduced. Oh, Lao Tzu suddenly showed a trace of surprise. I am Zhang Yulian, a disciple of Taishang's lineage. If you're not Taishang, you would not dare to call yourself Taishang. Greetings to Lao Tzu. Zhang Yulian also said in surprise. So there is another Taishang? Haha, I am not alone. Lao Tzu suddenly laughed. Please take a seat. Lao Tzu invited. The little Taoist child quickly served fragrant tea. Lao Tzu looked at the two of them curiously. The two of them also looked at Lao Tzu curiously. How did the two of you come here? Lao Tzu asked curiously. Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian took out a guqin and played it slowly. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, Taishang's long life sound came out. Gu Hai did not understand, but the one sitting in front of him was Lao Tzu. He closed his eyes slightly and listened carefully. He closed his eyes and did not say a word until the song was finished. Lao Tzu suddenly opened his eyes. Mr. Lao Tzu, this song is Taishang's long life sound. What do you think? Zhang Yulian looked at Lao Tzu. This is a song of induction. Taishang's way to immortal firmament? Taishang, what a strange Taishang. He actually found a void resonance, resonating with 2 immortal firmament. Lao Tzu said in surprise. Taishang's long life sound is a channel to connect 2 immortal firmament? Gu Hai smiled. No, it's not a channel to connect 2 immortal firmament. Logically speaking, at most, a thought can be transmitted. Your physical body can't come here, right? At most, it's just a thought. Moreover, one person has to listen to the way of Taishang of 2 immortal firmament at the same time, Lao Tzu said in surprise. Then, Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. Only a thought can be transmitted, but our physical body can also come here. Zhang Yulian said in surprise. No, this song can only connect to another immortal firmament. It can't be transmitted. Mr. Good, how did you transmit? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai curiously. Gu Hai was slightly stunned and kept silent. Zhang Yulian also looked at Gu Hai. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. He took a deep breath and said, Play it again. Zhang Yulian played the Taishang's long life sound again. Gu Hai stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the void. It was Gu Hai activating the heaven-suppressing divine seal. As soon as the black hole appeared, Lao Tzu narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand. Whoosh! However, when he tried to search, he found nothing. The time is wrong. Although the channel is here, it's not at this time. Lao Tzu frowned. It can't be. Gu Hai stretched out his hand to touch. Gu Hai stretched out his hand. Lao Tzu narrowed his eyes. Lao Tzu looked at this scene in surprise. Zhang Yulian and the Taoist child at the side also tried to touch it. However, they could not touch it. They could see it, but could not touch it. Only Gu Hai could touch it. That's weird. Lao Tzu frowned. Does that mean only you can go through the channel? Zhang Yulian said, in surprise. Only me? Is it because of the black chess pieces? Only the black ghost stones can construct the channel, and the Taishang's long life sound points the way. The black ghost stones can construct the channel, and only I can go through the channel. However, Zhang Yulian came with me earlier. The aura of a Go Dao formation. Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai in surprise. My Go Dao is pretty good. This passageway is indeed related to the Go Dao. Gu Hai nodded. Is it the same as what Yi Qiu said? Lao Tzu raised his eyebrows. Yi Qiu? Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's right. Yi Qiu once said that the immortal dome is not unique. There are black and white and go, yin and yang in heaven. Naturally, the immortal dome has a positive and a negative. Our immortal dome is positive, so naturally, there is an immortal dome that is negative. In other words, there is another immortal dome. Back then, no one believed his theory. Yi Qiu? I remember that Yi Qiu was the ghost saint during the spring and autumn period. Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's right. Back then, he exhausted his mental and physical strength to condense a black ghost stone. However, Sai, I'll look for his will and see if there are any other records. Lao Tzu said with a frown. Condense a black ghost stone? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Was it the one he condensed? It's a pity that the black ghost stone is gone. He exhausted his mental and physical strength and died. What a pity. Lao Tzu sighed. Gu Hai nodded in confusion. As for the black ghost stone that fused with the heaven-suppressing divine seal, Gu Hai did not mention it. By the way, why did you come back to me this time? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. I have 2 souls here. I want to revive them. Mr. Lao Tzu, do you have any resurrection items? I can borrow them from you. I will repay you generously in the future, Gu Hai said solemnly. 2 souls? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. Yes. One of them is a female soul. There's a corpse, but no blood. The other one is a male soul. There is nothing else. Gu Hai nodded. May I know who it is in the 6th Dao Immortal Dome? Is there anyone similar to it in our Immortal Dome? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. One is Taiwa with a human head and a snake body. The other is the emperor of a generation, Long Zhonghua. Gu Hai explained. Taiwa? Niwa? Lao Tzu raised his eyebrows. Maybe? Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Maybe it's a coincidence. Niwa died, but there is her blood. I can take you to find it. Another emperor? Long Zhonghua? What did he do? Lao Tzu frowned slightly. Long Zhonghua, the emperor of the Deqian Celestial Empire, has 33 heavenly cities, the Imperial Court Hall, and the Lingxiao Palace. It's a bit like the legend of the Jade Emperor on Earth. But it's just a legend, Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Who said the Jade Emperor is just a legend? Lao Tzu shook his head. Oh, Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt. The Jade Emperor? It's a bit troublesome. If you want to reconstruct the body according to his conditions, you will need some very special materials. But luckily, Sakyamuni and Jesus have them. Borrow them from them, Lao Tzu said after thinking for a while. Sakyamuni? Jesus? They're still alive? Then should I go to India and Vatican City to find them? Gu Hai asked with confusion. No. Lao Tzu shook his head. Then how? Gu Hai was confused. Lao Tzu waved his hand. The little Taoist beside him took out a computer and typed quickly. Soon, 2 videos appeared in front of Gu Hai. Just a video chat. Wait a minute. Lao Tzu looked at the 2 videos on the computer and comforted Gu Hai. Gu Hai was speechless. Chapter 721. Soon, 2 men came to Laozi's small courtyard. One was a burly Indian. He walked barefoot on the ground, but he was clean. The other was a skinny Westerner, dressed in white, emitting a soft white light. As soon as they arrived at the courtyard, they looked at Gu Hai with surprise. Laozi spoke casually in the video, but the 2 were shocked. Another perfect immortal dome? Almost at the same time, the 2 threw away their computers and rushed over. Gu Hai from another immortal dome? The burly Indian asked with a smile. Another immortal dome really exists? The Westerner in white was also curious. Before Gu Hai could say anything, Zhang Yulian raised her eyebrows. The aura of Buddha? Oh, the aura of Tai Chu? Gu Hai, nice to meet you, Mr. Shakyamuni and Mr. Jesus. This is Zhang Yulian, Tai Shang from the 6th Immortal Dome. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian, 6th Immortal Dome? The 2 were surprised. Okay, let's talk later. Did you bring the thing? Laozi asked. Of course. Shakyamuni nodded and smiled. Jesus also nodded. Let's go. Laozi waved his hand. Wong. A void gate suddenly appeared in front of them. This is? Zhang Yulian was confused. Laozi, the The Taoist boy, Shakyamuni, and Jesus all entered. Guhai followed them with Zhang Yulian. Wang. The void gates suddenly disappeared. The next moment, they appeared above a sea of clouds. It was a huge, floating island with many palaces around it. Outside, it was a sea of clouds. A large number of cranes were flying in the distance, and the sun shone down. It was very dreamy. Floating island? This is not the Earth just now. This is an immortal dome? Zhang Yulian looked around in surprise. It's not an immortal dome. It's a world that we refined together, a place to hide. Laozi smiled bitterly. Guhai looked at the palaces on the floating island. There was a plaque on the biggest palace. Tushita Palace? Old Lord Taishang's residence. Guhai looked at the plaque in surprise. Quang. The door of the hall opened with a loud bang. From inside, a large number of Dao children walked out. The one leading them was an old man who looked a little like Laozi. Is it really Sage Taishang? Guhai asked with a strange expression. Then Elder Taishang walked in front of Laozi and bowed respectfully. Taiching Dao greets Laozi. Laozi nodded and said, Taishang, please go to the Nuwa temple and ask for Nuwa's holy blood. Bring it all here. Yes, Old Lord Taishang replied. As he spoke, Old Lord Taishang's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. As if sensing their arrival, streaks of light shot over from afar. Swish! The first to arrive was a black-robed man. He emitted a torrential sword aura. Tong Tian Sect Master? Why are their auras so similar? Zhang Yulian's eyes widened in surprise. The black-robed man looked at Zhang Yulian in confusion. Then he bowed respectfully to Laozi and said, Shangqing Ling Bao greets Laozi. A white-robed man beside him said respectfully, Yuqing Yuanshi greets Laozi. Xinyuanzi, Longevity Mountain, greets Senior Laozi. A few Taoist experts bowed respectfully to Laozi. Xiao. In the distance, a golden light approached. Tathagata greets Venerable Shakyamuni. A man who looked similar to Shakyamuni said respectfully. Streams of golden light shot over. Buddhas appeared one after another and bowed respectfully to Shakyamuni. Shakyamuni nodded. Xiao. More streams of white light shot over. It was a white-robed man. Confucianism, Kong Chiu, greets sages. Mahists, MOD, greets sages. Legalists, Han Fei, greets sages. All the famous people that Guhai knew in history flew over. Guhai looked at everyone curiously, but he didn't ask in detail. It wasn't the time yet. Xiao, Taishang Laozi, suddenly flew back with a group of women. He bowed respectfully to Laozi. Laozi, Nuwa died. Her blood is all here. Didn't you say that Nuwa couldn't be revived? Taishang Laozi asked curiously. Laozi shook his head and didn't explain. With a wave of his hand, the 8 trigrams pill furnace of Tushita Palace was moved out. Taishang Laozi assisted from the side. Mr. Good, who should we start with? Laozi looked at Guhai. Guhai was silent for a while. Let's start with Long Zhanghua. Okay. Laozi nodded. Quang. The furnace opened. Shakyamuni, Jesus, thank you. Laozi looked at the two of them. Shakyamuni nodded and took out a golden lotus. Jesus also took out a golden cup full of liquid. Reincarnation, golden lotus, and holy water. Please pour into the 8 trigrams furnace. Laozi solemnly said. Huff. The two of them quickly poured into the furnace. Laozi also threw a bunch of things into the furnace. Mr. Good, Long Zhanghua's 3 souls. Laozi looked at Guhai. Zhang Yulian also looked at Guhai curiously. Huh. Guhai opened his mouth and exhaled a cloud of white gas. Long Zhanghua's 3 souls? Because Guhai practiced the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. There was a heaven healing pool in his dantian. As long as someone was killed by Guhai, his sins and 3 souls would be absorbed into the heaven healing pool. After being refined into the heaven healing pool, the 3 souls would be controlled by Guhai. Guhai could refine and store them. He opened his mouth and spat out the 3 souls of Long Zhanghua. Laozi waved his hand. Xiao. The 3 souls of Long Zhanghua, wrapped in white gas, entered the furnace. Start the furnace. Laozi solemnly said. Boom. Taishang Laojun quickly activated the true Samadhi fire and began to refine it. In an instant, the 8 trigrams furnace was wrapped in fire. The materials that were used to reconstruct the body were being refined inside. After 49 days, Long Zhanghua will be able to reconstruct his body. Laozi solemnly said, 49 days? That long? Gu Hai's eyes widened, showing a trace of worry. Don't worry. A day on Earth is a year in this world. Laozi smiled. Gu Hai's expression changed, and he nodded. In that case, Gu Hai waited patiently. He could afford to wait for 1 or 2 days. 49 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, more and more experts arrived at the floating island of Tusita Palace. Many legends and historical figures that Gu Hai was familiar with were here. They bowed to each of them before arriving, but they didn't interrupt. Huh! Suddenly, there was a loud shout from the furnace. Boom! The lid of the 8 trigrams furnace exploded. Immediately, 2 rays of golden light shot into the sky. Withdraw! Taishang waved his hand. Suddenly, the fire disappeared, revealing a strong man inside. The man walked out of the furnace naked. The man's eyes were glowing with golden light, and they shone in all directions. Fiery golden eyes? Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai recognized the man when he saw him. Where is this? Why am I here? Gu Hai. The man raised his eyebrows when he saw Gu Hai. Congratulations, Daiqianqing. You have been reborn, Gu Hai said with a smile. While smiling, Gu Hai took out a dragon robe and handed it to the man. The man was Long Zhanghua. He put on the dragon robe and looked at everyone around him with narrowed eyes. Everyone was so unfamiliar. Except for Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian, he didn't know anyone. Where is this? Now, Long Zhan had lost all his cultivation base. But even so, he still had a dragon aura around him. It was as if he was born with it. The fearsome dragon aura caused the faces of the gods and Buddhas around him to change. This was the aura of an absolute superior. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty? Who? Why haven't we heard of him? This aura could only be felt by the Jade Emperor who had fallen in the past. Do you remember that I told you that there might be other perfect immortal domes besides the 6 immortal domes? Gu Hai said solemnly. Other perfect immortal domes? Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. This is where I was born, Gu Hai said solemnly. Laozi looked at Long Zhanghua and said, unyielding might, unyielding to the heavens, the 6 immortal firmament, the strongest person in the world. Long Zhanghua, Mr. Gu has already told me about the 49 days you spent rebuilding your body. I admire you. Oh, Long Zhanghua looked at Laozi. These are the seniors in my immortal domes who fought against the heavens to protect the common people. Gu Hai explained. Lier, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanghua. Shakyamuni, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanghua. Jesus, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanghua. Conchio, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanghua. Solemnly, everyone bowed to him. Long Zhanghua's eyes were full of surprise, but he also bowed to everyone. After that, Long Zhanghua suddenly laughed. Ha ha! It seems that I am not destined to die yet. Gu Hai, my spiritual light has indicated that you can be trusted. You are indeed a big variable. Daiqianqing, you flatter me. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. The Qian is no longer here, so you don't have to call me Daiqianqing. Just call me by my name, Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua sighed. All right. Gu Hai nodded. These are? Oh, Buddha now? Tong Tian sect master? Their auras? Long Zhanghua looked at Tathagata and Primogenitor Lingbao. Not only the 2 of them, but there were also some others who were familiar with them. In the immortal world, there will always be similarities in the process. Laozi nodded. Long Zhanghua's eyes flashed with surprise. However, he didn't rush to ask for details. He just nodded gently. Long Zhanghua is resurrected. Next, please help me resurrect Taiwa, Gu Hai said solemnly. While speaking, Gu Hai took out a huge coffin. Lying in the coffin was Taiwa, who was stabbed to death by him. In the past few days, Gu Hai had already mended the hole in his forehead with his heaven-replenishing energy. His physical body is still here, so it is much easier. Laozi nodded. When the coffin opened, there was an uproar. Goddess Nuwa's physical body is still here? Some immortals at the edge of the crowd shouted in surprise. Chapter 722. Do Shui Palace Square. Although Taiwa had a physical body, it was much harder for him to revive compared to Long Zhonghua. Long Zhonghua rebuilt his body and lost his cultivation, while Taiwa had his own physical body and could retain his cultivation. In the furnace of 8 trigrams, Taiwa's physical body, Nuwa's blood, and Taiwa's 3 souls were fused in. Guhai and the rest waited patiently. The furnace of 8 trigrams would take 64 days to revive Taiwa. With Taishan Latsu controlling the fire, Guhai and the rest were assured. Immortal children brought chairs over. Guhai, Zhang Yulian, Long Zhonghua, Laozi, Shakyamuni, and Jesus conversed while waiting for Taiwa to revive. All around them, all the immortals and Buddhas listened respectfully. Primeval Lord of Heaven, go and find all of Ichio's records and last words. Laozi ordered. Yes, Primeval Lord of Heaven. Primeval Lord of Heaven nodded and left. Long Zhonghua gradually understood as he conversed with the rest. Isn't this the Immortal Dome? Is this a world you created yourselves? Long Zhonghua looked around. Yes, the Immortal Dome is only born once every million years. How can it be so easy? Last time, the Immortal Dome fell short of success and completely collapsed. Laozi sighed slightly. My Immortal Dome is also broken. What a pity for the people there. Long Zhonghua sighed. Your Immortal Dome is broken? What a pity. Laozi sighed. At the side, Guhai's expression changed slightly. The shattered Immortal Dome was in Guhai's hands. When he killed the War Dragon Kingdom, he obtained the shattered Immortal Dome. The Immortal Dome was shriveled and completely broken. Guhai threw it into the Heaven Mending Pool, hoping that the Heaven Mending Pool would be able to repair it. It was still soaking in the pool. Earth? Who's heaven? Guhai looked at Laozi. His name is 30. Perhaps our universe can also be called the 30 Immortal Skies. Laozi sighed slightly. 30. Guhai was puzzled. Have you fought with 30 before? Long Zhonghua asked in a deep voice. Yeah, it's a pity that no one is his match. He has collected all the rules in the world, and there is no spiritual chi. If we didn't make the arrangements earlier, this world would also... Laozi sighed slightly. What kind of world is this? I saw a lot of immortals from Earth. Guhai asked curiously. This is a world that we created together, a world that exists in the minds of all living beings. As long as all living beings live, this world will exist forever. It is modeled after the Immortal Dome. Unfortunately, the Immortal Dome is too difficult to construct. Laozi shook his head. To be able to do this, it is already extraordinary. It's not inferior to my Immortal Dome. In fact, it's even more perfect. Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes as he sensed the world around him. Then the 3 pure ones here, Tathagata, did you guys create it as well? Guhai asked in confusion. Them? When this world was first created, we all separated a strand of our divine thoughts. Just like the 3 pure ones, they were formed by my chi and slowly became what they are today. Laozi nodded. Before I came here, I was also targeted by someone, a group of people in black. Guhai asked curiously. They are just the lackeys of heaven. The one who chased you is called Liu. Heaven gave them some special magic weapons that can seal a part of a person's memory. They are committing crimes everywhere. However, apart from us, there are still people from other countries who are enlightened. They set up their own mortal organizations to deal with Liu. Unfortunately, they are just mortals after all. Laozi sighed slightly. You don't support those mortal organizations that are fighting against heaven's lackeys? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Good and bad people are mixed together. No one can guarantee that there are no spies from heaven. Therefore, we didn't contact them at that time. Even if we did, they were not allowed to enter this world. Laozi shook his head. Then those myths and legends on Earth all happen in this world. Journey to the West. Investiture of the gods? Guhai asked in confusion. Some are real, some are fake. Investiture of the gods. In this battle, many characters were real. However, it was not a battle between the Jie sect and the Chan sect. It was a heaven-defying action. In the end, it failed and countless people were killed. Our world almost fell short of success and was completely destroyed. Navawa was also unfortunate after that. Alas, Laozi sighed slightly. Jiain Juanti also. Shakyamuni sighed slightly. Lucifer also. Jesus smiled bitterly. Oh, Guhai was surprised. So many people were killed? Who was the leader at that time? Guhai asked in confusion. It was the Jade Emperor. He also died. He protected our world with his life. Laozi sighed slightly. The Jade Emperor? Isn't he the one in the journey to the west? Guhai was confused. That was spread by Wu Qingjian. Ha! Do you think the Jade Emperor, the Emperor of all immortals, is so weak? Laozi laughed. Guhai frowned slightly. The Jade Emperor died a long time ago. The journey to the west described only a trace of his remnant thoughts. Moreover, his temperament has changed greatly. He is not the original Jade Emperor at all. Laozi said in a low voice, a world that can hide from the heavens. You are extraordinary. Even the heavens can't find you. Long Zhonghua said in a low voice. Shakyamuni shook his head. A few years ago, something happened. Now, our world is constantly investigating, hoping to find the source. I am worried that this world has been exposed. Oh, Guhai's face fell. Tathagata, you say it. Shakyamuni looked at Tathagata. Yes, Supreme One. Tathagata stepped forward. It started from last time. Goddess Nuwa left a piece of 5-color stone. It absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and gave birth to a stone monkey. The stone monkey was unique. Patriarch Bodhi took it as his disciple and taught it some skills. The monkey was also amazing. In a short time, it learned a lot of skills. However, it was wild and hard to tame. I spent a lot of effort to seal it under the 5 Fingers Mountain, Tathagata said solemnly. Sun Wukong? It's in the journey to the west. Guhai said blankly. Tathagata nodded. You've read the journey to the west? Well, it's that Sun Wukong. Didn't you notice the difference when he was sealed under the 5 Fingers Mountain? Before, he dared to fight the immortals and gods. After he left the 5 Fingers Mountain, his strength was not enough. Tathagata explained. That's right. Guhai nodded. In fact, not long after he was suppressed under the 5 Fingers Mountain, Sun Wukong disappeared. We thoroughly searched the entire world, but there was no trace of him. Later on, we found an ordinary monkey demon to replace him in order to lure him out. However, my disciple, Golden Cicada, walked the entire journey to the western heaven, accompanied by so many gods and Buddhas, but he did not show up. Tathagata Buddha said with a frown. Sun Wukong, we have to be careful when he disappears. Shakyamuni sighed. Sun Wukong? Guhai was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have created Sun Wukong in the infinite celestial capital with a formation. That Sun Wukong was different from Zhang Sanfeng and the others. Not only did he not listen to his orders, but he could also escape the formation and fly away. No way. Guhai's eyes flashed with confusion. It's you? Suddenly, a voice sounded from the group of immortals. Neza, don't be presumptuous. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King shouted. Guhai looked at the shocked Neza. Third Prince Neza, you seen me before? Guhai asked curiously. No, I don't remember clearly. I think it was you. I seem to have had a dream in a dream. Maybe I remembered wrongly? Neza shook his head, not daring to speak. There were so many immortals here. He had no right to speak. In a dream? Guhai's expression changed slightly. Apart from Sun Wukong, he had also created Neza to deal with the Qing Emperor. At that time, Neza was also a little strange, but he returned in the end. Mr. Good, did you see Neza in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome? Laozi asked. Jesus and Shakyamuni also looked at Guhai in surprise. I'm not sure. Maybe it was him. Guhai frowned. Oh, everyone's expression changed. While everyone was puzzled, Yuanshi Tianzuan quickly returned. Deity, this is the will of the chess saint. Ichio, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, said respectfully. Laozi's expression changed, and he quickly spread out the will. With everyone's eyesight, they read all of them almost instantly. Soon, he saw a special place among them. The first go is the beginning. The 2 go pieces are yin and yang. The path of the Immortal Dome is like a chessboard. The right moves, and the wrong moves, and the wrong moves, and the right moves. The right moves can't be missing, and the wrong moves can't be missing. One replaces the other to make up for the balance. This immortal world was created by the previous sages, and new laws can be integrated into it. Ichio is not talented, so he integrated the Go Dao array into this world. If someone in the anti-mortal dome uses my Go power to set up an array and summon me, I can increase and decrease my Go power. But what can I do? My Go power may never enter the anti-mortal dome. I'll just treat it as a joke and keep it as a memento. Those were Ichio's original words. Guhai, Laozi, and the others' expressions changed, and then they all looked at Guhai. This world has the array set up by Ichio. As long as you set up a similar array in the 6 Immortal Dome, you can exchange people. Laozi looked at Guhai with a change in expression. Guhai's expression changed, and then he smiled bitterly. I did summon Sun Wukong, but the time was wrong. I only summoned him a few years ago, but I had the journey to the west when I was on Earth. No, the time of 2 Immortal Domes may not be the same. Perhaps there is an irregular difference. Laozi shook his head. So, Sun Wukong was summoned to the 6 Immortal Dome by you? Shakyamuni asked doubtfully. I summoned the real Sun Wukong, not the Cloud Beast. Guhai was also stunned. According to Ichio's theory, he had indeed integrated his own Tao of chess into it. Furthermore, his Tao of chess came from the 100,000 remnant pieces on Earth. The black chess piece was refined by Ichio, and it had helped him refine his Tao of chess. Did Ichio help him with his Tao of chess? You can't lack the right, and you can't lack the wrong. One exchange, one supplement. Only then is there a balance. In other words, you can only summon one person. If Sun Wukong is summoned by you, then Neza can't go and can only dream about it. Unless Sun Wukong comes back, you can only summon one person? Jesus asked doubtfully. The balance of the Immortal Dome can't be broken, so you can only summon one person? So, if you return to the 6 Immortal Dome and send Sun Wukong back through the array, you can still use the Go Dao to summon another person? Laozi's expression changed. Chapter 723. The balance of the Immortal Dome cannot be broken. You can only summon one person. So, if you return to the Immortal Dome of the 6 Paths and send Sun Wukong back through the formation, you can use the Tao of chess to summon another person? Laozi asked. Wait. Guhai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, Guhai remembered the black hole that appeared when Zhang Yulian was playing the zither. Zhang Yulian, play the Taishang tune of longevity again. Guhai frowned. Everyone was confused, but Zhang Yulian suddenly played the zither. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of the zither rang out. Guhai waved his hand, and another black hole appeared in front of him. This is the passage to the anti-immortal dome. Jesus' expression changed. The entrance to the immortal dome of the 6 Paths? Shakyamuni also touched it expectantly. But Shakyamuni could not touch the black hole at all. Shakyamuni was surprised. The entrance. Long Zhanghua also touched it. Long Zhanghua also missed. Zhang Yulian, you didn't touch it that day at Laozi's residence? Try again. Guhai said seriously. Zhang Yulian played the Taishang tune of longevity while touching it, but still could not touch it. Guhai picked up Zhang Yulian. No, Zhang Yulian blushed. There were so many people here. Keep playing. Guhai said seriously. Zhang Yulian did not stop playing. Guhai carried Zhang Yulian and stepped into the black hole. Zhang Yulian fell to the ground. You can't go in? Why can't we enter? Guhai's brows furrowed. Why can't I go in? I came with you just now. Zhang Yulian said anxiously. Can't I return to the divine continent? One for one, one for the other. That's how the balance is. Because Sun Wukong is in the 6th Tao Immortal Dome, that's why you can bring one back. Laozi frowned and analyzed. The 6 Paths of Immortal Firmament now has Sun Wukong, and the 30 Paths of Immortal Firmament now has Zhang Yulian. One for one, one for one. Is this a trade? Guhai's expression changed. I can't go back, Zhang Yulian said in shock. Maybe. Guhai smiled bitterly. Zhang Yulian couldn't go back? If I can't go back, then what about Long Zhonghua and Taiwa? Zhang Yulian asked blankly. They're different. They have already died before, no longer humans, but rather mortals, so they are not included. Furthermore, even if the Long Zhonghua was reborn, everything he had accumulated would be gone. He was no longer the Long Zhonghua of old. If my guess is correct, Taiwa's resurrection will definitely be different. They are now members of the 30 Immortal Firmament. Laozi shook his head. Then what about Gu Hai? Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai. Why could Gu Hai go back? Mr. Good, he might have another adventure. Unfortunately, this adventure can only be returned by himself. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Laozi guessed that Gu Hai had an adventure, but he didn't ask. Since Laozi didn't ask, the other immortals around were curious, but they didn't dare to interrupt. Mr. Laozi, have you ever thought of going with me? Gu Hai looked at Laozi. Obviously, Gu Hai also understood what Laozi had guessed. Laozi even guessed the black chess piece. Laozi shook his head. The Immortal Firmament is a cage. What's the difference between going and not going? Since Taishang appeared there, it means that Taishang is there, and he can't do anything. If I go, everything will start again? It's not necessary. What's the difference between going and not going? Sakyamuni and Jesus heard Laozi's words, smiled bitterly, and nodded. Gu Hai, however, bowed slightly to Laozi and the others to express his gratitude. Perhaps you were able to obtain Ichio's inheritance because of Ichio's wishes. We deliberately messed things up, but it might not be better. Your luck is also your suffering. Bear it yourself. Laozi solemnly said to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, do you have to go back? Jesus asked curiously. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and nodded. My family is there. I'm worried. I have to go back. You want to go back? Zhang Yulian's face stiffened, and she looked anxious. In the past, Zhang Yulian didn't care about Gu Hai's feelings. But now, when the two of them were about to be separated into two different worlds, Zhang Yulian finally panicked. Perhaps they would never see each other again in this lifetime. Long Zhonghua, I'm very sorry to bring you here. You may not be able to go back. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I've already died once. It's the same wherever I go. Long Zhonghua shook his head. Can you bring your soul back like how Long Zhonghua came here? Jesus asked with a frown. Maybe, but are you willing? Sakyamuni smiled. Jesus paused slightly. Commit suicide and let Gu Hai take him away? Rebuild his body in the 6 Paths, Immortal Dome? His 3 souls were controlled by Gu Hai, and he might not be able to adapt to the 6 Paths, Immortal Dome. Jesus smiled bitterly and shook his head. It won't work. My rebirth this time seems simple, but it's extremely dangerous. Long Zhonghua shook his head. Oh, everyone was puzzled. During the days when I died, I passed out for a period of time. No, it should be that my soul fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept. I don't have the concept of time and space. I have a feeling that I've brushed past destruction. Long Zhonghua shook his head. In other words, there's a certain probability that you'll be worn away by the void while crossing the 2 Immortal Domes. Laozi frowned. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They no longer had the idea of going to the 6 Paths, Immortal Dome. You can only summon others after you capture Sun Wukong and send him back with the Go Dao formation. Laozi shook his head. Gu Hai, when will you go back? Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai. The time in the 2 Immortal Domes is irregular. So, I'll go back as soon as Taiwa is resurrected. Gu Hai said solemnly. Before you go back, I'll write you a few letters. I hope my trusted followers won't hate you to the core. Long Zhonghua smiled bitterly. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Long Zhonghua, since you're staying here, I can't help you with the things in this mythological world. But I still have some properties on Earth that I can give you. Gu Hai said. Long Zhonghua nodded. Zhang Yulian felt lost. Although she couldn't go to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome with Gu Hai, there was still a way. Maybe Gu Hai could summon her in the future. Maybe Gu Hai could come to see her through Lin Wanner's Taishang sound of longevity. Everything was decided by Gu Hai. What if Gu Hai didn't decide? Zhang Yulian's heart was in a mess. Mr. Good, since some things are similar in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, why don't you ask Tathagata and Yuancher to tell you about their cultivation? It'll be convenient for you to rely on when you go back. Laozi said. Thank you. Solemnly Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Some things aren't very useful. Everyone walks a different path. You can only use them as a reference, but you can't make them your own. Sigh, what a pity. As for those divine weapons and magical treasures, you can't take them with you. The two immortal domes need to be balanced. Okay, Gu Hai nodded. In the following days, the immortals explained their cultivation methods and experiences to Gu Hai. Indeed, Gu Hai couldn't do these cultivation methods. They weren't on the same path, but that didn't stop Gu Hai from using them as a reference. Gu Hai listened to the immortals' descriptions while organizing Ichio's will. Ichio didn't leave behind any chess records. This was what Gu Hai found most regrettable. Long Zhonghua was also quickly learning about Earth, constantly enriching himself. Long Zhonghua was the same as Gu Hai. They were both good at learning. They didn't stop for a moment and needed to understand everything as soon as possible. 64 days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The lid of the 8 trigrams furnace suddenly opened, and the fire was put away by Taishang. Hey! A woman's voice came from the 8 trigrams furnace. While the immortals were waiting outside, Zhang Yulian flew into the furnace with a set of clothes and put them on Taiwa. Who are you? Taiwa's voice suddenly came. You don't recognize me? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. My head hurts so much. Taiwa seemed to be in pain. Gu Hai was worried outside the 8 trigrams furnace. Laozi suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, what if you leave? What will happen to your 2 women? My? Ha! Mr. Laozi, did you misunderstand? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Misunderstanding? Not really. I don't know about Taiwa, but we've seen Zhang Yulian these days. She cares about you. Can't you see it? Laozi said with a smile. Gu Hai sighed slightly, then smiled bitterly. But they can't go back. We can only think of a way in the future. Only in the future. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Zhang Yulian is fine, but Taiwa is not suitable to appear in the immortal dome of 6 paths otherwise. When the immortal of 6 paths investigates, it will be. Alas! Then what are you going to do? Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Laozi, I have a presumptuous request. Gu Hai looked at Laozi. Oh. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Zhang Yulian is Taishang of the immortal dome of 6 paths. I have no one to protect me when I leave this time. Please accept Zhang Yulian as your disciple. Maybe you don't like Taishang of the immortal dome of 6 paths, but I can rest assured if she becomes your disciple. Gu Hai said solemnly. You're worried about Zhang Yulian too? Laozi smiled. Kind of. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I'll think about it. Laozi shook his head and did not agree immediately. At this moment, Taiwa put on her clothes and was taken out of the furnace of 8 diagrams by Zhang Yulian. As soon as she came out of the furnace of 8 diagrams, she was slightly nervous. She was a little scared when she saw so many gods and Buddhas around her. Taiwa, scared? Gu Hai's expression changed. Is it really like what Long Zhonghua said? My soul was injured when I crossed 2 immortal dominions? She is Taiwa. Taiwa looked at the others and was a little scared. Suddenly, she saw Gu Hai. Benefactor, is that you? Taiwa saw Gu Hai, and her eyes were filled with tears of excitement. She quickly ran to Gu Hai. Benefactor? The surrounding people were confused. Even Long Zhonghua and Zhang Yulian were curious at this moment. I'm Xiaoro. Benefactor, don't you recognize me? Taiwa looked worried. Chapter 724. On the square of Tashita Palace. At this moment, all the deities had left. Only Laozi, Long Zhonghua, Gu Hai, Shakyamuni, and Jesus were left. Taiwa doesn't remember the past anymore. Does he only remember that he is Xiaoro? Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai with interest. Maybe there was an accident on the way between the 2 celestial dominions. Gu Hai shook his head. Or maybe Taiwa is disheartened and deliberately avoids life. That's why Xiaoro is leading him. Long Zhonghua sighed slightly. Mr. Good, did you agree? Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Agree? But that's not fair to them. I don't know when I'll come back. Maybe I won't come back for the rest of my life. Gu Hai frowned. If you want to come back, you will eventually come back. It doesn't matter if you come back late or early. People have to have something to look forward to. If you don't do anything, it's unfair to them. Jesus shook his head. I can see that Xiaoro's feelings for you are the most sincere. She doesn't want anything else. Shakyamuni said with a smile. Monk, aren't monks supposed to be indifferent to worldly pleasures and stay away from women? Why did you? Guhai looked at Shakyamuni strangely. You can only let go after you have loved. Becoming a monk was because he once had a family. That was why he could become a monk. I've been there before. How can I not know? Shakyamuni said with a smile. Guhai nodded. I know, but I can't let go of the celestial dominions of the 6 realms, so then you have to cherish yourself more. Protect yourself and come back to see them. You have to live for them, Laozi said in a low voice. Guhai turned his head and looked at Laozi. Laozi's words are the key. I hope the 2 girls can give Guhai a spiritual bond. However, it doesn't matter if Laozi says it or not. I can't let them go. Guhai, it's hard to repay a debt of love. If you care, then work hard. Don't learn from me and Murong Yen. I only know how to cherish something after losing it. Long Zhonghua looked at Guhai. Guhai nodded. I asked for you. Laozi smiled. What? Guhai frowned and looked at Laozi. Zhang Yulian, I have already accepted her as my disciple. Why can't Master ask me? She agreed. As for Xiaoro, she also agreed. Laozi looked at Guhai. Mr. Laozi, do you have to do this? Guhai smiled bitterly. Long Zhonghua frowned and said, Stop being so wishy-washy. The 2 girls have already agreed. Don't you feel embarrassed? Guhai took a deep breath and nodded. I'm not being unreasonable. I also agree to this matter. However, if I leave this time, please help me protect them and wait for me to come back. Don't worry. The time of the 2 immortal firmament is not symmetrical. Perhaps you will leave today and come back tomorrow. Laozi smiled. Based on the time of your last departure, you have been away from Earth for 50 years, and you have only been on Earth for 5 years. If there is a pattern, the sage of the 6 paths will wake up in another 50 years, and you have at most 5 years to grow up. At that time, everything will be clear. Long Zhonghua nodded. Don't worry. Jesus and Shakyamuni also responded. In that case, let's prepare. We will hold a grand wedding for you in the Lingxiao Palace. Laozi solemnly said. Okay. Guhai nodded. Earth's immortal world, 3 days later. Lingxiao Palace. At this moment, the Lingxiao Palace was decorated with lanterns and streamers. There were countless immortals, groups of Buddhas, and countless Western angels. They all came to the Lingxiao Palace to send their blessings to the grand wedding. Yu Lao was the wedding master. The goddess of flowers sprinkled countless petals all over the sky. Guhai was dressed in a groom's costume. Beside him, one on his left and one on his right, were 2 brides with veils. Long Zhonghua, Laozi, Jesus, and Shakyamuni were the wedding masters. They sat at the head of the table. Under the red veil, Xiaoro had a silly smile on her face. She felt like she was in a dream amidst the congratulations of the gods and Buddhas. Under the red veil, Zhang Yulian's face was also red. She lowered her head shyly, as if she was drunk. Congratulations, congratulations to Mr. Good. Congratulations to Mr. Good, Miss Xiaoro, and Miss Zhang. Congratulations, congratulations. Amidst the countless congratulations, the 3 pure ones, Tathagata, Jehovah, Mary, Brahma, Vishnu, and countless other gods and Buddhas sent their blessings. The time has come. First, bow to the immortal dome and thank the immortal dome for its nurturing grace. Yu Lao shouted. Guhai and the other 2 bowed to the heavens and the earth. Second, bow to friends and family. Thank you for your blessings. Guhai and the other 2 bowed to the gods and Buddhas led by Long Zhonghua, Laozi, Jesus, Shakyamuni, and the others. Solemnly, husband and wife, bow to each other. I wish the newlyweds a child soon, and that their marriage will last forever. Yu Lao shouted. Guhai faced the 2 women and bowed solemnly. The ceremony is done. Send them to the bridal chamber. Yu Lao shouted. Under a burst of heavenly music, the 3 of them were quickly sent to the bridal chamber. Quang. The door of the bridal chamber closed. In the outside world, Laozi and the others hosted a huge banquet. Flat peaches, ginseng fruits, bodhi seeds, happiness fruits, and all kinds of holy fruits, immortal fruits, and divine fruits were served. All the gods and immortals drank to their heart's content. In the bridal chamber, Guhai lifted the two women's veils. Benefactor, Xiao Rose said shyly in excitement. Are you still calling me benefactor now? Guhai said with a smile. Husband. Xiao Rose's eyes were a little blurred. Guhai looked at Zhang Yulian. At this moment, Zhang Yulian was a little shy. Husband, husband, Zhang Yulian said shyly with some expectation. Since she let go of the lock in her heart and no longer rejected her love for Guhai, this love had been growing vigorously. Now, it had already grown into a towering tree. It was just that she couldn't get rid of her pride. Now, at the moment of farewell, she completely broke out. Wife. Guhai's eyes flashed with a trace of guilt and gentleness. Zhang Yulian couldn't forget that time when their souls merged. How could Guhai forget? Therefore, when Zhang Yulian didn't turn back, Guhai didn't hesitate. As for Xiao Rou, he had been avoiding Xiao Rou because he missed Qin Xian. At the moment of Xiao Rou's death, Guhai thought everything through. It was too late for regrets. Later on, he let go of his thoughts. Outside, countless guests. At the banquet. But some people pricked up their ears and listened to the movements in the bridal chamber. Among them, Neza and some other juniors were the most excited. Husband, love me. Buzz. Clap, clap, clap. The sound was blocked out by Guhai in the bridal chamber. But outside, Neza and the others pricked up their ears excitedly. Why is there no sound? Neza frowned. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white light covered Guhai's bridal chamber. No one outside could hear the sound inside. We pay our respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Neza and the others immediately said respectfully. It's not polite to eavesdrop. Guanyin Bodhisattva said with a smile. Yes, the immortals had a bitter expression. Laozi and the others sat in the middle of the banquet and waited. The banquet lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the 3 people in the bridal chamber had yet to come out. The immortals waited patiently until the 6th day. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. It was as if a strong airflow rushed out of the bridal chamber. It instantly broke the soundproof barrier cast by Guanyin Bodhisattva. A strong aura was emitted. The immortals were confused. Guhai broke through. Longzhang's expression changed. Rumble. They saw a huge phantom of a yellow palace rushing to the sky from the bridal chamber. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The palace kept growing bigger. Central Celestial Palace? Hall of Merit? Longzhang's expression changed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the phantom of merit rose from the ground, a huge yellow phantom seemed to be squeezed into the palace. Guhai's Earth Soul? The massacre in the Azura secret realm has made it grow to the maximum. Longzhang's eyes flashed with expectation. Central Celestial Palace? This is the cultivation of the Earth Soul. The cultivation of the Earth Soul requires merit. Jesus frowned. Do we need to lend some to him? Shakyamuni frowned. Laozi shook his head. No, his merit is no less than ours. Oh, Longzhang looked at Laozi. Xiao Rou has fused with Nuwa's blood. Nuwa once mended the heavens, and Nuwa even sacrificed herself for the Immortal Dome. The Immortal Dome has already bestowed countless merits to Nuwa. Even Fushi's merits were given to Nuwa. That's why there's no need to worry. In terms of merits, we might not even have more than Nuwa. Nuwa died, and her merits are in her blood. Because Xiao Rou was reborn, all her merits are in her hands. Guhai needs merit points. It's too easy. Laozi laughed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Central Celestial Palace continued to grow taller. As it grew taller, the celestial gods in the sky widened their eyes. Guanyin Bodhisattva, how big is your Central Celestial Palace? Neza looked at the huge Central Celestial Palace in the distance in surprise. When I first broke through, it was only 1 Zhang Palace and 5 inches of Earth's soul. Guanyin Bodhisattva shook his head and praised. How about now? 300 Zhang Palace and 10 Zhang Earth Soul. Guanyin exclaimed. Guhai's Central Celestial Palace had reached a height of 500 Zhang and was still growing. Husband, I have merit points to help you break through. Xiao Rou's voice sounded. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The central celestial palace grew taller and taller. Gradually, it reached a height of 100 zhang before stopping. Gu Hai's Earth Soul was also growing rapidly. It only stopped when it reached 64 zhang. Wong. Gu Hai's Earth Soul shone with golden light. It seemed to illuminate the surroundings in an instant. 490 zhang human soul and 64 zhang Earth Soul, they are both perfect human souls. The central celestial palace has reached the limit of perfection again. Long Zhang was said with a wry smile. When others cultivate the central celestial palace, they only need to fill up a pool of water. Gu Hai's Earth Soul is as big as a sea. How long will it take to fill it up? Neza looked at Gu Hai's huge human soul blankly. Laozi and the others were also worried. Others cultivated slowly. They first reached the central celestial palace and then went back to expand their human soul and earth soul. Gu Hai reached the central celestial palace in one step. If he wanted to upgrade, it would be harder than climbing the sky. Don't worry about him. When he was cultivating his human soul, we were also worried. But he reached the great completion of human soul in less than a year. Long Zhanghua shook his head. All right. Everyone sighed slightly and nodded with a trace of worry. Whoosh! Suddenly, the central celestial palace and the earth's soul shrank back into the bridal chamber. Husband, how was it? Zhang Yulian's voice came from the bridal chamber. I broke through the first level of the central celestial palace. Thank you, my wives. Gu Hai's voice came from the bridal chamber. I don't know why, but just now, I also broke through the central celestial palace. Moreover, I have returned to the peak of the central celestial palace. I'm only one step away from the central celestial palace. Zhang Yulian's voice came. I seem to have been going to the central celestial palace. Xiao Rou's voice came. Your dual cultivation method? Zhang Yulian's voice carried a hint of surprise. Chapter 725. After the wedding, Gu Hai accompanied Zhang Yulian and Xiao Rou for a year. Zhang Yulian's cultivation had reached Heavenly Palace, and Gu Hai was relieved. A year in the Immortal realm was a day on Earth. During this year, Gu Hai did not return to Earth. During this time, Long Zhanghua had learned a lot about Earth. In just a year, Long Zhanghua's cultivation had reached the Yuanying state. You're leaving? Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. Yes, I have to go back as soon as possible. I'll find a way to come back. Gu Hai said solemnly. I'll inform Laozi and ask them to send you off. Long Zhanghua said. All right, but are you sure you don't want to cultivate in the Immortal realm? Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanghua. I'll go to Earth and follow Earth's rules. Long Zhanghua laughed. Oh, Long Zhan said, last time I failed. This time, I will naturally be different. Although the celestial realm is blessed by the heavens, it is still a bit fake. The outside world is the real thing. I just happened to reach a bottleneck. These are all my accounts. You can use the money in them first. I'll leave my businesses to you. Gu Hai handed over a book. Don't worry, they'll all be to Qian Group's businesses in the future. I promise you that your businesses will never stop, even if they're operating at a loss. Long Zhang will laugh. The Qian Group? Gu Hai was surprised. Yes, don't you need an identity to survive on Earth? Long Zhang laughed. A day later, Director Zhang received a call. Hello, is this Gu Hai? Where are you? What? Okay, I'll be right there. Wait for me. Director Zhang said excitedly. Over the past few days, he had come into contact with an organization and learned a lot of exciting news. This organization was formed by members secretly arranged by the governments of various countries. Although they had fought with a group of men in black many times, they had never won. However, the secret members of each country knew that there was a higher-level organization that was fighting against the men in black. They were the mythical figures of various countries. China's Laozi, India's Sakyamuni, Vatican City's Jesus, Greece's Zeus, and so on. A large number of historical and mythological figures existed, but there had never been a chance to connect with them. Although the organization had requested many times, the mythical figure had never bothered. Now, Gu Hai seemed to have made a connection. As for Superintendent Zhang, he had gotten in touch with Gu Hai. He was worried that Gu Hai would not contact him. Now that Gu Hai had contacted him, Superintendent Zhang naturally wanted to see Gu Hai immediately. Whether it was through patriotism or the sympathy of the oppressed people, he had to persuade Gu Hai to let the mythical figure get in touch with his organization. Director Zhang immediately found a fighter jet and flew himself to the East Sea. Above an island in the East Sea, the pilot looked at Superintendent Zhang blankly. "Chief, are you really going to jump from here? Don't talk nonsense. Go back by yourself and watch your mouth. Today is a secret mission. Don't leak anything," Superintendent Zhang ordered. "Yes," Superintendent Zhang replied. "Xiao." Superintendent Zhang was ejected. The plane quickly flew back. Opening the parachute, Superintendent Zhang headed towards the center of the island. The center of the island was already full of people at this moment. When the parachute fell, Superintendent Zhang began to rub his eyes. Who is that? Buddha, Tathagata, and the 3 stars of Fu, Lu, and Shou? Third Prince Neza? Guanyin Bodhisattva? Jesus? Angel? Superintendent Zhang felt that his heart was beating violently. Before coming, Superintendent Zhang thought that he would only see Gu Hai. If he wanted to see some mythical figures through Gu Hai, he would need a lot of time to get used to it. But now, he had just arrived, and there were so many immortals. Could it be an imitation show? Gu Hai had only been here for a few years. How could he have such a big face to invite so many immortals? Oh, the parachute landed in the center of the immortals. Gu Hai was comforting 2 beautiful women at this moment. All the immortals looked at Superintendent Zhang. Superintendent Zhang's expression was very strange. Gu Hai. Superintendent Zhang called out with uncertainty. "Oh, Superintendent Zhang, you are here. Come, let me introduce you. This is Laozi. This is Shakyamuni. This is Jesus. This is Long Zhanghua." Gu Hai introduced a few important people. "Ah, Laozi? Hello. Shakyamuni? Sorry for not greeting you. It was really not my idea to destroy the temple last time. I will go to the temple tomorrow to burn some incense for you. Jesus? I went to the church to attend a wedding last month. You really look like the one on the cross." Superintendent Zhang shook hands with everyone with a strange expression. Looking around, if it was not an imitation show, then what he saw today would be enough to shock him for a lifetime. "Look, that is Guanyin Bodhisattva. That is Buddha Tathagata. Was that Jehovah? And Laojun Taishang?" Director Zhang was so excited that he felt dizzy. "Director Zhang, I invited you here this time because I have something to trouble you with." Gu Hai said. "No problem, Mr. Good and all the immortals, just tell me." Director Zhang said excitedly. "This is my friend. His name is Long Zhanghua. Yes, he wants to register a company. Please help me with the procedures. Otherwise, it will be too slow." Gu Hai handed over a pile of documents. Director Zhang. After receiving Gu Hai's materials, Superintendent Zhang had a feeling that this group of people had teamed up to trick him. A large group of immortals, asking him to go through the back door to register a company? That didn't seem right. Let's call it the Qian Limited Liability Company. Also, we might need to set up some branches overseas. When the time comes, we will need some procedures and lawyers. Please help us. Gu Hai explained. The Qian Limited Liability Company? Huh. Okay. Director Zhang was confused. He didn't know how he agreed. Director Zhang, I'll have to trouble you next. Long Zhanghua smiled. The immortals in front of him said that there would be trouble. Director Zhang felt that he couldn't keep up with the pace. Okay, I'll do it well. Don't worry. But how do I contact you? Director Zhang asked strangely. Yes, I just asked someone to get a phone set up yesterday. We can just change numbers. Long Zhanghua smiled. Huh. Oh, okay. Director Zhang was in a daze. Were these people immortals? It's about time, Yulian. Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian's eyes flashed with reluctance. Xiao Rou's eyes were slightly red. Don't worry, I'll be back as soon as possible, Gu Hai said solemnly. Husband, we'll wait for you. Xiao Rou nodded with red eyes. Husband, take care. Zhang Yulian didn't cry. However, Gu Hai felt the pain in Zhang Yulian's heart. Ding, 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 ding. Zhang Yulian played the Taishang Longevity tune again. Gu Hai waved his hand. Wong! A black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. Husband, this zither is for you. This zither is sealed with my Taishang Longevity tune. As long as you carry this zither, It will keep vibrating the Taishang longevity tune for 10 days. Zhang Yulian handed over the zither solemnly. Guhai took the zither. No one played it, but the strings kept vibrating. Reluctance flashed in his eyes. He kissed Zhang Yulian and Xiaorou's cheeks. Take care. I'll be back as soon as possible. Okay. The two girls nodded. In a modern room. Beep, 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 sir, there's news. Just now, in the East China Sea, a China fighter jet deviated from its flight path and turned around above an island. The satellite image of that island is now covered by clouds. Someone might have gone there. A man in black rushed in front of Leo. Guhai came out. Let's go. Leo stared. Xiao. Leo led a group of men in black onto a flying saucer and instantly flew towards the island where Guhai was. The flying saucer was very fast. Soon, they arrived at the island where Guhai was. On the island, there was a black hole. Guhai was carrying a zither and was about to enter. Flying saucer. Director Zhang's expression changed. Men in black appeared. What should we do? In the UFO, Leo's expression changed. What? They're all here? Oh no, there are so many of them. We can't stop them. Quick, let's go. Inform the others. Quick, quick. Boom. But at this moment, a red-tasseled spear pierced through the flying saucer. No, no. The men in black screamed. The flying saucer was pulled over by Nez's red armillary sash. Seal the treasure. Don't let them reveal our tracks. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li shouted. TSK, 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 TSK. At this moment, Guhai suddenly threw out a large number of sabers from his storage space. Boom! In an instant, all the men in black were killed. There was no spiritual chi on Earth. However, Guhai's strength was extremely terrifying. The flying saucer was instantly torn into pieces. All the heads of the men in black flew out. Director Zhang's expression changed as he exclaimed, Guhai is so powerful. Just in time, I will take their souls and transmigrate again. Let's see what their souls will become. Guhai said. He wrapped his hand around the flying saucer and the corpses and pulled them into the black hole. Xiao. Guhai stepped into the black hole. The entrance of the black hole slowly disappeared. Husband, you have to come back soon, Xiaorou said. Blarg. Zhang Yulian suddenly retched. What's wrong with you? Laozi frowned. Master, I'm fine. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Zhang Yulian shook her head. See, I hang. Come and take a look. Laozi looked at Guanyin Bodhisattva with a trace of expectation. Guanyin walked closer. Suddenly, a red light appeared in her eyes. She looked for a while and said happily, Congratulations, junior sister. You are pregnant. I'm pregnant? Zhang Yulian was slightly stunned. She slowly touched her belly. Ha, this is good news. Let's go back and celebrate. Laozi was the happiest and laughed loudly. Laozi didn't make any request for Guhai. However, this request was the biggest one. Laozi had been matchmaking Guhai, Zhang Yulian, and Xiaorou to be husband and wife in order to completely tie down Guhai's heart. Laozi had a vague feeling that perhaps Guhai could play a big role in the hope of the world. As long as Guhai's heart was tied down, he would never give up the earth. Now, Zhang Yulian was pregnant. This was what Laozi wanted to see the most. He waved his hand, and the entrance of the celestial realm suddenly appeared. A group of immortals and Buddhas entered. The entrance of the celestial realm opened and disappeared quickly. Director Zhang was the only person left on the island. He was a loss. Slap. Director Zhang slapped himself. It was like a dream. Everyone is gone? Was I dreaming? Director Zhang was sure that he wasn't dreaming when he saw the document in his hand. The document said that Qian Company Limited. Chapter 726. In the tunnel, Guhai traveled for 3 days. Finally, he saw a bright exit. Guhai immediately flew out of the exit, and the exit suddenly disappeared. Bang! Guhai landed on a sea. It's this feeling of spiritual energy. I'm back. Guhai clenched his fists. Immediately, he took out a flying boat and flew up. On the flying boat, there was a pile of corpses. They were the corpses of Li O and the others. However, at this moment, They had strangely turned into a pile of bones. His consciousness sank into his dantian. Gu Hai checked the souls in the pool of retribution. After the death of the men in black, their souls were all thrown into the pool of retribution. But at this moment, this pile of souls seemed to have melted. They're all destroyed? Gu Hai's face darkened. The souls of Li O and the others were all melted into nothingness. It seems that this method still doesn't work. Back then, perhaps the 3 souls of Long Zhonghua and Xiao Rou were stronger, so they could barely pass through. Others. Gu Hai's face darkened. He reached out and burned the corpses. Gu Hai looked at the huge flying saucer. Rumble. Gu Hai quickly dismantled the huge flying saucer. There wasn't much that could be used. The flying principle was only some hydrogen energy, but it was far inferior to the magic treasures of the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. The only thing that caught Gu Hai's attention was a pen. Leo's pen that made people lose their memories. I said that there's a trace of the sealing power of the time attribute mixed in it. Time attribute. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and carefully put away. There was only one amnesia pen. Gu Hai didn't have the ability to analyze it for the time being, so he put it away for the time being. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked around. This is the sea where the Solar Divine Shrine is located. The Fusang tree is gone. That giant monument, rebelling against the ranking list. Gu Hai looked at the giant monument. All of the names on the stele disappeared, and each time a name disappeared, the stele would be covered with blood. 3,000 people, all dead? Gu Hai's face darkened. Gu Hai reached out and took out the Guqin figurine. He wanted to contact the infinite celestial capital. However, when the Guqin figurine was taken out, there was no sound at all. Oh, Gu Hai's expression darkened. He had already set up the Guqin figurines in the vicinity of Solar Divine Palace. The Guqin figurines could send messages over 1,000,000 miles, but there was no signal at all. Did that mean that all the Qin figurines within 1,000,000 miles were gone? Gone? The principle that he had set back then was to spread the net all over the world. The Qin terracotta figures would only increase in number in the world and not decrease in number. What if the Qin terracotta figures nearby disappeared? Did something happen? Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. The moment the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal appeared, the heavens and earth seemed to have sensed something. With Gu Hai as the center, a rolling golden aura suddenly gathered. Boom! However, the surging luck came out of nowhere, increasing in number. Amidst the rumbling, a storm-like luck slowly gathered above Gu Hai's head. After Gu Hai left the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, the luck of the Han Dynasty disappeared with him. It wasn't that the luck had scattered, but that it couldn't find a person to gather it. Now, with the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal as proof, as long as Gu Hai appeared and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal appeared, it would prove to the heavens and earth that Gu Hai had returned. With Gu Hai's appearance, the scattered karmic luck naturally gathered. That was not all. Apart from the luck of the Han Dynasty, the amount of luck in front of him was still increasing. It was the luck of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty that Gu Hai had seized when he killed the Long Zhonghua. There were 2 ways to increase one's luck. One was to slowly accumulate as the population of the country increased. The other was to expand the territory and seize the luck by killing the monarch. Long Zhonghua had the luck of the Deqian. After he was killed by Gu Hai, the luck of the Long Zhonghua naturally gathered in Gu Hai's hands. Although a lot of it had been seized after the changes in the Deqian territory in the past few years, Gu Hai had also obtained a lot more. More and more, the luck seemed to be slowly gathering, as if it was nurturing something. Nurturing a dragon. Is this the rhythm of the Jin dynasty? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Although he was looking forward to it, Gu Hai still held back. He threw the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Rumble. The rolling luck suddenly rushed into the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal like the collapse of a heavenly river. The seal had the ability to store luck, so it was all stored in the seal for now. The rolling luck was vast, and it took an entire day for all of it to be stored in the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. 1. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal gave off a dazzling golden light. Gu Hai put away the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. I wonder how the Han Dynasty is doing. I have to go back quickly, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Whoosh! The flying ship quickly flew in the direction of the Han Dynasty. After flying for an entire day, Gu Hai's Qin figurine suddenly sensed something. Oh! Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The fact that the Qin figurine sensed something meant that there were other Qin figurines. However, the words of the Qin figurine made Gu Hai's expression sink. The Great Emperor Dynasty has already sent troops to the Han Dynasty. The Han Dynasty has been defeated and is about to be finished. They are competing with the Sky Chess Pavilion, right? Takeshi Ryushin did not subdue the Dahan, so the Sky Chess Pavilion wants to use this opportunity to make a move. The Han Dynasty? They're so cowardly. Haha, their treasures and territories are being snatched away, and they can only watch and not dare to send troops? Haha, why don't we try to? It's not just you. The Han Dynasty is a juicy piece of meat now. Many forces want to take a bite out of it. Many forces have already started to move. Voices came from the Qin figurine one after another. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai did not know who used the Gu Qin figurine to send a voice transmission. However, he was sure that it was not someone from the Han Royal Dynasty. The Han Royal Dynasty had a very strict procedure for sending voice transmissions. Who sent the voice transmission? Why was there a Qin figurine here? If it was not from the Han Dynasty, then there was only one possibility. The Qin figurine's message was exposed. Maybe the Han Dynasty figurine was stolen, or maybe Immo worked with someone else. Exposed? Gu Hai understood that the secret of the Qin figurine could not be hidden for long. After the Long Zhonghua found out, many people in the Deqian knew about it. Sima Changkong, Long Outyen, and the Long Sanqian all knew about it. Gu Hai's face was gloomy. Since the Qin figurine was exposed, Gu Hai would not use the Qin figurine to send a message. While listening to the Qin figurine's voice, he flew into the distance. On the third day, Gu Hai finally met a group of fox demons who were having a feast. Bang! Gu Hai suddenly descended from the sky. Who is it? Suddenly, the group of fox demons glared at him and shouted angrily. Only the Fox Demon King, who was the leader, suddenly showed a look of fear. Gu Hai, you know me? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Is it really you? Gu Hai, you're not dead? The Fox Demon King exclaimed. King, this brat came out of nowhere. Let me kill him. A fox demon shouted. Shut up, all of you, back off. The Fox Demon King shouted angrily. Yes. The group of fox demons said blankly. Ancient Emperor, you are not dead? I used to be a little demon in the Solar Divine Palace. I have seen you before. Ancient Emperor, I am not targeting the Han Dynasty. I have never set foot in the Han Dynasty. The Fox Demon King said worriedly. You know me? That's great. Don't worry, I'm not here to kill you. I just want to ask you a few questions. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. The Fox Demon King immediately said respectfully. How long has it been since the Solar Divine Palace was destroyed? Gu Hai asked. It has been 5 years since all the people fell into a coma. Ancient Emperor, you don't know? Are you in seclusion? The Fox Demon King said, in surprise. 5 years? Gu Hai's face fell. The two immortal firmament realms were indeed not symmetrical in terms of time, and it was an irregular asymmetry. Although it had been more than a year in the immortal realm on Earth, it had only been about 10 days on Earth. Including the 6 days in the tunnel, it had only been about 10 days. 5 years. 5 years? Did something big happen? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. I don't know. I'm just a little demon in the Yuanying state. The Fox Demon King said in fear. Pick what you know and what you have heard. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh, yes, I know some news. It seems that the heavens are no longer monitoring Tianyuan Island in the Thousand Islands Sea. The Sky Chess Pavilion has reappeared and is recruiting disciples. Oh, right. I heard that the Qing Emperor has pledged his loyalty to the Sky Chess Pavilion. The Fox Demon King recalled. Ridiculous. The Qing Emperor is already dead. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, I know. In Shinnong City, the ancient emperor killed the Qing Emperor with his own hands. However, the Sky Chess Pavilion used some unknown ability to resurrect the Qing emperor. It's true. Now, everyone knows that in the Dian dynasty, the Qing emperor's subordinates are overjoyed and have all gone to join the Sky Chess Pavilion. The Fox Demon King explained. The Qing emperor has been resurrected? Impossible. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai had killed the Qing emperor with his own hands. After being killed by Gu Hai, the three souls would enter the transformation pool. Gu Hai remembered that when the Qing emperor's broken soul entered the transformation pool, he had completely refined it into the heaven-replenishing power. Resurrected again? That was impossible. It's true. Now everyone knows. The Fox Demon King said with certainty. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and nodded. He did not argue. What others saw might not be true. There was definitely something wrong with the Qing emperor. Perhaps he was not the real Qing emperor. Continue. Gu Hai looked at the Fox Demon King. Yes, it said that the ancient emperor killed the Long Zhonghua in the end. After the Deqian Celestial Empire was destroyed, many forces wanted to divide the Deqian Celestial Empire. However, Long Zhonghua's two sons mobilized the former Deqian Celestial Empire and established a new empire. The Fox Demon King explained. Two sons? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes. In the past, the Deqian Crown Prince, Dragon God Ing, established the Deqian Empire as the Ing Emperor. He occupied the former 5 continents of the Deqian Empire. In the past, the Deqian's third Crown Prince, Takashi Ryushin, established the Deqian Empire as the Emperor. He occupied the former 5 continents of the Deqian Empire, the Fox Demon King explained. Takashi Ryushin? He's still alive? Didn't he die in the 10 Suns Sky Crossing Formation? Gu Hai frowned. Legend has it that the former Takashi Ryushin was only one of his clones. His original body did not participate in the War of the Heavens. Legend has it that he has been in seclusion for 100 years and has just come out. The Fox Demon King explained. Takashi Ryushin? A clone? Gu Hai's face darkened. Takashi Ryushin did not participate in the destruction of the Solar Divine Palace? Then what he saw before was only one of Takashi Ryushin's clones. Yes, I heard the same thing. I heard that martial emperors are extremely powerful. Not long ago, there was an emperor who coveted the North Sea Dragon Palace and wanted to conquer the dragons of the Dragon Palace. In the end, the martial emperor went and defeated the emperor in one move. He also subdued the North Sea Dragon tribe. The Fox Demon King explained. Emperor? Martial emperor? Haha, Long Zhonghua's sons are not easy to deal with. No wonder, no wonder. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Long Zhonghua had given him a few letters, but none of them were for his sons. He had even warned him to be careful of them. At that time, he found it strange. Wasn't Dragon God the only one who was still alive? He was him. Why did he have to add them? How is the Han Dynasty now? Gu Hai looked at the Fox Demon King. Chapter 727. Han Dynasty, Boundless Heavenly Capital, Soaring Palace Hall. The dragon throne in the Soaring Palace Hall remained empty. No one sat there, and no one dared to sit there. There was a chair under the steps of the dragon throne. Qin Tianshan sat on the chair, wearing long robes. He looked at the officials, standing respectfully on both sides. At this moment, Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and Montez were not in the royal court. Reporting to the Tianshan sovereign, the great martial dynasty has already captured Linqian City and Linying City in the north. An official reported respectfully, with an unsightly expression. Got it. Is there anything else? Qin Tianshan asked indifferently. Your Highness, are we just going to ignore the great martial dynasty's invasion? Are we just going to let them capture the cities of my Han Dynasty one after another? That official asked anxiously. Qin Tianshan looked at that official with a sullen expression. Your Highness, when the emperor was around, when did my Han Dynasty suffer such humiliation? The great martial dynasty is strong, but my Han Dynasty is not that easy to bully, either. This old official is willing to lead troops north to face the great martial dynasty's army. Your Highness, please allow it, that official said solemnly. Military matters are not up to you to decide. Lord Zhang is a loyal patriot. This king will remember this. If there is nothing else, please return to your post first. Chen Tianshan shook his head. Your Highness. That official appeared anxious, but could not do anything. Your Highness, including the great martial dynasty, there are already 6 factions invading my Han dynasty. There are also 3 inferior sects and 2 dynasties continuously invading my Han dynasty's territory. Are we just going to do nothing? The great martial dynasty is strong, and we might not be able to do anything. However, why are those 3 inferior sects and 2 dynasties not sending troops to stop them? If we send Lord Gao Xinji, she should be able to quell the chaos quickly. Another official said anxiously. This king understands. Chen Tianshan said seriously. Your Highness, while the emperor is not around, 20 cities of my Han dynasty have already been plundered. Even the zither figurines are being plundered by the various large factions. Are we just going to endure? How long can we endure? This lowly official is willing to lead troops to suppress the enemy. Another official shouted. This lowly official is willing to lead troops to suppress the enemy. This lowly official is willing to lead the troops to defeat the enemy. One by one, the officials requested to fight. Shut up. Chen Tianshan glared at him. The officials immediately stopped and asked for permission to fight. Today's meeting will end here. This is a major military matter. How can it be a game? Without this king's tiger tally, anyone who dares to mobilize troops will be treated as traitors. Humph! Chen Tianshan snorted coldly as he stood up. Chen Tianshan flung his sleeves and left. The moment Chen Tianshan left, there was an uproar in the soaring heaven hall. Humph! Why did the emperor choose Chen Tianshan as regent? The king of Tianshan? You don't have any ability at all. When you meet with difficulties, you become a coward. That's right. Gao Xinji wants to lead troops to quell the rebellion, but Chen Tianshan won't let her. Why is Lord Mo unwilling to participate in politics? If Lord Mo were to lead the officials, it would definitely be better than Chen Tianshan. That's right. The territory of the former Day One imperial dynasty was won by Lord Mo and Lord Gao. How can the king of Tianshan squander it as he pleases? How hard was it to conquer these cities? You just throw it away like that, and you don't care at all? The officials grumbled. As Chen Tianshan walked out of the soaring heaven hall, he showed a bitter smile. Clearly, every court session was incredibly tiring for him. At Gao Xinji's residence, at this moment, a guest arrived. Solemnly, this person bowed to Gao Xinji. Lord Gao, long time no see. Mr. Sima? Gao Xinji's expression sank. Sima Changkong was dressed in white and looked very elegant. He looked at the many scrolls in the study and smiled faintly. Lord Gao, many factions have sent you solicitations over the past few years, right? Oh, Mr. Sima came quietly today just to tell me this? Gao Xinji retorted coldly. The disappearance of the Han dynasty's luck already explains everything. Although I admire Gu Hai's abilities, the facts cannot be changed. How long are you going to wait? Lord Gao. Gu Hai is already dead. After the heaven-defying battle at Long Zhonghua, Gu Hai has already fallen. Sima Changkong sighed softly. How dare you? Gao Xinji glared at him. Lord Gao, actually you think so too, don't you? What's the use of lying to yourself? Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Gao Xinji looked coldly at Sima Changkong. If Gu Hai was still alive, he would have come back long ago. Seclusion? It might make sense for others, but you know Gu Hai so well. Why would he be in seclusion for so long? Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Humph! Gao Xinji snorted coldly. There is no need to doubt Lord Gao's abilities. Everyone knows that. With Lord Gao's abilities, he will be an honored guest no matter where he goes. Furthermore, Lord Gao has an army of 100,000 peak nascent soul realm or lower heavenly palace soldiers. It would not be difficult for him to start another dynasty. Why does Lord Gao need to wait in this Han dynasty? Why be willing to be inferior to others? Sima Changkong advised. You really know a lot. Gao Xinji looked coldly at Sima Changkong. Gu Hai is already dead. The boundless heavenly capital is just Gu Hai's gravestone. What's the point of you guarding this gravestone? What is Chen Tianshan capable of? Is he as capable as you? He is muddle-headed, cowardly, and pedantic. Huh? Gu Hai made such a person the Tianshan king? Does Lord Gao not feel wronged? What is he capable of? How can he compare to you? Let an army? Mentor a government? Even army? Can he compare to you? You have 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Sima Changkong tried to persuade Chun Tianshan. Gao Xinji could accept Xiao Chun belittling Chun Tianshan earlier. However, when Xiao Chun mentioned his 100,000 heavenly soldiers, Gao Xinji's eyelids twitched involuntarily. I have 100,000 heavenly soldiers, but Chun Tianshan has 500,000 heavenly soldiers. Mr. Sima, are you done? If you are, please leave. This humble one will not send you off, Gao Xinji said sullenly. Gao Xinji spoke very heartlessly. However, Sima Changkong's eyes lit up. Gao Xinji did not rebuke him. Did this mean that Gao Xinji's heart wavered? Lord Gao, I know that you are capable. With your abilities, it would not be difficult for you to establish a dynasty. However, can you do what Gu Hai does? His Majesty is determined to get you. If you do not obey, His Majesty will destroy you at all costs. After all, you are too smart. Sima Changkong said sullenly. Takashi Ryushin? Ha! He wants to kill me? Gao Xinji glared. Kill is not just His Majesty. The people of the various major factions think the same. If you do not join a faction, they will definitely destroy you to eliminate future problems. Otherwise, it will be problematic when you compete with them in the future. How can those dynasties and sects compare to my great martial emperor dynasty? Before this humble one left, His Majesty already said that as long as Lord Gao joins the great martial emperor dynasty, His Majesty will make you the top commander of the army. You will be below one person and above everyone else. Sima Changkong said sullenly. Ha! Takashi Ryushin really thinks highly of me. Gao Xinji narrowed his eyes. It is not that he thinks highly of you, but that he admires you greatly. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Lord Gao, you can only bring out your full potential under the person who admires you the most. What can you do under Chun Tianshan? He is just a good-for-nothing. Don't you feel wronged? Even as an outsider, I feel wronged for you. Sima Changkong said sullenly. Perhaps this touched Gao Xinji's sore spot. Gao Xinji clenched his fists and said, Mr. Sima, please. I won't be sending you off. Gao Xinji was officially expelled. Sima Changkong also knew that it was about time. If he said anything more, it would be counterproductive. Standing up, Sima Changkong bowed slightly and said, In that case, this humble one will take his leave. Before you leave, I hope that Lord Gao will consider this. His Majesty has already made it clear that as long as Lord Gao is willing, the doors of the great martial emperor dynasty will always be open to you. Humph! Gao Xinji snorted coldly. Sima Changkong slowly left. Gao Xinji sat down, feeling somewhat tired. Gao Xinji looked in the direction of the royal court in the distance. He appeared somewhat confused. Gao Xinji's subordinate, Bai Lizhan, quietly walked over after sending off Sima Changkong. Lord, Mr. Sima might not be wrong. Chun Tianshan is not worthy of being above you. Bai Lizhan advised. Get out. Gao Xinji shouted. Yes. Bai Lizhan left bitterly. Gao Xinji sat alone in the hall, looking in the direction of the royal palace in the distance. At this moment, he felt bitter. Your Majesty, are you still here? Gao Xinji felt pained in his heart. Gao Xinji actually did not believe Chun Tianshan when he said that Gu Hai was in closed-door cultivation and would return. His luck was gone, and there was no news of Gu Hai in the world. He was almost 90% sure that Gu Hai was already dead. Only a glimmer of hope supported Gao Xinji to believe that Gu Hai was still alive. However, could he really be alive? The study was already filled with invitations from many factions. Gao Xinji had not seen any of them. This was because Gao Xinji still had some faith. However, this faith was now wavering. It had been 5 years. 5 years. There was still no news of the emperor. The commoners had always said that the emperor was in closed-door cultivation and would return soon. However, it had been 5 years. Some of the commoners did not believe it anymore. Could the emperor still come back? Gao Xinji felt a little disappointed. Gao Xianji turned his hand and took out a few booklets. The booklets had the words Sun Tzu's Art of War, 36 Stratagems, and Tian Xuan's Art of War written on them. Some books of the Art of War that Gao Xianji had never heard of were given to Gao Xianji by Gu Hai. Gao Xianji felt as if she had received a treasure and was very grateful. Seeing these booklets of the Art of War, Gao Xianji felt as if she had seen Gu Hai. Gao Xianji had been tempted by Sima Changkong's bewitchment before. However, when she saw these booklets, she suddenly thought of Gu Hai's cultivation of her. In addition to the kindness of recognizing her talent, he also taught her. 5 years? I can't even endure 5 years of the Emperor's cultivation. Am I going to betray him? Ha ha ha. Gao Xianji, it has only been 5 years. Are you going to go back on your word? Is the Emperor's grace of rebirth only worthy of you remembering him for 5 years? Gao Xianji's eyes suddenly turned red. She clenched her teeth. Huh. Even a pedantic person like Chun Tianshan can uphold his bottom line. How can I, Gao Xianji, not be loyal? Am I not even comparable to him? Your Majesty, I will continue to wait for you. Gao Xianji burned all the invitations from the various factions in the study. She did not receive any invitations from any faction. Similarly, she did not reject any faction. Chapter 728. Boundless Celestial Capital, Mo Yike's residence. Mo Yike sat by the pond in the courtyard. He held a fishing rod in his hand and caught the fish in the pond. Beside him was a go board with 31 lines. The fish nibbled at the bait continuously. Pulling the line now was the easiest way to catch the fish. However, Mo Yike did not move. He just smiled as he watched the fish spit out the hook. It wasn't until the fish finished eating the bait that Mo Yike lifted the hook and put the bait back into the water. At this moment, the white-clad Qin Zibai walked over slowly. "My lord," Qin Zibai said respectfully with a complicated expression. "Zibai, there are no outsiders here. There is no need to be reserved. Come, accompany me fishing," Mo Yike said with a smile. "My lord, earlier, Sima Changkong came to visit, but I refused to let him in," Qin Zibai said respectfully. "Sima Changkong? Huh. His father, Sima Zongheng, betrayed the Long Zhonghua. Now, the Deqin people hate him to the bone. How dare he follow Takashi Ryushin?" Mo Yike said with a smile. "My lord, earlier, when the other factions sent people, it was fine if you refused. Now, Sima Changkong came. Why did you refuse to let him in?" Qin Zibai asked somewhat unwillingly. Mo Yike turned his head and looked at Qin Zibai. "Zibai, are you thinking of leaving the Han dynasty? Before my father passed away, he told me to follow my lord. I am slow-witted, but my father definitely would not harm me. Wherever my lord goes, I will go. However, the emperor is already dead. I just feel that it is not worth it for my lord." Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. "Why is it not worth it?" Mo Yike looked at Qin Zibai. "Isn't it that useless Chun Tianshan? He is extremely pedantic. My Han dynasty is besieged on all sides, but he wants to be a coward and not let others do anything. How can he be conferred the title of Tianshan King? How can I be superior to Darren?" Qin Zibai said unwillingly. Mo Yike shook his head. "You're wrong. His Majesty's decision is correct. The Han dynasty is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Do you really think that sending troops to defend against the enemy is enough? It's not that simple. If His Majesty was in court, all of this would be fine. But now that His Majesty isn't here, the hearts of the people are scattered. Once the troops are sent out, they might not be able to return," Mo Yike said in a low voice. Qin Zibai was slightly stunned. "The more troops we send, the faster the Han dynasty will scatter. Even though the Han dynasty is being attacked from the front and the back, Qin Tianshan is still able to preserve most of his strength," Mo Yike said solemnly. Really? Qin Zibai asked in a strange tone. "Your Majesty is really good at judging people." Chun Tianshan was cowardly, afraid of trouble, and extremely pedantic. I knew that these were all flaws. However, there were great advantages for the Han royal dynasty. Due to Chun Tianshan's cowardice, he would not do anything rash. He does not know if his next step will be dangerous. He would rather not leave. Mo Yike sighed softly. Even if my lord says that Chun Tian Shan can preserve the Han dynasty for a longer time, his majesty is no longer here. My lord, what is the point of continuing to defend? Qin Zibai asked anxiously. Mo Yike raised his head and looked at the sky that had lost its luck and was now covered with dark clouds. He sighed slightly. Indeed, if Gu Hai died, what was the point of continuing to defend the Han dynasty? What was the point of defending for a long time or a short time? With Mo Yike's intelligence, he naturally saw through Chun Tianshan's thoughts. However, the more he saw, the more he felt that Gu Hai had no chance of surviving. Mo Yike didn't feel good either. My lord, previously, you told me that a great calamity might befall the boundless celestial capital? Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike nodded. Why is that? Qin Zibai asked. After the Qian Empire was destroyed, its territory fell into chaos. Hence, it did not pose much of a threat to us in the past 5 years. However, in the end, Long Zhongwu died at His Majesty's hands. The people that Dragon Godding brought back saw it clearly. Long Zhongwu? Do you know how many loyalists he had? The Qian Empire's territory gradually stabilized. Those factions and clans that were loyal to Long Zhongwu in the past will definitely shift their hatred to my Han dynasty. The Great Wu Celestial Empire sending troops is just the beginning. After that, there is still the Great Ying Empire and the surrounding factions eyeing us covetously. Huh? Mo Yike said bitterly. My lord, since that is the case, why are you still staying here? Right now, all sides are trying to recruit you. It is time for you to wait for the right price. His Majesty is no longer here. My lord, you have to plan for your own future. Even if it is not for yourself, you have to think for those who follow you. Qin Zibai said. Mo Yike put down the fishing rod and looked at the chessboard at the side. This was the chessboard that Gu Hai had left for him. 31 Heavens and Earth chessboard. After Gu Hai comprehended it, he did not hide it and passed it to Mo Yike. Looking at this chessboard, Mo Yike felt extremely grateful to Gu Hai. In these 5 years, Mo Yike had gradually comprehended the 31 chessboard. However, even after comprehending it, Mo Yike was even more reluctant to part with it. My lord, solemnly, Qin Zibai bowed and requested. His Majesty is dead? Mo Yike was even more certain of this. However, even though he was certain, Mo Yike still felt the most uncomfortable. Wait a little longer. Mo Yike shook his head. Why? Qin Zibai asked, feeling confused. In this world, I only submit to His Majesty. Those factions are not qualified for me to submit to them. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Mo Yike shook his head. Yes. Qin Zibai sighed inwardly and nodded. Although Mo Yike was not willing to interact with outsiders, he did not reject them. This made Qin Zibai feel much more at ease. At the very least, my lord was not as stubborn as Chun Tianshan. In the main hall of the embroidered uniform guards headquarters in boundless celestial capital, Montez sat in the main seat. 2 rows of embroidered uniform guards stood around him. At this moment, a man covered in blood, who had just been tortured, knelt on the ground. Montez showed a sullen expression as he looked at the man who seemed to have been tortured. Humph! Hong Gang, this Great One has treated you well. You have been following this Great One since a long time ago, and this Great One promoted you. Now, you are the embroidered uniform guard's 10,000-man commander. To think that you dare to collude with the great martial emperor dynasty's people? My lord, this lowly one was helpless. His Majesty has already passed away for 5 years. What is the point of guarding him? Hong Gang complained in dissatisfaction. How presumptuous! Montez glared. His Majesty has only left the court for 5 years. To think that you dare to commit treason and slander him, spreading lies to mislead the public. Men, beat him to death, Montez said while glaring. My lord, don't do that. This lowly one is doing this for your own good. In the past few days, many factions have sent people to invite you. However, you rejected all of them. Chun Tianshan is pedantic. My lord, why are you like this as well? We have followed you for many years, swearing loyalty to you. However, you cannot drag everyone into the fire pit. Our embroidered uniform guard system is only valuable now. Once the various factions divide the Han dynasty, our embroidered uniform guard system will be useless. We will not be valuable anymore, Han Gang said anxiously. Beat him to death. Montez glared. Yes. An embroidered uniform guard stepped forward and quickly beat Han Gang with a heavy staff. My lord, please reconsider. My lord, I am not wrong. I am not wrong. As long as you are loyal to the great martial emperor dynasty, you will have contributed greatly. You will still have a high position in the great martial emperor dynasty, Han Gang said anxiously. Beat him. Montez glared. Boom, boom, boom. After repeated beatings, Han Gang was finally beaten to death. The other embroidered uniform guards felt fearful and did not dare to say anything. If you dare to commit treason again, this will be your outcome, Montez said while glaring. Yes. The embroidered uniform guards shivered and answered. After dragging Han Gang away, the embroidered uniform guards also withdrew. Montez was left alone in the hall. At this moment, his eyes were filled with madness. He did not know if the emperor was dead. No, it was very likely that he was already dead. The various factions had extended olive branches, but Montez did not accept them. It was not that Montez was very loyal to Gu Hai, but that Montez knew his own ability. His ability was not strong, unlike monstrous geniuses like Gao Xianji and Mo Yike. His ability was too replaceable. Only the emperor appreciated him. The other factions did not appreciate his ability, but the embroidered uniform guard system. As long as he joined a faction, once the embroidered uniform guard system was taken over, he would not be far from death. But if he continued to wait, it would be torturous. Your Majesty, can you really return? Montez's eyes flashed with a strong desire. Montez could only regain his high position because the emperor returned. However, if the emperor did not return, could he only wait for death? Or hide his identity and start all over again? The various factions' letters of invitation lay on the table in front of Montez. He read them one by one. However, no matter how he looked, he could not see anyone appreciating his ability. Humph! Montez tossed the letters aside, feeling depressed. Xiao Chun wanted to find a wise master, but it was hard to find one. He might as well waste his time here. At the very least, he had a high position and authority now. After the morning assembly, Chen Tianshan returned to his residence. A large number of cities fell in the surroundings. However, Chen Tianshan felt helpless. In the hall, Liangyi, are you looking for me? Chen Tianshan looked at a handsome man before him. Third grandfather. The man, Chen Liangyi, showed a somewhat awkward expression. What's wrong? Are you like those people, trying to persuade me to join a faction? The great martial emperor dynasty? Chen Tianshan glared. No, third grandfather. I'm not trying to persuade you to join a faction. Chen Liangyi immediately said. Oh, that's good. Chen Tianshan sighed softly. Liangyi, back then, your father's death attracted the emperor's attention. The emperor treated the Chen nation extremely warmly. Although you are not very capable, the emperor still conferred you a noble title. You should be satisfied. Do not be like those people, always thinking of betraying the nation, Chen Tianshan instructed. Chen Liangyi sneaked a glance at Chen Tianshan. Third grandfather, I know that you treat me the best. We are also the closest people. However, there are some things that I do not know if I should say. As long as it is not betraying the nation, you can say whatever you want. Chen Tianshan shook his head. Third grandfather, how could I possibly think of betraying the nation? All of this belongs to my Chen clan. How could I sell it? Chen Liangyi shook his head. Huh? Chen Tianshan's pupils suddenly constricted. He looked coldly at Chen Liangyi. Back then, I was the one who gave the Chen nation to the emperor in the Han dynasty. Now, third grandfather is the Han dynasty's Tianshan king. Now that the emperor has fallen, third grandfather is the most powerful person in the dynasty. Naturally, you should take back what belongs to my Chen nation. Third grandfather, don't you think so? Chen Liangyi whispered. Impudent. Chen Liangyi, how dare you? Chen Tianshan glared and immediately stood up in anger. Chen Liangyi fell to his knees. Third grandfather, what did I say wrong? Back then, Gu Hai was just a wealthy merchant of my Chen nation. Didn't it all belong to my Qin nation? Third grandfather, now that Gu Hai has fallen, all of this naturally belongs to us. You can also ascend the throne and rule the world. We will regain our nation's destiny, and we will no longer have to fear the four factions. Chun Liangyi shouted anxiously. Huh. Ha 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 ha. Chun Liangyi, you are really crazy. You actually want to swallow the Han dynasty? Ha ha ha. Men, send Chun Liangyi to the imperial prison. Chen Tianshan glared. Yes. A large number of guards immediately rushed into the hall and grabbed Chun Liangyi. Third grandfather, I am doing this for your own good. For your own good. Third grandfather, this belongs to my Chun clan. Third grandfather, don't arrest me. Chun Liangyi exclaimed in horror. Chun Liangyi, reflect on your mistakes in the imperial prison first. Humph. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The Han dynasty can only be the emperor's Han dynasty. The moment it is no longer called the Han dynasty, it will be the end of the nation. Take him away, Chen Tianshan said with a glare. Yes, third grandfather. Chapter 729. As time passed, more and more Dahan cities were plundered by the four factions. Reports of defeat reached the infinite celestial capital. At this moment, the Dahan officials were very anxious. Within the Dahan, the citizens felt increasingly uneasy. Did something really happen to the emperor? Otherwise, why did the emperor not appear when so many cities were lost? Every day, there were arguments in the soaring palace hall. The people argued endlessly about sending troops to quell the attacks from all directions. Chun Tianshan endured tremendous pressure every day. If not for his inflexibility and stubbornness, he might have broken down long ago. Every day, he had to deal with the anxious officials and reports of defeat from all directions. Chen Tianshan also felt anxious. However, what could he do? Send troops to quell the rebellion? Indeed, if he wanted to, he could send Gao Xianji, or send another team to quell the rebellion quickly. The emperor handed the immortal demon army to him. That was an army that could suppress countless wars. However, Chen Tianshan did not dare to do so. He was worried that if he sent an army out, it would never return. Without the emperor, the people's hearts would scatter easily. As long as one army abandoned the Great Han, what followed next would be the collapse of the Great Han Empire. What Chen Tianshan needed to do was maintain stability. He needed to stabilize the Han dynasty, stabilize the Dahan officials, and stabilize everything in the infinite celestial capital. As long as he could stabilize everything, the Han dynasty would not fall apart. Lose the cities? Chen Tianshan could not care about that anymore. Furthermore, as long as the emperor returned, the factions that swallowed the Dahan cities would have to spit them out. Furthermore, they would spit them out several times over. As long as the emperor returned, wait. Just as Chen Tianshan was resisting the pressure from all directions, a figure appeared and disrupted the order in the infinite celestial capital. A large number of Xuanwu surrounded a black-clad man and arrived at the soaring palace hall's plaza. Montez, Gao Xianji, and Mo Yike, and the others all walked out of their residences and arrived at the soaring palace hall's plaza, looking at this black-clad man who suddenly appeared. Greetings, Crown Prince. Countless officials suddenly bowed in surprise. Chen Tianshan's expression changed. Impossible. You're not the Crown Prince. Montez exclaimed in shock. The man in black was none other than Gu Qin. Gu Qin smiled at Montez. Commander Meng, don't you recognize me? The Crown Prince was killed by Tai Chu. I was not the only one who saw it. Many people saw it. Now, the whole world knows that the Emperor was angry because of the Crown Prince's death. He personally went to the Heaven Realm to kill Tai Chu. You're not the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is already dead. Montez glared and shouted. When Montez shouted, everyone's face sank. Who are you? You dare to impersonate the Crown Prince? Chen Tianshan glared. All of the officials were doubtful. Their previous excitement had long disappeared, and they all looked at Gu Qin with gloomy expressions. Before Gu Qin could speak, a man in white behind him sneered. What? The Han dynasty was no longer surnamed Gu? Or do you want to usurp the throne? Huh? Everyone's expression sank as they looked at this man in white. Prime Fengyu, calm down. I'll do it. Gu Qin waved his hand. Prime Fengyu? Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. The silver moon sees Prime Fengyu? Isn't that the Xuanwu race's prime? Qin Tianshan and the others knew that the Xuanwu race's prime had died, and the Xuanwu god possessed Shanghai Hen. Shanghai Hen led the Xuanwu race to become the Han Dynasty's nation beast. Unfortunately, the evil Prime Fengyu's consciousness still remained in the Xuanwu god. In the end, it separated from Shanghai Hen's body, giving the Xuanwu race 2 primes. Prime Fengyu? The Sky Chest Pavilion? Meng Tai. Do you remember the letter I wrote to you? I don't know if you still remember. Do you remember how I wrote it? Gu Qin smiled. Montez was stunned. That letter. The Dahan is in a difficult position. Gu Qin and Montez. If there are any mishaps, Montez, will not allow any small fries to disrupt the order of the court. When my imperial father returns, I will eliminate all evil. Gu Qin said. Meng Tai stretched out his hand and took out a letter. Then, he carefully read it. As he read, his expression changed. Identical? Also, when you followed me to the solar deity shrine, I spoke with you alone several times. Gu Qin said one by one. How is that possible? How do you know? Montez looked at Gu Qin blankly. Montez's blankness stunned the others. Could it be that he was really the crown prince of Gu Qin? Lord Gao Xinji, I remember that I spoke with you alone before. The first time, Lord Imo, I remember the last time we went fishing together. At that time, I told you. Lord Chun, I remember that when we were mortals, you and I worked together seamlessly. Gu Qin continued to recall. At this moment, Gao Xinji and the others were shocked. Not a single word was missing. The things that Gu Qin said were all things that only the two of them knew. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Meng Tai bowed respectfully in shock. Greetings, Your Highness. The surrounding officials also bowed respectfully. Qin Tianshan, Gao Xinji, and Mo Yike frowned slightly. How did you come back to life? Gao Xinji asked curiously. That day I did die. But fortunately, I received the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi and was one of the 9 sons of Guanxi. Guanxi's mark allowed me to come back to life. Until today, I have returned to my original state. Today I have returned. Gu Qin smiled. Old Man Guanxi. Sky Chest Pavilion? Mo Yike frowned slightly. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. Greetings, Your Highness. May I know why Your Highness has brought the Xuanwu clan here? Mo Yike looked at the large number of Xuanwu behind Gu Qin. Mo Yike acknowledged Gu Qin. The surrounding people also bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness. Gu Qin nodded and looked at Qin Tianshan. Lord Qin, you have worked hard all these years. Although Qin Tianshan was not smart enough to tell if the crown prince in front of him was real or fake, he had learned to read people in the past 5 years. Even someone as smart as Mo Yike could tell that this was Gu Qin, so he could not be wrong. Greetings, Your Highness. Qin Tianshan said happily. It is natural for me to work hard. I'm just a little tired. Now that Your Highness is back, it is great. Gu Qin nodded. Yes, I know that Lord Chun has worked hard all these years. However, Lord Chun, don't worry. You can rest now. Qin Tianshan was confused. The Han Dynasty is still my father's dynasty. As a son, I have to share my father's burdens. Lord Qin took up the burden of the Han Dynasty because he worked hard for the Dahan. I will remember this. Now you can rest. I will help you take care of the Han Dynasty. They are attacking from all directions. It is time to take some of their arrogance. Otherwise, the Han Dynasty will be too cowardly. Gu Qin said with a smile. Your Highness is wise. I am willing to lead the army to quell the rebellion. Your Highness is wise. I am willing to lead the army to fight the enemy. It is great that Your Highness is back. That is great. We don't have to suffer from those bastards anymore. The warlike officials cheered excitedly. Mo Yike, Gao Xinji, and Montez narrowed their eyes at Gu Qin. They felt that something was wrong, but they did not say anything. Qin Tianshan's face darkened. Now that the crown prince is back, he wants to seize power? No, the authority of the Han Dynasty belonged to the emperor in the first place. The crown prince was the heir apparent. There was nothing wrong with him taking over. However, Lord Chun, do you have any objections? Gu Qin asked with a smile. Chun Tianshan's eyelids twitched as he struggled in his heart. After a while, Chun Tianshan took a deep breath and said, Your Highness, you are the heir apparent. Originally, since the emperor is not here, we should listen to you. However, I would like to say this. In the end, you are just the heir apparent. We the officials, Chun Tianshan said we the officials 3 times. After the 3rd time, all the officials looked at Chun Tianshan, not knowing what he wanted to say. We, the officials, are only loyal to His Majesty. Chun Tianshan shouted. Everyone's expressions immediately turned solemn. The crown prince wants to take over the authority of the Han dynasty. As long as His Majesty agrees, we will do our best to obey. Your Highness, may I ask, do you have His Majesty's imperial edict? Chun Tianshan shouted solemnly. Chun Tianshan's shout immediately suppressed the excitement of all the officials. Indeed, the officials no longer wanted to listen to Chun Tianshan. They had been looking forward to the crown prince's return. Finally, they would not have to suffer anymore. However, Chun Tianshan's declaration that they were only loyal to the emperor made all the officials revert to their original state. Who would dare to go against the emperor's orders? You all want to rebel against the emperor? Chun Tianshan showed a stern expression, and his tone was resolute. Many of the officials wanted to say something. However, as this involved the crime of rebelling against the emperor, they could not say anything. Mo Yike and Gao Xinji also looked at Chun Tianshan in shock. Perhaps they had looked down on Chun Tianshan in the past. However, Chun Tianshan's rejection made the two look at him in a new light. Even the two of them could not display Chun Tianshan's loyalty to the emperor. This was the crown prince. Gu Qin's expression turned sullen. Lord Chun, are you making trouble for no reason? Imperial father is not around, and you hold on to an imperial edict to do whatever you want? This crown prince is the heir apparent of the Dahan. Are you not paying your respects when you see me, or do you want to seize my Gu clan's empire? Gu Qin said coldly. Gu Qin's voice contained a questioning tone. Many of the officials looked at Chun Tianshan doubtfully when they heard that. The imperial edict is the decree of the ruler. Furthermore, I'm the Tianshan king that His Majesty personally conferred. My status as a prince is no weaker than yours. Gu Qin's crown prince, if you are loyal to His Majesty, please guard the limitless celestial capital and wait for His Majesty's return. Chun Tianshan rebutted. Humph! Chun Tianshan, it looks like you really want to seize my Gu clan's empire. Today, this crown prince will represent my father in subduing you, a treacherous official, to restore order to the world. Gu Qin said coldly. Behind him, Feng Yu slowly released a strong aura that pressed down on Chun Tianshan. At this moment, the countless officials seemed to be divided into 2 factions, with many of them supporting Gu Qin. The Gu clan's empire? Ha 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 ha! Your Highness, you misspoke. This is not the Gu clan's empire, but His Majesty's empire. Did you bring the Xuanwu clan here today to seize the nation? The imperial edict is here. Who dares to go against it? Chun Tianshan raised the imperial edict that Gu Hai had conferred upon him in the past. Then, he glared at Gu Qin, opposing him. Chapter 730. The Gu clan's empire? Ha ha! Your Highness, you misspoke. This is not the Gu clan's empire, but His Majesty's empire. Did you bring the Xuanwu clan here today to usurp the nation? The imperial edict is here. Who dares to go against it? Chun Tianshan raised the imperial edict that Gu Hai had given him in the past and glared at Gu Qin, starting a tit-for-tat confrontation. The moment Gu Hai's imperial edict appeared, everyone's expression sank, turning grave. Feng Yu prepared to make a move. However, in the next moment, Gu Qin extended his hand and stopped her. The imperial edict was the ruler's decree. Even if it was Gu Qin, as long as he made a move, he would be rebelling against the ruler. Although the officials supported Gu Qin, they could not support him more than Gu Hai. No matter how much they supported him, they could not rebel together with Gu Qin. Chun Tianshan? Tianshan King, do you know that this crown prince has been supervising the nation for many years only because imperial father heard of this crown prince's death? You have an imperial edict, but so do this crown prince. Guqin smiled as he took out an imperial edict. Your Highness, you do have an imperial edict. However, Your Highness, this is His Majesty's final order. Your imperial edict is from the past and is no longer effective. Hence, I hope that Your Highness will not get involved in this matter and take care of yourself, Qin Tianshan said sullenly. However, this is an imperial edict in the end. No matter what, the ruler is not joking. The ruler's decree is like a mountain. Isn't that so? Guqin smiled. Qin Tianshan's expression sank. If the ruler is not joking, then this crown prince's imperial edict will always be effective. Various officials, imperial father asked this crown prince to supervise the nation. Various officials, are you willing to respect the imperial edict? Guqin suddenly looked at the others. This lowly official is willing to respect the imperial edict and listen to Your Highness's orders. This lowly official is also willing to listen to Your Highness's orders. A small portion of the officials immediately spoke up, willing to follow Guqin. After all, they had been too disappointed in Qin Tianshan over the years. He was too cowardly. Such a person is not worthy of leading me. However, some of the officials who were already disheartened in the first place agreed. It has been a long time since the Han Dynasty has dealt with the opportunists. Qin Tianshan snorted coldly. The official who had just defected to Guqin immediately shrank back, but he did not dare to speak. Guqin looked at Gao Xinji, Mo Yike, and Montez. The three of you, if this consort were to once again oversee the Han Dynasty, I would like to request the three of you to assist me. Guqin looked towards the three of them. Crown Prince. Qin Tianshan's eyes widened. You're starting to poach people? The three of them had great authority in the Han Dynasty, and as long as they agreed, Guqin would be able to gather almost half of the officials, and they would be able to compete with him. Montez's eyelids twitched. Speaking of which, if Guqin was sincere in his invitation, Montez would have agreed. However, Guqin was looking at Gao Xinji and Mo Yike with anticipation, so he could only treat it as an invitation. Montez's heart trembled, and he revealed a cold smile. The hint of intimacy he had prepared was instantly erased. Perhaps he did not have great wisdom, but Montez did not lack such petty tricks. Montez did not say anything, but he looked at Mo Yike and Gao Xinji. Gao Xinji shook her head. Your Highness, I'm sorry, but I only respect His Majesty. I only listen to His Majesty's orders. Guqin frowned slightly, but he did not refute Gao Xinji. She was a talented general, and she had 100,000 celestial army under her command. It would not be easy to subdue her. Guqin was more interested in Mo Yike because Guqin understood Mo Yike's ability. Lord Mo, the Han Dynasty needs a wise man like you. It would be a waste of your talent if you continue to idle around in your residence. Guqin looked at Mo Yike. It was as if he was trying to sow discord between Mo Yike and Qin Tianshan. Mo Yike smiled. Your Highness, the King of Tianshan has already made it clear. The Han Dynasty is the Emperor's, and the Han Dynasty does not belong to the King of Tianshan or Your Highness. Moreover, it is a pleasure for me to idle around in my residence, and I don't feel that it is a waste of my talent. Mo Yike had rejected Guqin. Guqin's expression sank slightly. Your Highness, it is my Dahan's blessing that you are still alive. However, if you want to manage the nation again, please wait until His Majesty returns. This old official also wants to hand over my authority. However, this old official is even more loyal to His Majesty. Before His Majesty returns, this old official will not take a step back. Guqin said solemnly, Oh, if Imperial Father does not return, you will not let go of the Han Dynasty? What if Imperial Father never returns? Guqin asked sullenly. How presumptuous! Qin Tianshan glared. How can His Majesty not return? The surrounding officials also burst into an uproar. Humph! Qin Tianshan, stop lying to yourself and others. Also, stop lying to everyone. Imperial Father already fell in Solar Divine Palace. Why do you want to use Imperial Father's name to dominate the Han Dynasty? Are you trying to usurp the throne? Gu Qin glared. His Majesty fell? The expressions of the surrounding officials immediately turned unsightly. Speaking of which, when Gu Hai's luck disappeared, all the officials had guessed it. However, no one was willing to accept this fact. Gu Hai was like a spiritual pillar supporting everyone. How could it disappear just like that? No one could take it anymore. Only when Chen Tianshan said that the emperor was in closed-door cultivation and would return soon did everyone find some hope. Even though some people kept saying that the emperor was dead, as long as the person in the highest position, Chen Tianshan, did not say so, everyone thought that those people were just spreading rumors to mislead the crowd. However, the person in the highest position, the crown prince, said that the emperor was dead. Was the emperor really dead? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Chen Tianshan was the crown prince. Would the Tianshan king dare to kill the crown prince to correct the people's hearts? Your Highness, what nonsense are you saying? His Majesty will definitely return. Are you trying to rebel? Rage flashed in Chen Tianshan's eyes. Rebel? Ha ha! What a big accusation. Gu Qin, I am the crown prince of the Han dynasty. The current crown prince is the heir apparent, the Han dynasty's heir apparent. What does the heir apparent mean? Can you explain it to me? Heir apparent? Chen Tianshan's eyelids twitched. The expressions of all the surrounding officials changed. The heir apparent is the reserve emperor. When the emperor dies, the heir apparent can ascend to the throne. He can ensure that the nation does not fall apart or fall into chaos. He can protect the Han dynasty and its eternal foundation. Gu Qin shouted, "How presumptuous! The emperor is not dead yet. Crown Prince, you dare to usurp the throne?" Chen Tianshan shouted while glaring. "The one who is trying to usurp the throne is you, Chen Tianshan. My father is already dead. Everyone knows that. The luck will not lie. You are using the imperial edict to deceive the officials and the world. Are you trying to change the Han dynasty?" Gu Qin said while glaring. "That is to say, Your Highness Crown Prince, you are bringing Prime Feng Yu and the Xuanwu race back to the Han dynasty to usurp the throne." Chen Tianshan asked while glaring. The Xuanwu race is the Han dynasty's national beast. It is only there to stabilize the foundation of the Han dynasty. When evil spirits wreak havoc, we should eliminate the national traitor. Today, this crown prince will eliminate the traitor on behalf of my father. Officials, today is the time for you to make contributions. Follow this crown prince and take down the national traitor Chen Tianshan. We will restore the might of the Dahan. Gu Qin shouted. Yes, the people who sided with Gu Qin earlier immediately shouted excitedly. However, the other officials were still in shock. They had not recovered from the shock of the emperor's death yet. Prime Feng Yu took the lead and instantly grabbed at Chen Tianshan. With Gu Qin's orders, she needed to eliminate Chen Tianshan immediately so that the other officials would not have a choice. Kill! Prime Feng Yu arrived at Chen Tianshan's side in the blink of an eye. Shing! Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out. A white sword light instantly slashed at Prime Feng Yu in the sky. Who is it? Prime Feng Yu's expression changed as she struck out with her palm. Boom! The sword intent in the sky suddenly exploded. At the same time, tens of thousands of sword chi charged at Prime Feng Yu. Dongfeng Bubi, Dugu Qiubai, Zhang Sanfeng, and Shimin Shueishue attacked almost at the same time. All of them looked very sharp. Break! Autarch Fengyue shouted. Boom! All the sword intent and sword chi shattered. Although the four experts were strong, they were only from the Middle Heavenly Palace. Prime Feng Yu was from the Upper Heavenly Palace. Even so, they were immediately forced back by Prime Feng Yu. The four of you, why are you protecting the traitor Chen Tianshan? Gu Qin asked with a glare. Shimin Shueishue and Dugu Qiubai's eyes turned cold. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng also frowned as he looked at Gu Qin. Gu Qin's crown prince, Chen Tianshan, is not the traitor. You are the traitor. I've already seen that hypocrite Yu Buchuan. Do you think you can fool him? Humph! If Prime Feng Yu makes a move on Chen Tianshan again, I will not protect him anymore. Dongfang Booby said coldly. Huh? Guqin appeared somewhat confused. The four of us will keep an eye on you and kill you. Dongfang Booby said coldly. How dare you? The Xuanwu clan members immediately glared. Whoosh! Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and Montez quickly shielded Chen Tianshan behind them. Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity, Mo Yike said coldly. Although everyone did not like Chen Tianshan, at this crucial moment, they still stood on his side. Ha! Ha ha! Indeed, only Imperial Father can make you submit. You look down on anyone and any faction. However, I will have to offend all of you today, Guqin said coldly after taking a deep breath. As Guqin spoke, he gently formed a hand seal. Buzz! The ritual array in the sky suddenly shook. Zhang Sanfeng, Shimin Chueshua, Dongfang Booby, and Dugu Qiubai's figure swayed, and they nearly fell over. Guqin had reached out and grabbed a jade-green saber in the air. The saber gave off surging fog, connecting to the ritual array in the sky and controlling the four experts. The life entrapment saber. Chen Tianshan's expression changed. Imperial Father taught me how to use the life entrapment saber. Now, these four-sword cultivators can't help you, Guqin said coldly. Your Highness, we are willing to follow you. Your Highness, we are willing to serve your Highness. Your Highness, no, your Majesty, we are willing to serve your Majesty like dogs and horses. Many of the officials immediately surrendered to Guqin. Many of the embroidered uniform guards also turned their backs on Montez, willing to submit to Guqin. This immediately frustrated Montez. Guqin smiled coldly. Just as Guqin was about to continue killing, ha ha, I came at the right time. This is going to be a good show. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the sky. Everyone looked up. At this moment, they saw a huge flying ship flying over. Several men stood on the flying ship. The one at the front was the former Qian Marquis Outyin, Long Outyin. He was the son of the dragon god Ing. Long Outyin stood at the top of the flying ship. Behind him on the deck, there were many coffins lined up vertically. Long Outyin. Guqin's face darkened. Don't worry, Guqin. I'm not going to fight for the country with you. I only want two people, Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. I will take them with me, Long Outyin said with a sinister smile. Below, Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and the others raised their eyebrows as they looked at this uninvited guest. Chen Tianshan, Guqin, and Long Outyin suddenly entered a stalemate, facing each other head-on, just as the three sides were facing each other. In a restaurant not far from the Soaring Palace Hall, a group of people in black robes stood in the restaurant. They were guarding the four corners of the restaurant, looking respectfully at the man in black robes at the very front. This man was none other than Gu Hai, who had rushed back. Gu Hai stood at the window with his hands behind his back. He looked at the dispute in the Soaring Palace Hall square in the distance. He did not go forward, only narrowing his eyes. The person standing next to him was the black-robed man, Chongming. Your Majesty, this is the information I have collected. Now that the Crown Prince of Guqin has changed, do you want to? Chongming said respectfully. Let's wait a little longer. Ha! I want to see what other evil spirits there are. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Chapter 731. With the arrival of Prime Fengyu and Prime Shangwan Hen, Silver Moon Ocean had already become the territory of the Xuanwu clan. At Silver Moon Island, Shangwan Hen sat in a small courtyard with a Guqin figurine placed before him. He was drinking alone. Elder Miao Chun stood respectfully at the side. He frowned slightly and said, Prime, I have already checked outside. He is still there. Shangwan Hen's hand paused, and he revealed a cold smile. Huh, Sky Chess Pavilion? He is still monitoring me? Good, good, good. Prime, do we have to keep going against the Sky Chess Pavilion? Elder Miao Chun asked with a bitter smile. We are not going against the Sky Chess Pavilion. Humph. I am doing this today to protect the Xuanwu clan. Prime Fengyu? Huh. He was arranged by Old Man Guanqi back then, right? The Xuanwu clan was nearly destroyed last time. If we are not careful this time, we will be consigned to eternal damnation. Shangwan Hen said gravely. Ah, why? Miao Chun asked, confused. Because of the emperor. Huh. It is not like you have not heard of the news from the celestial realm. Who killed Taiwa? Who killed Tai Chu? Who killed Long Zhonghua? Shangwan Hen asked gravely. However, Gu Hai was lucky. Lucky? Huh. In the past, many people thought that Gu Hai was lucky. However, many of those people died. After following Gu Hai for so many years, I'm very clear about this. Do not look at the process or Gu Hai's cultivation. Look at the result. Today, if we follow the Sky Chest Pavilion and betray the Han Dynasty, the Xuanwu clan will disappear from this world in the future. Shangwan Hen said gravely. That can't be. Isn't Gu Hai dead? You saw the corpse. Shangwan Hen looked at Miao Chun. No. If we had Gu Hai's corpse, the Han Dynasty would have collapsed long ago. Yes, countless people think that the emperor is dead, but I don't think so. His life is too tough. So tough that even Long Zhonghua can't compare to it. He will come back, and when he comes back, it will be time for those people to be wiped out. Shangwan Hen said in a deep voice. Oh, yes. Miao Chun nodded suspiciously. How's the news going? Shangwan Hen looked at Miao Chun. Supreme Venerable, you are currently trapped in the Silver Moon Sea. But rest assured, there are still many Xuanwu clan members who are loyal to you. According to your request, we have already dispatched a large number of Xuanwu clan members to spread the news. The Sky Chest Pavilion and Grand Emperor Dynasty's troops have already spread the news in advance. I believe the limitless heavens is already prepared. Miao Chun nodded. Unfortunately, there is still nothing I can do. If the emperor were in court, this news would be enough. I hope Qin Tianshan can hold on. Shangwan Hen sighed softly. However, Supreme Venerable, if you spread the news to all the factions, won't there be more people with ill intentions heading over? That's right. With so many people harboring evil intentions, the more murky the waters are, the more advantageous it is for Qin Tianshan. I hope that he can make good use of this opportunity. Furthermore, it would be even better if this news reached the emperor's ears. Shangwan Hen had just finished speaking when the Qin figurine in front of him suddenly spoke. Supreme Venerable, this is the limitless heavens. Guqin's crown prince is leading Prime Feng Yu and a group of Xuanwu clan soldiers to force Qin Tianshan to abdicate. The situation is already at its climax. The Great Qing Dynasty's Long Outyin has arrived with a flying boat and a coffin. The Qin figurine spoke. News from the limitless heavens. The Great Qing Dynasty also sent people over. Miao Chen's expression changed. Looks like the news we leaked about the Great Wu Dynasty and the Sky Chest Pavilion taking action worked. The Great Qing Dynasty also sent people over. Hey, good. The more people there are, the more muddied the waters. Qin Tianshan, you have to hold on. Shangwan Hen's eyes flashed with anticipation. Shangwan Hen's advance warning was not only because the Great Qing Dynasty had sent Long Outyin. All the major forces also sent people to go there. The two dynasties and three lower sects were in high spirits because they had been constantly attacking the Han Dynasty cities. It should be known that the city lords of the Han Dynasty had all gone through the baptism of the Azura Path secret realm. Now, they had all reached the early stage Celestial Palace. Being able to attack the Han Dynasty's cities under such circumstances meant that these 5 factions were very powerful. At the very least, they had lower Celestial Palace experts and even middle Celestial Palace experts. Now, the 2 emperors and 3 sect masters each led a group of experts to hide in the surrounding mountains and forests. They coldly looked at the limitless heavens in the distance. Long Outyin and Guqin only valued the Dahan army commanders. However, the Dahan army did not only have these few talents. There were also other, slightly weaker talents. These small factions were determined to get them. Now that the war was about to start, it was the best time to fish in troubled waters. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. In the sky above the limitless heavens capital, Long Outyin looked down at Guqin with a cold smile. Mr. Mo, Mr. Gao, my father admires the 2 of you very much. Solemnly, he sent me here to invite the 2 of you to the Great Qing Dynasty as guests. I hope the two of you won't mind. Long Out Yin looked at the two of them again. Visit the great Ing dynasty as guests? Heh, I don't have the fortune. Mo Yike shook his head and smiled. I don't have the fortune either. Gao Xianji also said coldly. You don't have the fortune? Heh, it's a blessing that my father values you. The two of you don't have to decline. It's settled. Long Out Yin said overbearingly. Oomph. Long Out Yin. Are you sure you want to go against me today? Guqin looked at Long Out Yin coldly. Long Out Yin looked at Guqin with a cold smile. Dahan's crown prince? Heh, I didn't expect that you would become the Sky Chess Pavilion's lackey. Guqin, don't waste your breath on him. He won't be able to cause much trouble. Feng Yu's eyes turned cold. She reached out and hit the flying ship in the sky. Long Out Yin's eyes turned cold. Instantly, a black shadow blocked in front of Long Out Yin. Boom! The black shadow's palm and Feng Yu's palm were locked in a stalemate in the air. A large amount of air current was stirred up. The wind blew and created a storm in the limitless heavens. Zombie? Jiangshun? Autarch Feng Yue looked coldly at the shadowy figure. It was a zombie wearing an emperor's robe blocking in front of Long Out Yin. Haha, Supreme Feng Yue. You are much weaker than you were 800 years ago. Long Out Yin laughed coldly. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Go take Long Out Yin down. Feng Yu's eyes turned cold. Roar. Dozens of Xuanwus roared and rushed into the sky. They emitted a strong aura as if they had opened the heavenly palace. A bunch of country bumpkins. You want to fight me? Open a coffin. Long Out Yin's eyes turned cold. Boom. All of the coffins on the flying boat let out a loud sound. Suddenly, the lids of the coffins opened. When the coffins opened, Guqin and the others' faces darkened. They saw that there were zombies in official and military uniforms standing in the coffins. There was a yellow talisman in between each zombie's eyebrows. 10,000 Jiang Chen zombies? Guqin's face changed. Boom! 10,000 zombies rushed out. They immediately pounced on the dozens of Xuanwus. Roar! In an instant, the Xuanwus were trapped in the center of the zombies. A lot of screams came from the Xuanwus. Bastard! Feng Yu's face changed. She rushed toward the Jiang Chen's emperor. Boom! With a flip of his hand, he instantly slapped away the group of zombies. Immediately, the black tortoises that had soared into the sky escaped. However, as they escaped, their bodies were covered in wounds. Large pieces of their flesh were bitten and devoured by the zombies. Peak nascent soul level zombies? No, they even opened the heavenly palace? Feng Yu's face darkened. Roar! The zombie emperor roared. The 10,000 zombies immediately flew behind it and looked coldly at the Xuanwus. Peak nascent soul level? These are the zombies in a cave that my father found. Each of them has a talisman seal on their forehead. Once the seal is removed, all the zombies will open the heavenly palace. Do you believe it? Long Out Yin sneered. Open the heavenly palace? Guqin narrowed his eyes. All right, I won't play with you anymore. Guqin, you take the Han Dynasty. I only want Mo Yike and Gao Xinji. You can't stop me. Of course, you could try. Long Out Yin said coldly. Long Out Yin, do you think you could defeat everyone with these heavenly palace zombies? Have you forgotten about Gao Xinji's 100,000 heavenly soldiers? Guqin sneered. 100,000 heavenly soldiers are only peak nascent soul level. How many heavenly palaces do they have? Since I dare to come here today, I am confident that I can take them away. Long Out Yin said coldly. Is that so? I wonder if you will agree, Mr. Sima. Guqin suddenly looked at a building in the distance. Long Out Yin turned around. He saw a group of people in green robes standing at the top of the building. The two leading them were Sima Changkong and the former Dragon Crown Prince, Ao Sheng. Sima Changkong? Ao Sheng. You want to stop me too? Long Out Yin's face darkened. Roar. Suddenly, a large number of people in green robes behind Ao Sheng expanded and turned into more than 4,000 giant dragons floating in the air. Each of them looked ferocious as they glared at Long Out Yin's 10,000 zombies. Guqin's crown prince, you have good eyesight. You can see me here? Sima Changkong frowned and looked at Guqin. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sometimes it's the first to get the prize, and the slowest to get the prize. Guqin smiled. Yeah, the first to get the prize, and the slowest to get the prize? But what will I get if I help you? Sima Changkong smiled. It's not about what you will get, but what will you lose if you don't help me? Guqin shook his head and said. The situation was getting more and more complicated. The forces that were trying to take advantage of the situation were getting more and more conflicted. They did not know what to do. The square of the soaring palace hall was like the center of a whirlpool. Everyone was getting more and more anxious. Only Gu Hai gently picked up a cup of tea in a restaurant not far away. As he sipped the tea, he looked at the chaotic lightning in the surroundings. While Gu Hai was sipping his tea and looking at the outside world coldly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow flew into the restaurant where Gu Hai was. Who are you? How dare you? How dare you? The group of black-robed vampires was on high alert. Even Chang Ming's expression changed. He stood beside Gu Hai and was about to attack. It's okay. Gu Hai waved his hand. Huh? Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, he was still wary of the black-robed person who suddenly appeared. The black-robed person suddenly stared at Chang Ming, giving Chang Ming a sense of danger, as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Mosquito Dowrin, isn't it impolite to stare at my subordinate like that? Gu Hai smiled faintly. Chapter 732. The moment the Mosquito Dowrin entered the restaurant, he stared at Chang Ming. The chaos element bead that he tried so hard to get was in the hands of the person in front of him. As long as he killed him, the chaos element bead would be his. The Mosquito Dowrin wanted to attack, but he stopped himself. This was because Gu Hai was standing at the side. In the past, the Mosquito Dowrin felt that Gu Hai was pretending to be weak. He pretended to be weak, but his strength was monstrous. All along, no one believed him, but in the end, those who didn't believe him were all dead. The Qing Emperor was dead, Tai Chu was dead, Taiwo was dead, and even Long Zhongwa was dead. Outsiders said that Long Zhongwa died because he was at the end of his road, and Gu Hai just got close and gave him a light stab. Everything was a fluke. However, in the eyes of the Mosquito Dowrin, it was all nonsense. Fluke? Try killing the Qing Emperor by luck. Try killing Tai Chu by luck. Try killing Taiwo by luck. Or who was lucky enough to go to the dragon-slaying kingdom to take a look. It wasn't a fluke, but Gu Hai deliberately pretended to be weak, waiting for you to fall into his trap. Everyone said that Gu Hai was dead, but look, Gu Hai looked so radiant. How was he dead? This was also the reason why the Mosquito Dowrin had been waiting in the infinite celestial capital for 5 years. Originally, the Mosquito Dowrin was still watching the battle outside, but suddenly his nose sniffed and smelled Gu Hai's blood. He immediately became alert and flew over. Mosquito Dowrin, aren't you impolite to look at my subordinate like that? Gu Hai smiled slightly. No, I'm just looking. The Mosquito Dowrin immediately smiled apologetically. However, he resisted the urge to make a move. At the side, Chang Ming suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Chang Ming really felt Mosquito Dowrin's killing intent. Gu Hai, where have you been for the past 5 years? Why is there no news of you anywhere? Mosquito Dowrin asked curiously. Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Dowrin and smiled, but he didn't explain. However, this made Mosquito Dowrin feel even more mysterious. I was planning to retrieve the heaven-splitting axe, the bell of chaos, the cauldron of heaven and earth, and the 10-direction annihilation. Unfortunately, they are all broken. I can only postpone what I told you before. Gu Hai looked at the sky above the limitless celestial capital. It's all right. I can afford to wait. There's still 50 years left. Mosquito Dowrin smiled awkwardly. Chang Ming, Mosquito Dowrin is here today. I will also tell you that Mosquito Dowrin formed an alliance with me and wanted to obtain your Chaos Element bead, but I stopped him. In the future, when he does 2 more things for me and obtains one of the top 15 magic treasures in exchange for it, I will agree. Gu Hai looked at Chang Ming. Chaos Element bead? If your majesty wants it, you can take it at any time. There is no need for any magic treasures in exchange. Chang Ming said solemnly. Mosquito Dowrin's eyes lit up at the side. I will naturally do what I promised. Don't worry, You are a true subject. I will not let you suffer losses. Gu Hai said, while shaking his head. Yes. Chongming nodded and retreated to one side. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai with satisfaction. Since Chongming had agreed to Gu Hai's request, his chaos element bead would not be able to escape. Gu Hai, your limitless celestial capital is so lively. You have been gone for 5 years, and it hasn't dispersed? However, there are a few factions that have come with ill intentions. Mosquito Daoran looked into the distance. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Yes, they have come with ill intentions. However, they're not considered to be anyone important. Oh, Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Soaring Sky Hall Plaza. Gu Qin, Sima Chongkong, and Long Outyin were in a deadlock. Aside from Long Outyin's boundless fighting spirit, Gu Qin and Sima Chongkong were still using their auras to suppress the others. At this moment, the 3 factions were about equal in strength. All of them wanted a share of the Han dynasty. However, none of them gave in at this moment, verbally provoking them. They used their auras to threaten, but did not rush to make a move. Given this, the Dahan subjects in the Soaring Sky Hall Plaza were like outsiders, cast aside. Or rather, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They no longer had the right to speak. Lord Imo, Lord Gao, Lord Montez. Chen Tianshan said seriously. Tianshan King. The 3 looked at Chen Tianshan in confusion. Originally, I thought that I had the ability to defend the Han dynasty and wait for His Majesty's return. However, it looks like I no longer have that chance. I have a request for all of you. Chen Tianshan looked at the 3. Request? The 3 asked, feeling confused. Lord Gao, His Majesty personally promoted you. I believe that your loyalty to His Majesty is unquestionable. I will not say much about how His Majesty treats you. I only want to say that if anything happens to me, I implore Lord Gao to wait for His Majesty for some more time. 10 years? No, I'm not asking for too much. Just 5 years. How about defending the Han dynasty for another 5 years? Chen Tianshan solemnly bowed to Gao Xinji. Tianshan King, what do you mean by that? Gao Xinji asked with a frown. Lord Imo, I also implore you to wait for 5 years. It is not for anything else, but for His Majesty's appreciation of your talent and appreciation. Chen Tianshan suddenly bowed to Mo Yike. Tianshan King, you can't. Mo Yike's expression changed. Lord Ming, please believe that His Majesty will definitely return. He will definitely return within 5 years. You will still rule the world, and the Han dynasty will continue to grow. It will become an imperial dynasty or even a celestial dynasty. Don't lose the Tongtian shortcut for short-term gains and losses. Chen Tianshan said to Montez. Tianshan King, what do you want to do? Montez's expression changed. In the distance, Gu Hai suddenly felt moved. At the same time, he gained a new understanding of Chen Tianshan's abilities. Is Chen Tianshan a coward? No, Chen Tianshan saw through many things. He had a deep understanding of Gao Xinji, Mo Yike, Montez, and the others. However, he never showed it. Chen Tianshan King did not know how to do things, but he knew how to conduct himself. Chen Tianshan King did not have enough intelligence, but he never made any major mistakes. What I'm most thankful for is having a subordinate, Chen Tianshan. Gu Hai sighed from afar. Mo Yike, Gao Xinji, and Montez also seemed to be getting to know Chen Tianshan for the first time. The 3 of you, if something happens to me, please protect the Dahan. I don't ask for 10 years. 5 years is enough. After blocking the bandits for 5 years, His Majesty will definitely return, Chen Tianshan said solemnly. Tianshan King, what are you planning to do? Montez asked anxiously. Right now, the situation was not something he could control. Be it the dragon race, the Xuanwu race, or the zombie horde, they all had countless heavenly palaces and heavenly palaces experts. What else could the Dahan rely on today? Many of the officials looked at the Tianshan King in disdain. Tianshan King, do you think you are the emperor? Now that you are at the mercy of others, you think you can resist? Immortal demon army, heed my command. Chen Tianshan suddenly shouted. Boom! Suddenly, countless guards flew over from the surroundings of the soaring palace hall. Their strong auras formed a surging storm, instantly causing the expressions of the three factions' experts to change. This aura, Sima Changkong's expression changed. 500,000 soldiers suddenly flew out from the surroundings of the boundless celestial capital. The army soared into the air, representing the Yuanying state experts. The expressions of the various faction experts hiding in the dark in the distance also changed. What? The Han dynasty has 500,000 soldiers from the Yuanying state? That's impossible. 500,000 soldiers from the Yuanying state? Wouldn't that sweep through all the other dynasties? The strongest dynasty? No, that's not right. It doesn't seem to be the Yuanying state. The expressions of the various faction experts changed when they saw the 500,000 soldiers charging at Chen Tianshan. Immortal demon army? Quick, take down Chen Tianshan! Gu Qin exclaimed as he pointed at Chen Tianshan, glaring. Sima Changkong also reacted, knowing that the situation was bad. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, quickly attack and take down Chen Tianshan. The situation is not good. Chen Tianshan, you ant! How dare you resist? Long Outyin glared. A large number of zombies immediately charged over. Seeing the dragon race, the Xuanwu race, and the zombies charge over, Chen Tianshan smiled coldly. Immortal demon army, heed my command. There is no need to worry about this king's safety. This king died for the Dahan race. Kill Sima Changkong, Long Outyin, and Gu Qin at all costs. This is the military order. Kill! 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 Roar! Hong! The 500,000 soldiers suddenly unleashed their Tongtian auras. The moment the powerful immortal demon army appeared, a torrential storm surged and shot toward Gu Qin, Sima Changkong, and Long Outyin like arrows. Oh no! Gu Qin's expression changed as he soared into the air and fled into the distance. Before the others could react, they wondered what was going on. Why did Gu Qin flee? However, in the next moment, everyone figured it out. They're not from the Yuanying state, but the Heavenly Palace? Suddenly, a dynasty's ruler's exclamation came from the forest in the distance. 500,000 heavenly palaces? Is this a joke? 500,000? 500,000? His dynasty was already very strong, but only 3 people could open heavenly palaces. In the past, the predecessor of the Han dynasty, the Shenlu dynasty, even the emperor Huang Fuchaoga, was from the Yuanying state. Even then, the dynasty did not have a single heavenly palace. However, the Han dynasty still hid such a monstrous army. This was an undefeatable army? If this army had been sent out in the past, how could he have attacked the city? The expressions of the various factions changed dramatically. The 2 dynasties and 3 low-tier sects immediately felt like they were facing destruction. I told you not to attack the Han dynasty. Who encouraged me back then? It's over. So many heavenly palaces? No, all of them opened heavenly palaces? Our sects are in danger. Our dynasty is in trouble. The various factions cried out in alarm. Sima Changkong, Long Outyin, Ao Sheng, and Feng Yu all widened their eyes. Kill Chen Tianshan. Feng Yu charged straight at Chen Tianshan. No, save me first. Gu Qin cried out in alarm. Gu Qin knew how terrifying this army was. They would not care about him at all. As long as they gave the order, they would kill him with all their might. Bastard! The other Xuanwu clan members, go and kill Chen Tianshan. I will save Gu Qin. Feng Yu's expression changed. Whoosh! Immediately, Feng Yu arrived in front of Gu Qin. However, at this moment, Gu Qin was surrounded by hundreds of divine demon soldiers. Furthermore, they were charging straight at him. Boom! Prime Feng Yu pushed aside the divine demon soldiers and flew into the air with Gu Qin. Chen Tianshan, you are crazy. Gu Qin roared in shock. Kill. Aside from the zombie emperor, the other soldiers quickly go and kill Chen Tianshan. High in the sky, Long Outyin's flying ship instantly exploded. If not for the zombie emperor's fast reaction, he would have been killed. Long Outyin showed an expression of shock. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, be careful. Sima Changkong's expression changed as he dodged. However, the divine demon army was too strong, and there were too many of them. The dragon race could not stop them at all. Elders, I'll protect Mr. Sima. You all go and deal with Chun Tianshan. Just kill him. Ao Sheng exclaimed as his expression changed. Boom! A large number of experts charged at Chun Tianshan. Chapter 733. The sky above the soaring Sky Palace Plaza was in chaos. Chun Tianshan suddenly understood that he couldn't avoid today's calamity. Guqin had brought along Supreme Fengyu. Supreme Fengyu had gone to the Heavenly Palace, and the Han Dynasty didn't have a Heavenly Palace. Even if he tried to hide, he wouldn't be able to escape. If Guqin succeeded in seizing the country, the first person they would kill would be him, the Heavenly Mountain King, because the Han Dynasty didn't need a second voice. As for Sima Changkong's appearance, he didn't have good intentions. However, from the conversation between Guqin and him, the two sides seemed to have some kind of alliance. Long Outyin didn't even put him in his eyes. He wanted to capture Mo Yike and Gao Xinji. If the two were captured, the people of the Han Dynasty wouldn't be too far away. Therefore, Chun Tianshan ordered the 500,000 demon god army to kill the three of them. Guqin, Sima Changkong, Long Outyin. Guqin died, but the Han Dynasty wouldn't be seized because of Guqin. The Xuanwu clan, represented by Supreme Feng, you wouldn't be able to seize power. No one cared about them. Sima Changkong died, and the dragons were in chaos. Long Outyin died, and the group of zombies dispersed. As long as the three of them died, this calamity would come to an end. Even if he died, even if Supreme Fengyu and Ao Sheng wanted to take revenge, as long as he died, the revenge would be over and the Han Dynasty would be saved. As long as they died. As for the future, he couldn't care less. He just hoped that the Emperor would return soon. 500,000 heavenly palaces, such a terrifying number, even the heavenly palaces wouldn't dare to recklessly face them. The unified army and the ferocious killing intent caused the three's expressions to change. As such, Supreme Feng, you had to quickly protect Guqin. Ao Sheng also had to immediately protect Sima Changkong. The zombie emperor also had to protect Long Outyin immediately. Otherwise, if the three of them died, everyone's efforts would be for naught. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out in the air as Paragon Fengyue and the rest of the God Devil army were sent flying. However, this army of gods and demons was trained by Gu Hai and was absolutely loyal to him. So what if they were sent flying? He continued to kill. His killing intent from back then in the Azura Dao secret realm was revealed once more. He didn't care about the three of them at all. Although they were all heavily injured, he still had an army of 500,000. How could he be afraid of them? Rumble. The shockwaves seemed to form 3 super tornadoes. The warriors wielding swords and sabers charged into the tornadoes without any fear of death. The huge tremors caused the experts below to feel a chill in their hearts. 500,000 lower celestial palaces, that can't be wrong. How could there be 500,000 lower celestial palaces? How did the Han Dynasty do it? In the past, I thought that the Han Dynasty was just a weak dynasty that got lucky and connected with the Long Zhonghua. Now, I realize that I was completely wrong. The Han Dynasty is so strong that the Long Zhonghua thinks highly of the Han Dynasty. How can they be so strong? Back when we conquered the Han Dynasty cities, every city lord had a heavenly palace. I already found it strange. It turns out that the Han Dynasty actually had so many heavenly palaces. The surrounding experts trembled in fear. However, the Xuanwu, zombies, and dragons of the heavenly palaces roared as they charged at Tianshan. First Legion, protect the Tianshan king. Gao Xinji shouted. Boom! A large group of soldiers immediately charged over from all directions. Gao Xinji's 100,000 heavenly soldiers were on the same level as the army of gods and demons. They quickly rushed over from all directions, revealing the powerful auras of the heavenly palaces. What? The dragon elder's expressions changed. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions sounded. A large group of dragons, zombies, and Xuanwu were blocked. The First Legion's attacks were even more brutal. They quickly started killing. Countless dragons, zombies, and Xuanwu were killed. Activate the city defense formation. Protect the people. Mo Yike waved his hand. The boundless celestial capital trembled from the battle, but it slowly stabilized after the formation was activated. Rolling fog appeared from all directions, protecting the people of the boundless celestial capital. At this moment, the people and officials of the boundless celestial capital stared at the Han Dynasty's army of gods and demons in disbelief. Our Han Dynasty is so strong. Lower celestial palaces? So many? So many? Why didn't I know? How is this possible? His Majesty has laid down a great foundation. Many officials were shocked. Some were pleasantly surprised, while others were frightened. Everyone had different thoughts. Montez waved his hand, and the experts of the embroidered uniform guards stood in front of Chun Tianshan to protect him. They watched as the dragons, zombies, and Xuanwu were killed by Gao Xianji's 100,000 celestial soldiers. Although there were many celestial soldiers, they were all lower celestial palaces. There were still some middle celestial palace experts among the dragons, Xuanwu, and zombies. Although they couldn't do anything to the 100,000 celestial soldiers, they could still get closer to Chun Tianshan. Rumble. The huge impact knocked away the celestial soldiers one after another. 10 middle celestial palace experts were already close to Chun Tianshan. Qin Zibai, Mo Yike shouted. A bamboo cane appeared in Qin Zibai's hand and struck at one of the middle celestial palaces, Xuanwu. Boom! That Xuanwu was sent flying. Middle celestial palace? Qin Zibai? Suddenly, the middle celestial palace experts recognized Qin Zibai. Boom! 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 Qin Zibai instantly blocked 3 middle celestial palaces. Furthermore, he held the upper hand. Quickly attack. If we kill Chun Tianshan, the divine demon army might be leaderless. We will block Qin Zibai. You all continue to charge and kill Chun Tianshan. Quickly, a dragon race elder shouted. Boom! For middle celestial palaces immediately blocked Qin Zibai. Then, the middle celestial palace experts charged at Chun Tianshan again. Stop him! Montez shouted. Boom! 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 The middle celestial palaces knocked back Montez, Gao Xianji, and the embroidered uniform guards. In the blink of an eye, Chun Tianshan was isolated. The embroidered uniform guards and the celestial soldiers could not stop the middle celestial palaces. In the blink of an eye, the Xuanwu middle celestial palace at the very front charged to Chun Tianshan. No one was around Chun Tianshan anymore. No one could save him. Ha ha ha. Today Cui Jin, will make this contribution. Die. That Xuanwu elder stabbed his sword at Chun Tianshan with a ferocious expression. Tianshan's sovereign. Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, and Montez immediately exclaimed. However, Chun Tianshan did not close his eyes at this moment. Instead, he suddenly started laughing loudly. Regret flashed in his eyes as he laughed. This subject, Chun Tianshan, can no longer be loyal to your majesty. May the Dahan live for 10,000 years. May your majesty live for 10,000 years. Chun Tianshan roared at the sky. His roar was inconspicuous amid the rumbling in the surroundings. However, this inconspicuous roar was like a heavy hammer pounding on the hearts of all the officials. Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, Montez, and the other officials immediately felt ashamed. The quality of the Tianshan sovereign was not something that a little bit of intelligence could compare to. For the first time, Mo Yike and Gao Xianji discovered that they were not comparable to Chun Tianshan. In the past, they had looked down on Chun Tianshan's ability. However, looking at it today, they found themselves laughable. However, even as everyone showed anxious expressions, Cui Jin's sword had already arrived at Chun Tianshan's face. It looked like Chun Tianshan would die at Cui Jin's sword. Just at this moment, a bone-like spike suddenly shot out of the ground under Chun Tianshan's feet. The earth spike instantly grew longer and longer. It shot straight for the tip of Cui Jin's sword. Clang! The bone spike clashed with the tip of the sword. The strong hardness made Cui Jin's sword pause. What? Cui Jin's expression changed. Around them, The other people also revealed confused expressions. Bone Spike? Bone Spike? Could Chun Tianshan still have other tricks up his sleeve? However, when they looked at Chun Tianshan again, he also showed confusion. Many people felt confused. How could a Bone Spike block Cui Jin's sword? Why did the Bone Spike save Chun Tianshan? Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Chun Tianshan's mind. Bone Spike? Bone Attack? This is. Chun Tianshan immediately felt a lump in his throat. His eyes lit up, and tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. His entire body suddenly trembled. I'm back. I'm back. Chun Tianshan cried tears of joy as he trembled. What kind of treasure is this? Humph. Die. Since Cui Jin's sword attack failed, he flipped his hand and sent a palm strike at Chun Tianshan. At this moment, Chun Tianshan no longer feared Cui Jin. Instead, he revealed a look of excitement and joy. Just as Cui Jin's palm strike was about to land on Chun Tianshan's face, suddenly, another bone spike shot out of the ground and instantly pierced through Cui Jin's palm. Then it tore through his wrist and headed for his chest. Ah! Cui Jin screamed in pain. Boom! The bone spike instantly pierced through Cui Jin with a loud sound. Blarg! Cui Jin vomited a mouthful of blood. The bone spike did not stop there. It continued to grow, growing larger and taller, increasing in number. It instantly soared into the air, looking like a huge mountain of bone sabers piercing high into the sky. Cui Jin looked like he had been torn apart. He struggled in the air, trembling. He could not believe this strange scene. A mountain of bones pierced through him. Why? Blarg! Cui Jin vomited a mouthful of blood. In despair, he took his final breath. The sudden change confused all the people attacking Chun Tianshan. How could it be like this? However, this was not over yet. Boom! Hundreds of bone spikes instantly appeared in the surroundings of the soaring palace plaza. The moment the bone spikes appeared, they pierced all the people attacking from the central heavenly palace plaza into the air. However, this time, the bone spikes were not as ruthless as they were to Cui Jin. The bone spikes only made them lose all combat prowess, piercing through their bodies and sending them into the air. It was like hanging their corpses as a warning to others. Many bone spikes soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, they formed a terrifying mountain of bone sabers in the plaza of the soaring palace plaza, startling everyone in the surroundings. The moment the bone spikes appeared, Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and Montez seemed to have guessed something. They immediately showed wild joy on their faces. The Dahan has not flourished yet. How can I bear to let my beloved official leave? Chun Tianshan, you have suffered for the past 5 years. A deep voice came from a mountain of bone spikes. Chapter 734. The Dahan is not at his prime yet. How can I bear for my beloved official to leave? Chun Tianshan, you have suffered in the past 5 years. A deep voice came from the bone peaks. The voice was not loud, but it had a strong penetrative power, instantly reaching the ears of countless people. Everyone who heard this voice felt startled. Everyone turned their heads at the same time to look in the direction of the voice, at the soaring palace hall's plaza. Suddenly, a man in black brocade robes appeared. A cloud of dust lingered around this man. Through the dust, one could vaguely make out his silhouette. However, that silhouette excited all the officials and ordinary citizens of the Han Dynasty. This official, Chun Tianshan, greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Chun Tianshan suddenly bowed in excitement. Chun Tianshan's bow made everything clear. The person standing in the slowly dispersing dust was not a bystander, but the emperor, who had disappeared for 5 years. This official, Gao Xianji, greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. This official, Mo Yike, greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. The two immediately shivered and shouted. Although they felt overjoyed, they also felt nervous. After all, although the two did not betray the Han Dynasty, they still thought about it. They did not cooperate with Chun Tianshan when he was regent in the past. There was a sense of guilt and worry. This official, Montez, greets your majesty's return. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. However, Montez was the most excited. Like Chun Tianshan, he was so excited that his nose turned somewhat sour. Fortunately, I have been firm. Ha ha ha. The Emperor is back. The Emperor is back. I can protect everything. I no longer have to be on tenterhooks. I no longer have to worry about anything. The dust slowly scattered, revealing Gu Hai's figure. That's right. It is the Emperor. Is the Emperor really still alive? The Emperor is back. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. All the officials immediately bowed. However, the officials who bowed had different attitudes. Most of them felt excited, but a small group of them felt fear and trepidation. After all, they had dared to support the Crown Prince's ascension to the throne, which was tantamount to rebellion. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Gao Xinji's 100,000 celestial soldiers shouted excitedly. The roar of the 100,000 celestial soldiers reverberated in the sky. In the sky, the 500,000 god-demon army was still fighting. Gu Hai's voice could not be heard clearly, but the mountain of bones in the distance attracted the attention of the entire god-demon army. The next moment, voices calling out to the Emperor suddenly rang out from all around the square of the soaring palace hall. The Emperor is back. Look, in the soaring sky palace square, the Emperor has really returned. Roar. He's back. Brothers, kill them for me. Kill these 3 traitors to congratulate the Emperor on his return. The army of gods and demons seemed to have been injected with adrenaline as they charged into the high-altitude battlefield without any regard for their lives. In the high-altitude battlefield, the expressions of Ao Sheng, Feng Yu, Sima Changkong, Long Aoyan, and Gu Qin all changed. No, impossible. Everyone lowered their heads and looked down. Below them, Gu Hai was indeed standing in the soaring sky palace square. Although he was very far away, in the eyes of the crowd, it seemed like Tong Tian's figure was there. The moment Gu Hai appeared, the aura of the Han dynasty changed. In the forest far away, the various factions that were preparing to take advantage of the situation opened their mouths wide as a look of shock flashed across their eyes. Impossible! How is Gu Hai still alive? Gu Hai is back. Is he really back? Isn't he dead? It has been 5 years. Isn't he dead? The leaders of the various forces all had terrified expressions on their faces. With the return of Gu Hai and the 600,000 celestial soldiers, all the leaders of the various factions were in despair. Is the heavens toying with me? Didn't they say that Gu Hai was dead? The moment the hundreds of bone sabers appeared in the plaza, they immediately pierced through the experts of the 3 factions. As for the dragon race, zombie race, and Xuanwu race, even if they charged, what could they do? With 100,000 celestial soldiers here, they immediately swarmed over. None of them could leave or flee. With Gu Hai's appearance, the entire situation instantly turned upside down. Gu Hai ignored the others. Instead, he carefully helped Qin Tianshan up. Qin Tianshan, you have been tired. I am back. I am back. Gu Hai said with a smile, feeling moved. At this moment, Qin Tianshan cried as Gu Hai helped him up. Your Majesty is back. Even if this official dies, I will have no regrets. Qin Tianshan said emotionally. Die? With me around, who dares to kill you? Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai guffawed. For now, Gu Hai ignored Gao Xinji, Mo Yike, Montez, and the other officials. While Gu Hai ignored them, Gao Xinji, Mo Yike, and the others continued to bow respectfully. At this moment, they felt very nervous. They knew that the Emperor was dissatisfied with them, so no one dared to stand up. Gu Hai ignored Gao Xinji and Mo Yike's bows. Then, he turned his head to look at the sky. Let's go, let's go. Gu Qin grabbed Supremacy Feng Yue in horror and fled into the distance. The Black Tortoise Clan, Supremacy Feng Yue, seemed reluctant. After all, her subordinates were down there. Quick, quick go. If we don't go, we won't be able to escape. Quick, quick, quick. Gu Qin cried out in horror. Sigh. Feng Yue hesitated for a moment. Then, she pulled Gu Qin and fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? The army of gods and demons immediately swarmed over. Go away. Boom. Feng Yu immediately broke through the army of gods and demons and fled into the distance. The moment he saw Gu Hai, Gu Qin knew that this mission had failed. No one knew Gu Hai better than Gu Qin. Only Gu Qin knew how powerful Gu Hai was. Gu Hai just appeared? No, he must have been back for a while. If he wanted to attack, who could escape? No one could escape. Feng Yu went to the heavenly palace? So what? Gu Qin had an innate fear of Gu Hai. He worshipped him blindly. Not even the heavenly palace. Run, run. Gu Qin and Feng Yu immediately fled into the distance. Gu Hai watched as Gu Qin and Feng Yu flew into the distance. He frowned, but he didn't stop them. Buzz. In the distance, the life entrapment blade in Gu Qin's hand trembled, as if it was trying to break free from Gu Qin's grasp. Hold on to this blade. This blade is made from a fragment of the heavenly Go chess. Bring it back to the Sky Chess Pavilion. Quick! Gu Qin handed the life entrapment blade to Prime Feng Yu. Boom! The life entrapment blade was too strong. It instantly broke free from Gu Qin's grasp and turned into a ray of light that shot towards Gu Hai. Heavenly Go chess. Feng Yu's expression changed. She wanted to chase after it. Don't chase. Don't. Let's go. Gu Qin's expression changed. He pulled Feng Yu and turned into two rays of light that shot into the distance. Bang! The life entrapment blade flew back to Gu Hai, and Gu Hai grabbed it by the hilt. Buzz! He squared the life entrapment blade and activated the array again. Whoosh! In the sky, Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, Shimen Shueishue, and Dugu Qiubai suddenly regained their consciousness. Ancient Emperor, you're back. Zhang Sanfeng smiled. Greetings, Ancient Emperor. The four of them bowed at the same time. Gu Hai nodded. On the other side, Sima Changkong and A.O. Sheng's expressions changed when they heard the cheers from below. Gu Hai is back? He's still alive? A.O. Sheng's expression darkened. Go, go, go. Sima Changkong suddenly cried out in alarm. My dragon tribe, A.O. Sheng said unwillingly. Quick, I'm using His Majesty's token to command you to take me away. Quick. Sima Changkong took out a token with a roar. A.O. Sheng's expression darkened. He seemed to be unwilling. Roar. With a loud shout, A.O. Sheng transformed into a huge black dragon and instantly brought Sima Changkong along as he flew into the distance. Rumble. The dragon's body was huge. It shook off the divine demon army and flew to the horizon. Mr. Sima, do you have to be so afraid of Gu Hai? What about my dragon tribe? A.O. Sheng was still unwilling. Gu Hai is back. Something big is going to happen. You're lucky that you're still alive. Quick! Sima Changkong shouted. Boom! A.O. Sheng's speed was even faster as he swiftly flew into the distance. Only Long Outyin didn't run away when he saw Gu Hai. Long Outyin's expression darkened when he saw Gu Hai return. Speaking of which, Long Outyin had seen Gu Hai's abilities in Divine Farmer City. However, he felt that Gu Hai was just using tricks. So what if Gu Hai is back? Father ordered us to take Mo Yike and Gao Xinji away. We must take them away. Gu Hai, you saved me in Divine Farmer City, but I'm not going to kill anyone from the Han Dynasty. I only want Mo Yike and Gao Xinji. Don't worry about the Divine Demon Army. Bring me down and take down Gao Xinji and Mo Yike. Long Outyin shouted. Roar! The zombie emperor roared. In an instant, it broke free from the Divine Demon Army and brought Long Outyin to the plaza of the Soaring Palace Hall. Whoosh! They arrived at the plaza of the Soaring Palace Hall in the blink of an eye. In Long Outyin's opinion, no matter how strong Gu Hai was, he couldn't be from the Soaring Palace Hall. He had Jiang Qin's zombie emperor, so he was definitely the strongest person here. How dare you? Impudent! Release the arrows! Gao Xinji's 100,000 celestial soldiers roared and charged forward. Thousands of arrows rained down on the zombie emperor. However, the zombie emperor was impenetrable. No attack was effective. He swooped down and was about to reach Mo Yike and Gao Xinji. A huge threat rushed into Mo Yike and Gao Xinji's hearts. The two knew that Long Outyin was coming for them. However, it didn't dodge. They maintained their respectful posture because the emperor didn't allow them to rise. Quick, quick! Long Out Yin looked at the two excitedly. How stupid. They didn't dodge? You saved me a lot of time. Catch them, and we'll leave. Long Out Yin shouted excitedly. At this moment, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. Chen Tianshan stood behind Gu Hai. He was very confident in Gu Hai. Long Out Yin? Both sides ran away. You're the only one who isn't afraid of death. Since you're here, you don't have to leave. Oomph. Gu Hai snorted. Chapter 735. Long Out Yin? Both of them ran away. You're the only one who isn't afraid of death. Since you're here, you don't have to leave. Gu Hai said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, a large number of vines suddenly appeared, forming a large net that instantly surged towards Long Out Yin and the zombie emperor. Break! Long Out Yin shouted. Boom! With a chop, the vines were cut open, but they didn't wither. Instead, they doubled in size and continued to wrap around the zombie emperor. The zombie emperor's energy shield was fierce, but the vine's explosive power was also fierce. Bang! The energy shield was instantly pierced by the vines and rushed toward Long Out Yin. Roar! The zombie emperor roared furiously and swung countless energy blades. Instantly, a large number of vines exploded. However, even as the vines exploded, more appeared and wrapped around the zombie emperor. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge ball of vines. Bang! Long Out Yin was thrown out before the vines wrapped around him. After all, the vines were poisonous. Roar! Boom! The zombie emperor roared again, and the ball of vines around it exploded. The zombie emperor broke free, but it was too late. At this moment, a large number of bone-piercing blades appeared around Long Out Yin. Whoosh! Long Out Yin was sealed in the bone cage by dozens of bone-piercing blades. The bone-piercing blades stopped around Long Out Yin's body and didn't pierce him. Long Out Yin felt his scalp go numb as he looked at the experts around him who were all pierced. The zombie emperor pounced to save Long Out Yin. The bone-piercing blades suddenly pressed against Long Out Yin's skin. Long Out Yin's hair stood on end. Don't move, Long Out Yin shouted. Long Out Yin knew that if the zombie emperor took another step forward, he would be pierced into a sieve by the bone-piercing blades. The zombie emperor froze. Long Out Yin was shocked and didn't dare to move. Ancient Emperor, I have no intention of harming the people of the Han Dynasty. It's just that my father is eager to invite Gao Xianji and Mo Yike as guests. I have no intention of harming the people of the Dahan. Long Out Yin said with a hint of fear. After all, his life was now in the hands of Gu Hai, so he could only compromise. Gu Hai stared at Long Out Yin and smiled coldly. I know. Otherwise, you would be a pile of broken pieces by now. Yes. Ancient Emperor, please forgive me. We worked together in Shinong City in the past. Gu Hai, on account of our past cooperation, please. Long Out Yin begged for mercy. Buzz. Suddenly, a large number of bone spikes retracted around Long Out Yin. Long Out Yin was finally free. Swish. The zombie emperor surrounded Long Out Yin to protect him. Many thanks, Ancient Emperor. We won't disturb you any longer. Gu Hai, goodbye. Long Out Yin said in fear. I already said it. Do you want to leave together? Gu Hai asked coldly. Long Out Yin's expression changed. Only the two of you can leave. The rest of the Jiang Chun zombies stay. Gu Hai said coldly. All right. Long Out Yin nodded, but did not dare to argue. Go back and tell Dragon God Ing that I don't owe him anything in the heavenly realm. He owes me, Gu Hai said. All right, Long Out Yin answered, feeling confused. Swish! The zombie emperor carried Long Out Yin and instantly soared into the air, shooting into the distance in the blink of an eye. Long Out Yin fled. With a thought from Gu Hai, the countless bone spikes that soared into the sky instantly shrank back into the ground, vanishing. Bam! 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 Instantly, the dragons, zombies, and black tortoises all fell from the sky. Capture them. Chen Tianshan shouted coldly. Yes, the 500,000-strong divine demon army answered. Dragons, zombies, black tortoises, all of the living ones were captured. Of course, Only half of them were left alive. With Gu Hai's return, a great crisis was instantly resolved. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! The ordinary people in the city immediately shouted excitedly. Earlier, everyone thought that Dahan was finished. Who could have imagined that the moment the emperor returned, the crisis would be resolved? The group of people who had been arrogant earlier were scared witless in the blink of an eye. If not for the emperor deliberately letting them go, none of them could have escaped. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! The 500,000-strong divine demon army roared excitedly. The 500,000-strong divine demon army had entered the Azura Dao's secret realm with Gu Hai. Their true loyalty was to Gu Hai. They only obeyed Gu Hai's orders. For the past 5 years, the 500,000-strong divine demon army had worried day and night. Now that the emperor returned, everything would be fine. Loud cheers rang out everywhere. At this moment, the experts of the various factions in the forest in the distance trembled in fear. What should we do? Leave. Leave. Quickly leave. Once they discover us, no one can leave. Quick. Old Demon Gu is back. It's over. What should we do now? It turns out that the Han Dynasty did not send troops in the past, not because they were weaker than us, but because they were waiting for Gu Hai to return. 600,000 opening palaces? Are they going to sweep through the world? My sect is in danger. My dynasty is in danger. The various powers of the 4 directions were cowering in fear as they fled. In the small courtyard where Shangwan Hen was in the Silver Moon Sea. Prime, is Chun Tianshan going to die together with us? If he dies, the Han Dynasty will truly fall apart, Miao Chun said worriedly. Shangwan Hen frowned slightly. The wine cup in his hand froze in the air as he revealed a worried expression. The Qin figurine before him was still reciting. Ah, Prime, His Majesty is back. Gu Hai is back. Ah. The Qin figurine recited the voice of the boundless heavenly capital's messenger. Whoosh! Shangwan Hen suddenly stood up, and the wine in his cup spilled all over the floor. His Majesty is back. Really? Shangwan Hen suddenly showed a pleasantly surprised expression. However, he also felt somewhat worried that the news was fake. Yes, it's His Majesty. That's right. The Bone Mountain pierced through all the people who charged at Qin Tianshan. Ah, Prime Guqin and Feng Yu fled. Sima Changkong and Ao Sheng also fled. Only Long Ao Yin rushed to the soaring palace hall. Ah, the vines bound the zombie emperor, and Long Ao Yin was imprisoned by the bone cage. Long Ao Yin lost. The Qin figurine repeated. Gu Hai is back. Miao Chen also felt pleasantly surprised. It's His Majesty. It can't be wrong. Prime, His Majesty is back. The Qin figurine repeated. Ha ha. Good, good. Shangwan Hen smashed the wine cup in his hand to the ground in excitement. At the plaza of the soaring palace hall, the officials were still paying respects. Gu Hai still did not let them rise. Instead, he took out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal with a flip of his hand. Luck out! Gu Hai shouted coldly. Roar! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Rumble! The surging lux soared into the sky of the boundless heavenly capital. Amid loud sounds, it quickly covered the sky above the soaring palace hall and continued expanding. It's back. My Han Dynasty's luck is back. The citizens cheered in the distance. The divine demon army and countless guards showed wild joy on their faces. When Qin Tianshan saw the surging luck in the sky, he also showed excitement on his face. Although he knew that the luck would return as long as the emperor returned, he still felt excited when he saw the luck. At this moment, all the officials in the imperial court bowed respectfully. They felt the luck in the sky but did not dare to raise their heads, feeling tormented. Qin Tianshan looked at the officials with some pity in his eyes. However, he did not say anything. After being the regent for 5 years, Qin Tianshan could tell that the emperor was warning these officials. Although the emperor left this time, it did not mean that he would not leave next time. This warning served as a warning to the officials. Qin Tianshan took a deep breath and looked at Gu Hai. However, Guhai was still looking at the luck cloud sea above. In the distance, the expressions of the various forces that were quietly fleeing suddenly changed. What? Why is there so much luck? It's still increasing? This is the luck of the Han Dynasty. No, it has already surpassed it. The Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's luck? No, the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's territory was first occupied by the Deqian. Even if the Dahan took it a few years ago, the luck they obtained should not be that much. Why is it still increasing now? Why is it still increasing? Kill Longzhonghua? Yes, it must be because he stole the Deqian's luck. The various factions' experts suddenly quivered in shock. The Han Dynasty's luck had already covered the entire sky above the limitless celestial capital. It was extremely vast and was still expanding. The citizens of the limitless celestial capital all raised their heads and bowed to the emperor in the direction of the soaring palace hall. Citizens of the Han Dynasty, I am back. Guhai said. Buzz. The huge luck cloud sea churned, and Guhai's voice instantly spread to the Han Dynasty's cities through the luck cloud sea and into the ears of all the citizens of the Han Dynasty. In Qinglu City, the originally bustling street suddenly fell silent. All the citizens looked up at the sky as if they had been hit by a spell. Did I hear wrong? Yes, you're right. Is it the emperor's voice? Is the emperor really still alive? The king of Tianshan was not lying. It's really the emperor. The emperor is back. With a boom, the entire street was in an uproar. The entire Qinglu city was in an uproar. All the citizens of the Han Dynasty were suddenly in an uproar. For a moment, countless congratulatory voices came from all directions. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Countless voices seemed to be transmitted through the luck cloud sea. For a moment, the entire Han Dynasty was in an excited cheer. At the same time, surging luck came from all directions and surged into the luck cloud sea. At the center of the luck cloud sea, the surging luck cloud sea seemed to be condensing into the embryonic form of a super golden dragon. The golden dragon is faintly discernible. This is forming the golden dragon of luck. Chen Tianshan's eyes suddenly lit up. Golden dragon of luck. A golden dragon formed by luck cloud sea was the symbol of an imperial dynasty. Their luck cloud sea had already reached this level. Chen Tianshan set up the altar. The Dahan needs to ask the heavens for instructions and become an imperial dynasty. Guhai said, Yes. Chen Tianshan answered excitedly. At the side, Gao Xianji and Mo Yike and the others who were bowing felt bitter. Chapter 736. Chen Tianshan quickly set up a huge altar in the square of the soaring palace hall. There was a huge table on the altar, and a golden scroll was placed on the table. It was the scroll used to establish the country, and it was also the first imperial edict of the Dahan. Guhai entered the soaring palace hall, changed into a black dragon robe with golden threads, and put on a flat imperial crown. He slowly walked out of the soaring palace hall. Chen Tianshan seemed to have become the master of ceremonies as he shouted, Go to the altar! Please go to the heavens! Guhai slowly stepped onto the altar. He looked up at the providence, clouds above. Guhai suddenly bowed to the heavens. Today, Guhai of the Han Dynasty, please go to the heavens and bear witness that the dynasty has reached its limit and is about to ascend to the imperial dynasty. Today, I offer my blood to the heavens to show my sincerity. I, Guhai, will treat my people and the Han Dynasty well. Guhai shouted. Boom! The sea of providence clouds in the sky shook, and Guhai's voice instantly spread throughout the Han Dynasty. Countless people paused. The emperor is going to ascend to the imperial dynasty. Is the emperor worshipping the heavens? The infinite celestial capital is ascending. Countless people were shocked, and then they looked forward to it. Roar! Below the ground, the Han Dynasty's dragon vein seemed to have sensed Guhai's thoughts. It suddenly roared, and the entire Han Dynasty shook. Above Guhai's head, above the sea of providence clouds, countless gusts of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere, as if a thought had descended on the Han Dynasty from the unseen world. At this moment, let the heavens bear witness. This heavens is not Immortal 6 Daos, but the immortal dome itself. The immortal dome nurtured life, including Immortal 6 Daos. Immortal 6 Daos only had the highest attainment and grasped the laws of the immortal dome. Immortal 6 Daos was the heavens, and the heavens were the masters of life. The heavens that Guhai worshipped were the entire immortal dome. When establishing a dynasty, one had to worship the heavens above and the earth below. When establishing an empire, one would only worship the heavens and not the earth. Guhai roared. His voice seemed to connect with the entire immortal dome, fusing with all the laws of heaven and earth. Guhai extended his hand and cut open his right hand. Blood stained his right finger. Then, on the golden silk scroll in front of him, Guhai once again wrote a large Han character. This was the first imperial edict of the Dahan. In the past, when the dynasty was established, the word Han was written. Now, the word Han was written again. As soon as the word was spoken, countless strands of fate descended from the sky and rushed toward the imperial edict. Rumble. It entered from one side and flew out from the other, returning to the sky again. The golden scroll suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light, as if it had a mind of its own. Boom! Countless gusts of wind swept towards the golden silk scroll, as if the heavens and earth were sensing the weight of the scroll. 3 kneels to the heavens. Guhai shouted. With a shout, Guhai was the first to kneel. Rumble. In the infinite celestial capital, all the subjects suddenly prostrated. At the same time, the sea of fate clouds sent a message to all the citizens of the Dahan, causing them to kneel as well. Kowtow to the heavens. Please accept the worship of the Jin Emperor Dahan. Guhai shouted and led everyone to bow towards the heavens. Countless people heard Guhai's voice and followed suit. At the same time, they shouted, Kowtow to the heavens. Please accept the Jin Emperor Dahan. Kowtow to the heavens. Please accept the worship of the Jin Emperor Dahan again. Guhai told the people again and bowed to the heavens. Kowtow to the heavens. Please accept the worship of the Jin Emperor Dahan. Kowtow to the heavens. Please accept the worship of the Jin Emperor Dahan 3 times. Kowtow to the heavens. Please accept the worship of the Jin Emperor Dahan. The citizens of the Dahan shouted. Roar. Wind howled above Guhai's head. Under this howling wind, a large amount of colorful lights appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards the golden silk scroll. Buzz! The scroll suddenly emitted a large amount of colorful lights. Guhai immediately felt a trace of joy. This procedure had been passed down for countless years. When the colorful lights descended, it was the seal of permission from the heavens. The colorful lights were the proof of an imperial dynasty given by the heavens. I, Guhai, thank the heavens for allowing me to accept the seal of the imperial dynasty and establish the Dahan imperial dynasty. Guhai suddenly shouted. As Guhai shouted, he stood up and raised the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Then, he smashed it down on the golden silk scroll. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine seal landed on the golden silk scroll. In the blink of an eye, Guhai, the heaven-suppression divine seal, and the scroll seemed to have fused into one and released a 7-colored light that soared to the sky. The 7-colored light immediately rushed towards the sea of fate clouds. Above the sea of fate clouds, a 7-colored light also bloomed. The light was still spreading and instantly rushed towards the ground. Roar! Suddenly, a huge golden dragon rushed up from the ground. It was the dragon vein. After being hit by the colorful light, the huge dragon head also released a 7-colored light. The light was still spreading. Buzz, buzz, buzz. From Guhai's body, the sea of fate clouds and the dragon vein, it shot towards the infinite celestial capital subjects. Instantly, all of them emitted a 7-colored light. Through the sea of fate clouds, it seemed to spread to all of the Han dynasty subjects. In an instant, the 7-colored light spread to the infinite celestial capital. Countless subjects looked at the colorful light emitted from their bodies in shock. Was this the heavenly blessing of the Dahan? A blessing from the heavens? It's so comfortable. It's like taking a hot bath. Did the emperor succeed and become an imperial dynasty? This light loosened the bottleneck of my cultivation that I've been stuck at for many years. It seems like I'm going to break through. The illness in my body has been completely expelled. One auspicious sign. Countless subjects felt the changes in their bodies excitedly. The blessing lasted for just 6 time. Whoosh! In an instant, all the 7-colored light seemed to disappear and rushed towards Guhai. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine seal and the golden silk scroll made a loud noise. It was as if all the 7-colored light in the Dahan's world had gathered under the seal. At this moment, all the light on the scroll seemed to have been retracted. At this moment, the golden silk scroll seemed to have changed color, turning into a dark gold color. Guhai lifted the heaven-suppressing divine seal gently. Buzz! The scroll lost all its light, but Guhai suddenly felt a spiritual connection with it. He saw 3 7-colored words printed on the back of the scroll. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air, but they also had an ancient and vast aura. 3 words, investiture of the gods. The investiture of the gods is out. Guhai's eyes lit up as he looked up at the sky. The surging sea of providence clouds in the sky suddenly compressed toward the center rapidly. The surging providence squeezed toward the fledgling golden dragon and slowly squeezed it into a golden egg. Woo 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 woo. In just a short while, the sea of providence clouds had shrunk by half, and it was still shrinking until there was only 1/3 left. Suddenly, there was silence. All the providence seemed to form a vortex surrounding a golden egg in the center. Guhai waited. The golden egg brewed for an hour. Suddenly, as if the eggshell had broken, there was a crisp sound. Crack! The eggshell broke. In the next moment, the broken golden egg exploded with a loud bang. Huh! With a super loud bang, the eggshell exploded. Countless providence also exploded in all directions. In the center of the explosion, a golden light suddenly rushed down and rushed towards Guhai's body. Buzz! Guhai was immediately attached to the golden light. Guhai's body suddenly swelled up as if filled with endless power in an instant. Guhai's 7 orifices emitted golden light. Roar! Guhai raised his head and roared. He actually let out a sky-shaking dragon roar, and a vigorous vitality instantly shook the world. Roar! The dragon vein also suddenly roared as if it was happy for Guhai. Roar! Guhai opened his mouth and spat out a long golden dragon. It was a super giant dragon that was thousands of miles long. Rumble! The 1,000-mile golden dragon rushed toward the sea of providence clouds. Suddenly, countless providence surrounded it as if it was swimming in the sea. It was extremely carefree. Golden dragon of providence? The symbol of the imperial dynasty? Chen Tianshan's face lit up with joy. The golden dragon swam in the sea of providence clouds for a while, seemingly very excited. At this moment, Guhai's expression was actually somewhat similar to the golden dragon's. This was because Guhai realized that the golden dragon's vision was his vision. It was as if he was the golden dragon. My golden dragon of providence. Guhai revealed a look of joy. Roar! The golden dragon of providence suddenly roared. It stood on the sea of providence clouds and was extremely excited. The golden dragon of providence looked into the distance. In an instant, it actually saw a place far away. Qinglu City. Guhai's eyes suddenly lit up. The golden dragon's vision was his vision. He could see as far as the golden dragon could see. The golden dragon kept looking around. After looking around, it saw the entire Han dynasty. What the golden dragon could see was what Guhai could see. As long as Guhai was in the infinite celestial capital, he could see all the places in the Han dynasty, no matter which city it was. No wonder the emperor wanted to refine the golden dragon. No wonder Shiyu the Great's vision could see the empty city and dragon vein city from the capital city. It was because of the golden dragon of providence. The investiture of the gods is out, and the golden dragon of providence appears. Does this mean the advancement is successful? Guhai was overjoyed. Tell all the people of the Dahan dynasty that you have the support of the heavens and the hearts of the people. From today onwards, The Han dynasty no longer exists. There is one more Dahan imperial dynasty in this world. Guhai shouted. Roar! The golden dragon of Providence roared. Guhai's voice instantly spread to all the people in the world. Dahan imperial dynasty? Success. The emperor is amazing. No, it's His Majesty now. His Majesty is amazing. Long live the Dahan imperial dynasty. Long live the Dahan imperial dynasty. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. In an instant, countless people stood up and bowed. Imperial dynasty and imperial dynasty were just two words apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Only when one reached the imperial dynasty would one have the qualifications to conquer the world. When one reached the imperial dynasty, one would at most be struggling at death's door. Long live the people. The voices from all over the world reached the sea of Providence clouds. The endless voices seemed to explode in the infinite celestial capital. This was the atmosphere of a great nation. Countless people followed suit and shouted, Long live the emperor. Roar! The dragon vein roared as if it was also congratulating. Then it sank into the ground again. Wherever the dragon vein passed, countless trees and flowers grew on the ground. It was a thriving scene. In the sky, the golden dragon of Providence slowly lay on the sea of Providence clouds. It inhaled and exhaled Providence to strengthen itself. The Dahan imperial dynasty ruled the world.